Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, requesting everybody to be seated. I would once again request for all mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the first panel discussion is One Planet, Shared Future, and the Role of Universities. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on the stage our distinguished guest, our special guest for this session, Dr. Nicholas Patrici, Director of Obriel Global, a key organization fostering international collaboration in higher education and research. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. I also have the proud privilege in inviting our distinguished moderator for the session, Mr. Nick Booker, co-founder, Indogenious. I guess he's joining us. Inviting our eminent panelists, Professor Ananya Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor, Shiv Nadar University. I believe the panel is outside having their discussions, will be joining us. We'll wait for a few more minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our distinguished panel. First, we would like to invite a moderator for the session, Mr. Nick Booker, co-founder, Indogenious. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting Professor Ananya Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor, Shiv Nadar University. Inviting Ms. Alison Barrett, MBE, Country Director, British Council, India. Inviting Dr. Veronica Donahue, Associate Dean, Advanced Academic Programs, Johns Hopkins University. Warm welcome. Inviting Professor Bhavani Rao R., Dean School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Warm welcome. Inviting Ms. Joyce Bowen, Chief of the Education Sector, UNESCO. Inviting on stage Mr. Pradeep Rangi, Certified Fellow of the IRM Level 5 and Chief Risk Officer, Airtel Payments Bank. Ms. Deepthi Vij, Director Talent Acquisition and Diversity, Honeywell, and Dr. Narayana Shabahit, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Technology and Science, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to Day 2 of the 19th FICCI Higher Education Summit 2024. We hope you all had a productive and insightful day yesterday. Extremely sorry for rushing things up, but we also had a time constraint yesterday. Hopefully, we'll be able to make up for all the loss that we had yesterday. But we are certainly delighted to have you back for another day of engaging discussions, meaningful interactions, and forward looking dialogues. And today's agenda is packed with exciting sessions that continue to explore the theme of changing paradigms of higher education in the global landscape, with a special focus on sustainability and the critical role of universities in shaping a better future for all. As we now move forward with our program, it is time for a very special address from a global leader in higher education collaboration. We are honored to welcome Dr. Nicholas Patrici, Director of Obriel Global, a key organization fostering international collaboration in higher education and research. Dr. Patrici's work has been instrumental in driving cross-border partnerships and supporting innovative solutions to global educational challenges. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nicholas Patrici for the special address.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am much less important than what my colleague just said. At least this is the way I like to feel. Thank you very much, FICCI. Thank you very much, Dr. Vidya, for inviting us and me here. It's an honor and a pleasure for me and for Obriel to be here sharing some thoughts with you. First, I would like to introduce myself. I am Nicolas Patrici. I am the director of an international organization named Obriel, O-B-R-E-A-L, that is based in Barcelona. Obriel is an association of universities association and research centers from Europe, Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and India. What do we do? Basically, we, as an association of universities, are trying to support the capacity development of our members with one core idea. We are trying to promote more and more interregional approaches to higher education. Why, for us, interregionality is important? For one simple reason that I want to share with you. We have been listening too many times the word global. So we talk about global education, global cooperation. Well, we do believe that it is much better to start thinking from the regions and for the regions and how the regions interact. Why? Because, look, I am speaking in a very bad English, airport English, in India, where probably most of you speak better English than me and many other languages. Wouldn't be much, probably if you speak your language, your native language, your grammar will tackle certain challenges that my bad English is unable to understand. So regions have their own logic that do not necessarily respond to the global logic. Global logic that is basically dominated by a standardization of problems and standardization of solutions. What we are trying to do and we're trying to think with our partners in the regions is what it is happening in every region, what are the needs of every region, identify them, and try to promote a shared common approach so that regions can share the solutions that they built to the common challenges, because they do have common challenges. This is also a way to support and enhance South-South North cooperation. I say South-South, or I should say South-East in plural, because it's also true that the global approach to higher education tends to take everything in a bag, as if we were all the same. But we are not all the same, not in the South, nor in the North. We have different perspectives, different challenges. It is not the same Argentina, where I was born, than Rwanda. And in the global logic, both of them are in the South. But then also there are different Southeast with different languages, with different logics, and universities respond to different challenges that we need to address if we want to talk about transforming universities or sustainability of universities, etc. But this also applies to the north. There is not only one north, there are many north. It is not the same Canada than Spain, and both are in the north. And also this concept of north is a little bit confusing. I was in China a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't dare to say that China was the south. It is one north. India is also sometimes one north. So Obriel tries to put all this fruit salad together and try to think from the differences of each region and how those differences can enhance a truly policy interregional dialogue on higher education. So this is what we do, and what do we think, and who we are. Now, I was asked to try to put some questions for the debate that will follow my presentation and for the debate of the day. I was trying to think what universities are and what universities do first, to try to understand the challenges that they are facing. Traditionally, universities do two things, or were doing two things: teaching, promoting teaching and learning, or learning and teaching, and research. And universities were the place where teaching and learning happened, and learning passes were, let's say, conducted, and research was done. So universities, at least in the traditional continental European model, were consider themselves knowledge producers, knowledge creators. Well, this is being challenged by many things. By technology on one hand, by globalization on the other. So knowledge is not produced any longer only at the university framework. It is produced in many places. This is one point. This is a fact. The second point, the second fact, is that learning is not something that only happens at the university. We knew this, for example, in Europe. There's a long discussion on how to recognize non-traditional learning paths, etc. No, but now the problem is that learning can happen and a student can search or can learn from many, many places. So the students somehow are free now from the monopoly of their teachers. And a student in India can learn or take a class online very easily from someone seated in, I don't know, Yale. No? So how universities will respond to this double challenge of not being anymore the only or one of the most prominent places where knowledge is created through research, and not necessarily be one place where teaching and learning happens. This reality of this transforming reality that technology somehow is helping to bring also implies challenges for the management of an institution. How an institution promotes, for example, internationalization. Do institutions need to keep thinking in traditional terms of mobility, joint programs, etc.? So how do we confront these questions, and how do we confront the advances in technology when we think institutions and university? The first very simple answer is your universities need to rethink themselves. They need to rethink the way they structure learning. They need to rethink the way they structure research. They need to rethink the way they incentivize their staff. And they need to think this way in some, at least in our opinion, in some element. They should promote more interdisciplinary approaches to research. What I'm going to say is very basic, but if there is many vice chancellors here, they will say probably that they are implementing this, but this doesn't necessarily happen so easily. So this has to be pushed. A change in the academic culture needs to be pushed. Look, I was one of the key team members at the University of Barcelona when the University of Barcelona implemented a program of the European Commission. Some of my colleagues here might be aware of this, the European Universities Program. And the European University Program was a is an European Commission program challenging European universities to come together and rethink themselves. And when we wrote the proposal, everybody was very happy with interdisciplinarity, problem-solving approaches, flexibilization of learning. But when it came to the implementation, professors were keep thinking, in continental Europe 2021 or 2022, that they were let's kind of put it between the knowledge, no? And that they were not going to allow students to teach or to change the learning path. This is a problem for an university. They will lose their students will go. There are other systems in the world where this is probably not so marked, like probably in some American universities, this is not necessarily the same case than British universities, but from the continental European perspective, this is very key. It's not so easy to implement the changes at the institutional level that the institution needs to implement to respond to the questioning of the two basic elements. Interdisciplinarity, flexibilization of learning or modularization of learning, changing in learning, flexibilization learning path, all this needs to be rethought. Very difficult work for the Vice Chancellor at the moment to think and to put their staff to think among those lines. There is also an implication in the rethinking of the management model of universities. No? The management needs to find ways to promote these actions and find ways to promote these actions in one context, so universities cannot be any longer isolated from the rest of the society. They are part of the society, they are located in one region, and they understand much better the reality of their region than the reality of other places. So maybe in order to transform or to think the transformation of universities, we have one idea, that it is coming back to a very old model. I will call it an old new model as the first action that the institutions can or might take ahead to respond to the challenges, which is more or less the following. Universities should think themselves or can think themselves not only as a place where teaching, learning, and research happens, but also as a sort of agent for development. Universities can and probably should engage much more with their context. Universities can probably rethink themselves to conduct meaningful research, to offer solutions for the communities that are around. I am very tired. I've been working in this field for many years, and I've seen in many places of the world, and I've been seeing fantastic things, like, for example, colleagues from Sweden or from Spain as consultancies for the transformation of the higher education system in X country. Let's gonna put an example, in Paraguay. If you tell me what I or a colleague in Sweden might know about the Paraguayan system of higher education that a university in Paraguay does not know, but simply the University of Paraguay doesn't think herself capable to contribute so actively, no, in this transformation of the policies of their own context. Well, in our opinion, this needs to be rethought, and this needs to be somehow enhanced or incentivized by the leadership of the university and by associations like us that very humbly try to promote this change in the framework of institutional development and thinking. So universities are in an excellent position, particularly universities from the different South are in an excellent position to understand the realities, to present themselves as development agencies of that reality, to try to contribute to the development of the community in which they are inserted. This, once again, might sound very logic, but it is not necessarily something that happens all the time when you discuss, for example, development plans at different universities in the South. Last point, what we as Obreal are trying to do with all this. we are implementing one very humble program, but that somehow shows, as an example, shows how all these points or issues or elements can be, let's say, bring together and implemented in a university system. No? Together with partners in Africa, with the Association of African Universities, with the support of some Indian partners as well, we have put together a very humble program on artificial intelligence and multilingualism. Multilingualism, footnote, extremely important. Once again, if I would be able to speak in Spanish, which is my native language, and not in bad English, and you listen to me in your own language, probably what I'm saying would be much more meaningful. No? And we have the technology to do that. No? Why don't we allow people to think and to speak in the same, with the same grammar? No? Because then that put a lot of people from the South in a very clear disadvantage that can be overcome. No? And also, it's a way to respect the different languages that are happening that exist in the world. One example, the speakers of Swahili in Eastern Africa are higher than the speakers of English. However, programs in universities are in English and not in Swahili. It's a little bit a contradiction, no, in the term. So we decided to say, okay, we can gather some companies and some the private sector to give some money, some funding money, to young university students to put together projects on artificial intelligence and multilingualism to promote the development of their community. So to find solutions for the problems of their communities. We ran a selection of these projects with a pool of experts, local experts, and we happily got 10 or 15 small seed funding, no, for 15 small research projects that are coming from different, for people that are experts or students that are coming from African universities, trying to think solutions for their communities. This is a way in which the whole, and this is what we are seeing when these projects are being implemented, the whole research system of the university has to work to sustain, to contribute, to guide the researcher in that activity. And this is transforming the way the research management of smaller institutions in Africa are thinking. This is enhancing capacities for research. This is creating meaningful research. And this is something that can be done and shall be done by local, let's say universities, no, and not by somebody else. So, to conclude with one last thought, in order to promote sustainability, in order to answer to the challenges of the world, universities should rethink themselves. Internationalization should be rethought in order to make universities available to come together, but not just to generate mobility and joint programs and to have the nice paper. I have a program with the University of Barcelona and X University in Uganda. No. They maybe can or should come together to think and to propose share solutions, or to share the solutions they find and to enhance them for the common challenges that the regions are facing. This is important for the North, of course, but this is critical, in our opinion, for the universities in the South. This is critical for the development of the countries in the South. This is critical for the development of the citizens of the countries in the South. This is critical for working in inclusion, gender equality, and multilingualism. Try to bring people that is excluded from the university system in the South, from the South, with the South. And I think this is something that it is not necessarily addressed or underlined in international conferences. So it's something that we wanted to bring into your attention. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patrici, for sharing your valuable insights on global collaborations and how they are valuable in transforming the higher education landscape. And now, as we transition into our next session, let's delve into one of the most pressing global issues, that is sustainability. In this session, we will explore the crucial role that universities play in promoting sustainability and working towards a unified, sustainable future for all. And our esteemed panelists for the session are Professor Ananya Mukherjee, Vice Chancellor Shiv Nada University, is an esteemed academic leader and scholar in the fields of development studies and political economy, and has been instrumental in driving the university's mission of interdisciplinary education and global research excellence. Ms. Alison Barrett, MBE, Country Director, British Council India, is a distinguished leader in international education and cultural relations, plays a vital role in fostering educational partnerships and cultural exchange between India and the UK, recognized with a member of the Order of the British Empire, MBE, for her services to education. Dr. Veronica Donahue, Associate Dean, Advanced Academic Programs, Johns Hopkins University, is a highly respected academic leader, brings a wealth of experience in academic administration and international education and public policy. Professor Bhavani Rao R., Dean School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, is a prominent academic leader and advocate for women's empowerment and social justice, leads interdisciplinary programs that focus on social innovation and community-driven research. Ms. Joyce Pone is Chief of the Education Sector, UNESCO, leads UNESCO's education sector initiatives focusing on promoting inclusive, equitable, and quality education worldwide, and works to advance UNESCO's mission of fostering international cooperation in education and ensuring that education systems across the world are equipped to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Mr. Pradeep Rangi, Certified Fellow of IRM and Chief Risk Officer, Airtel Payments Bank, is a certified risk management professional with vast experience in banking and the financial services sector, oversees enterprise and risk management strategies, and is committed to fostering cultural sustainability, resilience, and innovation. Ms. Deepti Vij, Director, Talent Acquisition and Diversity, Honeywell, is a seasoned human resource leader specializing in talent acquisition, diversity, and inclusion. At Honeywell, she leads efforts to create a more inclusive and equitable workforce. Dr. Narayana Shavajit is Pro Vice Chancellor, Technology and Science, Manipal Academy of Higher Education. And moderating this critical discussion, we have Mr. Nick Booker, co-founder Indogenious, which is a pioneering organization that focuses on fostering cultural and educational exchanges between India and the world, and with a passion for global education, entrepreneurship, and experiential learning. Mr. Booker has been instrumental in designing programs that promote a deeper understanding of India's culture, economy, and role in the global development. And I have the privilege now in handing over to our distinguished moderator, Mr. Nick Booker, to kindly carry forward the proceedings of the session. And you have approximately 55 minutes, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Namaskar, good morning. Thank you, FICCI, for convening us today. Saturday morning, you're all here. It's wonderful. I'm going to start with a little story to set the scene for a couple of minutes and then I'll hand over. I want to tell you about two extraordinary stories that are seemingly very different but are connected to India. In 1965, the University of Florida elite athletes won the Orange Bowl, the prestigious competition in American football, and they credited their success to this, Gator Aid. Okay, this was the help that the Gators needed to win. And it included a formula of sodium, of salts and sugars, which enabled them to rehydrate faster, and that was their success. Gatorade has gone on to make the Gatorade Trust $1 billion. It still makes the University of Florida $20 million a year. So it's one of the most successful spin-outs of universities in the world. Now, much more important than that and relevant to our topic, about 5 years later, researchers from Johns Hopkins University, represented here by Dr. Donahue, Oh, you're over there, sorry. I can't see for the end, there's so many of us. Dr. Donoghue, sorry, thank you. Represented by Dr. Donoghue from Johns Hopkins University, Mahalnobis, Nalin and Crane, in Bengal, created this, oral rehydration salts. And what does ORS do, ORT? It combines sodium and sugar in order to rehydrate faster. This is, according to the UN and the Lancet, the single greatest medical intervention in the history of humanity. It has saved 70 million lives. But, well done, Johns Hopkins. But you're applauding yourselves because Indian civilization has known this for thousands of years. Sushruta Samhita, Nalapaka, you have walked out onto the streets in May and June and rushed to the shikanji to drink salt and sugar mixed with a bit of lemon juice to rehydrate. So why did it take so long for Johns Hopkins and for the Florida Gators to come onto something that's been practiced for so long? And what's more, Hemendranath Chatterjee, a fantastic Bengali scientist, in 1953 published the research that supports this in none other than The Lancet, and it was ignored. And because it was ignored over the 15 years prior to the Johns Hopkins rediscovery, tens of millions of children will have lost their lives. Okay? That's the importance of getting the solutions out there. Now, when the historians of science have looked at this episode, they have described what they put as the psychological block of Western science that meant even in The Lancet, it was ignored, the findings of Chatterjee, because of his methodology and because they presumed, well, this doesn't go against it goes against our paradigm and therefore it can't work. The Gators made $1 billion and 70 million lives were saved thanks to Johns Hopkins work. Okay? Now, when we heard from Professor Anil Gupta yesterday, fantastic, absolute hero of mine. We're so lucky to have been in his presence. Grassroots innovation. He talked about the 4 teachers. The teacher within, the teacher around us, our peers, our panel, yourselves, the teacher that is the common man, and the teacher that is nature. There is nowhere on earth better than India to provide these teachers. We have more of these teachers, more of the nature, more of the peers around us, more of the common man, and we have actually the practices and the tradition of looking within too. And perhaps we'll hear about that. So I leave you with this suggestion. Arno Badra Kratava Yantu Vishvata. Bhavaniji can perhaps help me with my pronunciation afterwards. But this is that line from Mandala 1 of the first mandala of the Rig Veda, which says that good ideas should come from everywhere. And this morning, we are blessed to have good ideas coming from Indonesia and the Philippines and America via the education of Joyce. We've got the British perspective and the international perspective of Alison. We've got the American perspective and of Dr. Donoghue. And of course, we have India too. So I'm going to start with India and turn to Professor Mukherjee of Shiv Nada. You have done extraordinary work with Shiv Nada and you are embedded in communities, which gives you an enormous advantage on some of the things that we've talked about and the topic of this day.
Okay. So good morning. And again, I also want to start by thanking FICCI for convening this forum. I'm particularly delighted to see students. Yesterday, I spoke to many students. Today, I also see students again. And I want to tell you one thing, because I don't get a lot of opportunity to have students in industry in the same room. Yes, universities have to change the way they teach. They have to develop certain skills that are required for the fast evolving technologies, which we are not doing as well as we could. And we are working at that. But please do not believe anyone who tells you university education has no value. That higher education has no value. You're much better just taking a boot camp for 2 days somewhere and X person has earned X amount of money. Maybe. But the value, just picking up from what Nick said, the value of knowledge that is synthesized from multiple disciplines, from multiple perspectives, and reaches a multiple body of students. Now we believe that we learn from students as well. University is that forum. A school is that forum beginning a journey towards university. And that learning, or learning how to learn, is what we are trying to now learn also. There is no substitute for that. That is the most empowering tool you will ever have in your hand. And this is not knowledge of any kind, is not in opposition to technology, but it is just what will empower any of us to use technology better. So I just don't want you to buy into the negativity with which universities have to live every day. And as a vice chancellor, I'm sure other academic leaders feel the same, that we are constantly on the defensive, that we are not able to produce value for the world. And for that, we need students to stand up and show the value that is produced by universities every day, every minute. So I want to turn to my university a little bit. As many of you know, Shivnadar University was established by Mr. Shivnadar, who is one of the pioneer of the technological revolutions in India and is also one of the foremost philanthropists in Asia and I would say in the world. And he has established several institutions, all in education and art. And in education, it goes from childhood education to adult literacy and to older adults, particularly women. And our university is one part of that. And I can talk about many programs of, where we work with community, but that will take a lot of time. I just want to talk about the principles around which we organize our work. So one is that universities should not be islands of excellence. So Johns Hopkins, Mahe, when I was listening to them this morning, I believe Amrita, they all follow that principle that universities must connect to where they are located. So we are located in a place in Uttar Pradesh called Dadri, where traditionally the sustainable development goal outcomes are low. So we try to work with the community to improve those goals and outcomes. So first principles is we do not want to be an island of excellence. Second principle is that, again, Nick very much set the context for that, that knowledge is not linear. Universities do not produce knowledge and then apply it somewhere. Knowledge is always created by multiple actors, multiple experiences, and multiple viewpoints. So our Community Connect program is its aspiration is to co-create knowledge. So our students volunteer in our program, in those programs. Our faculty oversee the kind of research that is done from there, and we work with number of community partners and NGO partners who are from the region and from outside the region, basically to create the kind of knowledge and initiatives that we can create in order to change the sustainable development goal outcomes. So there are many examples I can give, but there are two which I will give just to show what is achieved. One is around women's health, where there are a lot of work that is done by women, which is mostly through our oral tradition. So a senior member of the community will tell a younger member that do this. You're showing signs of anemia. Do this. But those are not those are not structured. So we try to bring in the university's resources to somehow structure these kinds of knowledge. The second very important goal that we are pursuing is giving voice to the aspiration of young women. And one of the areas in which we are finding this is in the area of sports. So we have a program called Khelo Dadri. As many of you know that there are UN supported programs which take care which try to give expression to the transformative power of sports. And this is what we are seeing in young men and women, be it connecting to their livelihood opportunities where they want to join the police, the forces, or employment like that, or just become athletes. That is an aspiration of many people, just to find a forum to become athletes. So we try to provide that through the university also. But in terms of how do we do this, our we do not see this as a separate community development initiative of the university. This is part of our core research and education program, and we include it in our common core curriculum. We include it in some of our research, and we also some of the universities here might already have it, but a center for excellence around community research is what we would like to develop. So I could go on, but I would just like to say that the very idea that knowledge is produced by actors in multiple locations and multiple experiences, and universities have the responsibility and the opportunity to convene the forum where these come together, is
Thank
the
you.
principle with which we work.
Thank you so much, Professor Mukherjee. No university is an island. And in terms of the SDGs, Ms. Joyce Pohan is with us, Chief of Education at UNESCO here in India, but also you cover the region. Could you please take this out to the international level? India is not an island either.
Indeed, it isn't. And good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank FICCI for including UNESCO in this very important discussion. And Nick, thank you for your kind introduction. Sometimes I feel like a fried rice. I have been educated abroad. I am Indonesian, but I am living here in India and speaking obviously to also an audience who have many, many personalities and many, many communities inside yourselves. But to introduce UNESCO, we are an international organization, and we work together with different stakeholders to address global challenges. And increasingly in the education sphere, our focus has been on the impacts of the digital and the climate transformations. And of course, to address sustainability issues that affect people, planet, and prosperity. Some of the programs that we work on, particularly that relate to these issues, are the Global Citizenship Education Program, as well as the Education for Sustainable Development programs. And given the fact that we're talking here on higher education, I would like to just note a couple of the very important roles that's already been repeated by some of the earlier speakers on what higher education institutions can do to address these situations. Of course, one of the primary roles of higher education institutions is on research and on stimulating that learning you can learn anywhere and everywhere. And I have been writing notes already as speakers were presenting. Education is a lifelong activity, and it is more and more life-wide. You don't need to be in one particular situation, but of course, the criteria and the gravitas that comes from being in a higher education institution, applying to higher education, is different. And as our colleague from Shiv Nadar had said, please don't neglect the wealth of experiences and just the richness of connections that you will get from being in a higher education institution. Secondly, higher education institutions and universities also are very important in applying the whole institution approach, which means working together with those that, with researchers who think up of the solutions, with the communities who actually benefit from the solutions, as well as with government and policymakers who make the solutions sustainable. And that's exactly the role of the United Nations, including UNESCO, to work with governments to make sure that the political will is there, that the sustainability of actions and benefits continue. And not also to mention the fact that without the political will, all of the education solutions cannot necessarily translate into curriculums that can be implemented not only in tier 1 cities, but across all of countries, including India. And the last thing I wanted to also say is that higher education institutions serve as litmus tests and litmus labs for the youth leaders. Some of you are here today, and I hope that you will carry this message across, for you to experiment and engage in action and to see what works and what doesn't. Sometimes most of the times we concentrate on best practices, but sometimes worst practices and failures are also the best teachers. So you don't repeat it again, you don't waste resources, and you don't waste time, which is the most important thing. So coming together here, already I am a part of this very varied panel. We need to work together, and I think international organizations like mine, we have that convening power, and we work with UNESCO, with universities. We work with UNESCO chairs. Professor Bhavani is one of them, but we work with you and higher education institutions to achieve sustainability solutions. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you so much, Joyce. So the UN has set these enormous goals, very broad targets, the SDGs. We're now going to look at three in particular with our next speakers. We're going to talk first about health, and then we're going to talk about women's empowerment and then climate, as well as additional points related to those. Our next speaker is Professor Narayana Sabahit from Manipal. Now, you're the PVC responsible for S&T, and obviously with Manipal we associate especially with healthcare. Could you talk to us about how are you implementing SDGs into and integrating them into the curriculum, particularly with respect to healthcare?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nick. Good morning to everyone present here, esteemed panelists and distinguished guests and officials of FICCI organization. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be present here. As already mentioned by the previous speakers, universities, certainly, the big universities, they can't, the work in isolations. So obviously they need to work with the government, work with the industries. In fact, if you look at the SDGs, some of the SDGs, in fact, the universities can take up directly, like good health and well-being. SDG number 3 and SDG 4 is quality education. So obviously, universities and institutions should work towards, the quality education. If you look at the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, of course, one of the oldest educational institutions in the country. It's a multidisciplinary university. So when we started the medical college in 1953, we didn't have the hospitals. We proposed a public-private partnership model with the government, and we provided the institution support, and the government provided the hospitals. It is one of the oldest, I can say, the PPP model, and still it is working successfully. In fact, Niti Aayog officials came to understand this model, how it works, and they appreciated, and in fact they recommended to the government. This model really works well because if you look at the institutions alone cannot go for the medical college as well as the hospitals, because the resources available for the institutions are very limited. So in that aspect, the collaboration with the government, with collaboration with the industries are very much required. Now, we do the lot of community services in and around our district, a lot of awareness programs, and this has yielded one of the best districts in the country in terms of the health index. In fact, the infant mortality ratio, one of the lowest in the country, which is almost at par with some of the European countries. So that's how we did it. In fact, all these things, the awareness program, it is not just the faculties or the leaders. It is the students are involved in this. Students are involved. If I give one example, where the students have developed an app, this is what they call, to see that, the mother and child, the health, particularly when they're born. So how the colleges, medical colleges, medical hospitals, the connect with the parents and see that, their health is taken care. So the lot of involvement of the students, particularly in healthcare as well as in engineering, is happening in our campus. Some of the SDGs directly, we have taken up how to reduce the carbon footprint in the campus. Some initiatives I could tell, we are using the the electronic pads. Our students, we have about 25,000 students in the campus. Our students are not using any pen and paper examinations. So we are using the electronic pads for the last 4 years. We have almost estimated that, we have saved 2,000 trees by using, the electronic pads and avoiding the papers. And I appreciate that, here you can see the bottles, no plastic bottles. And similar thing is in our campus. We are not using any plastic bottles in the campus. And 80% of our fuel requirement for, the transport, we use the EV vehicles. No more, we are using the fuels. And almost new buildings, of course, all the buildings have the solar rooftop. We are using either the solar rooftop or also the old buildings which we have renovated with all the solar rooftops, which has contributed to the extent of 70% of our energy. We are using the green energy. Either you are resourcing from ourselves or we are buying, which is from again the solar energy.
Thank you.
So some of these initiatives we have done, and of course we have now in the curriculum development also to give a more awareness about SDGs. We have included that. Most of our research publications, about 44% of our research publications are related to the SDGs. So with this I stop here, but
Thank
then
you.
of course we can have more discussions even after the session also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Bhavani Rao from the wonderful Amrita University, please could you share something that's very unique to your institution, very special, which is the emphasis you put on compassion as a dimension of research, and also how your own work related to women's empowerment is implemented in your research and the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I come from a university that has like a very feminine energy. We have our chancellor who's Amma, and she's a woman, and a lot of the top management are actually women. So I think that's also part of the reason why we bring a very special dimension into the whole education sector, if I may say so myself. And so compassion-driven research is something that is something very unique about our university. Why compassion? We have like a North Star that Amma has given us. For example, first she says is there are two kinds of poverty. One is the lack of food, clothing, and shelter. And the second kind of poverty is the lack of love and compassion. And she says, if you deal with the second kind of poverty first, which is the lack of love and compassion, you automatically will deal with the first kind of poverty, which is the lack of food, clothing, and shelter. Because if you have love and compassion in your heart, you will automatically serve those who do not have your basic needs. So this is the first directive. Second is there are two kinds of education. One is education for a living, the kind that puts the food and clothes and shelter, right, the roof over your heads. And the second kind of education is that for living. This is the kind of education that awakens love and compassion within one's heart. So we have to make sure that we have an integrated form of education. So again, so the students who are having these two kind of educations will be able to awaken the love and compassion, and therefore they will be able to address the larger societal challenges. And how do we do it at the university? We have a mandated course. It's called the Live in Labs course. It is kind of similar to the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Of course, we started it many, many years before that. The Live in Labs basically mandates that every single faculty and student at Amrita spends time in villages addressing societal problems. So we send interdisciplinary teams of faculty and students to the villages. They spend an initial amount of time, like let's say 15 days, co-identify a problem, very important, like the madam from Shivnadar University was saying, you co-identify a problem with the community, you co-design solutions with them, and you come up with interdisciplinary solutions that are implemented in the village. That way. So we work in about 1,200 communities across the country, and and we send students out every year. And I work specifically on capacity building in rural communities with a specific emphasis on women's empowerment. So I work with about 250,000 women across 25 states in India. And the interesting thing about this model is that one, it of course helps awaken this empathy and compassion, because when you see people living under such dire circumstances and with far less resources than you and still managing a smile on their faces, it automatically awakens those seeds of love and compassion, not just in our students but also in our faculty. And then it transforms this overload of information actually into knowledge, because you're actually acting in the ground. And if you are really doing it in a collaborative way with the local communities, with that empathy and compassion, then it matures into wisdom. I think this is the most important component of what Live in Labs brings. And because of this, we won the Green Gown Awards this year, Live in Labs. Thanks for reminding me about that. And a lot of innovation comes with that, like the electoral story. So we actually are implementing solutions in the field. We are not just talking about it, not just publishing papers, but it's actually, so whether we're training women as environmental stewards, creating applications for them, teaching them, promoting women in STI. So there are multiple things that come in, and it's always a systems approach. We're working in providing 5,000 rural communities with drinking water, and to end, we have been able to influence policy at the global level, because we were the chair of the C20 last year in India, providing policy recommendations to the G20 countries in 5 different verticals, including gender equality. We have consistently topped the THE SDG rankings as the top university in India within the top 10, especially in education, health, gender equality, and water and sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely wonderful work that Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham does, and truly inspiring. Absolutely love everything you said at the roundtable a couple of days ago and today. Now, Alison Barrett, Director of the British Council, I've just learned this award, the Green Gown Award, was an award that the UK, through the British Council, offers. Well, it would be great if you could include something on that, because Alison now has the task of saving the planet by talking about the incredible work that the British Council does in terms of integrating curriculum, but also creating climate connections. And that is not just an initiative that Alison is delivering on the ground here in India, where she has spent 22 years. That's as long as Shah Jahan took to build the Taj Mahal. But also, it actually created that scheme back in London in the interim. Thank you.
My microphone is working. Oh, is it working? Ah, great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Really great to be here. Thank you very much to Vicky for inviting me here, but also British Council is very proud to be the international partner this year. So thanks very much for that. So yes, British Council, what do we have to do with climate change? It's a question that I get asked quite often. But I think that we have to think about the climate crisis in different ways. It's not actually a climate crisis. It's an educational crisis. It's a cultural crisis. It's a communications crisis. And I think if we think about it in those terms, then that helps us think about solutions differently. So I was asked by the British Council to come up with the British Council's response to COP26 in 2020. And rather than trying to design a new program that would come and go and, as programs do, I decided to try and create a platform, an international platform that would enable us to make all of the work that we do to support young people in their fight against the climate crisis, whether that's through building their knowledge, their skills, building their connections, building their opportunities, to create an international platform that would enable us to collaborate across our network of 100 countries around the world. And the reason why I did that is because the international collaboration, cooperation, is one of the most important drivers of helping produce those responsible citizens, those opportunities for influencing political change, that we need that will really make a difference in the climate crisis. So we did that in a number of different ways, but we also wanted to ensure that we placed culture and education and communication at the heart of discussions at COP26 itself. So for the very first time, we took a pavilion in the Blue Zone at COP26. For those of you who might know, that's where all of the countries and world leaders go to understand what countries are doing in their own contexts. And pleased that now we have an annual place at that conference, and we're really supporting young people through our Blue Zone platform to engage with policymakers at the event itself. So we did some research with LSE called The Big Conversation. You can Google it and look at it if you'd like to read about it. India was one of the target countries. But that research with LSE demonstrated that young people who have an international connection, international exposure, that they're more likely to make sacrifices that are for the good of their community, but also for the good of the global community. So we really embed everything international into everything that we do. We have to be thinking about skills and knowledge. We have to be thinking about behavior change. We also have to be thinking about values, as my colleague said from Amrita University. So just a couple of examples of things that we do. We're very lucky at the British Council, a bit like a university. We have the arts and culture, we have education, we have language all under one roof. So we're able to produce very interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary solutions and programs. So a couple of examples. We have a project called Climate Skills Building Communities, which runs across 6 countries globally. India is one of those countries. And through that program, we're working with higher education institutions to support them in building connections with their communities, but then creating a network so that those young people can work with communities in Vietnam or in Mexico or in Indonesia, where we have a similar program running. And so they can share learning and experiences and build their own understanding of what makes a difference. We have a program which is also about bringing creativity into solutions. One student told me in Edinburgh that if you want to reach out to young people, if you want to help young people understand what they can do to address the climate crisis, then do it through music, do it through literature, do it through stories. These are the ways that we can really connect with people on a human level. And so we've worked with some of the UK's best climate scientists, for example, Mark Maslin, who's from UCL, and with some of the UK's best film producers and some of the world's best musicians and animators. So animators from India, musicians from Indonesia, to create films like, for example, a film called 9 Earths. Again, you can Google it, it's free. And that is bringing some of those stories together across international communities to help really bring challenges that are faced by different communities, but also solutions that they're coming up with to life and to into the homes of many thousands of young people. I'll just finish by saying a little bit about a couple of other initiatives that the UK has that the British Council supports. One is called Race to Zero. Race to Zero is the UK's initiative to provide a platform for universities to learn from each other internationally so that they can make their campuses more carbon neutral. And there are 1,133 universities that are part of that Race to Zero, many universities from India, but I'd encourage you all to collaborate with that initiative. And the Green Gowns Award initiative, which awards universities internationally for their efforts to build climate sustainability into their curriculum, into their approaches with communities, or again, into making their campuses net zero. So lots and lots of ways that we support international collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alison. Brilliant. Okay, we are now going to turn to get an industry perspective, because obviously none of this would happen if it doesn't interact with the real world through the products and services and the jobs and the careers that are going on. So I'm going to turn to the first stage of that transition, which is human resource, talent acquisition, and Deepti Vij from Honeywell. Could you let us know, you are on Future Skills Groups, you work with FICCI on this as well, so you can give us quite a good perspective on how do we prepare for the jobs, the green skill jobs, and the mindset that's required when they graduate from our institutions?
Sure. Thank you, Nick. And thanks, FICCI, for having me. I think I'll probably start by quoting one phrase from a report. It's, I think, 1987. It's a Bertland report, and it says that, what is the definition of a sustainable development? And I think this phrase really stuck with me some time back. It says that development, I think, that meets the demands of current generation without compromising the needs of the future generation. And I think that's the core of sustainability. I've been associated with Honeywell for last 4 years, and again into talent acquisition. And Honeywell is a 100-year-old organization, and we do business in aviation, industrial automation, smart buildings, and energy sustainability. And essentially, Honeywell is actually at the forefront of building a better future, if I may say so, because let's say if I quote industrial automation, this particular business creates products that measure carbon emissions in factories, to smart buildings that are better for kind of thriving, to energy sustainability solutions, and maybe sustainable fuels for aviation. Every year, we invest in our university relations, and I'm happy to be sharing stage with some of them today. And we induct interns to the tune of 300 odd, and we train them for 6 months, and then we, kind of convert and kind of have them as formal FTE employees. Now, when we do that, there is an inherent, I would not call it gap, but I think the way we've been studying and to the fact that over the last 20 years, there's a whole lot that has happened on a digital footprint side, on geopolitical interventions and changes, and the talent demographics that has changed so quickly. Now, in order to kind of assimilate all of this, it's not an easy task, not for corporates, not for universities out here. And I think there needs to be a strong industry academia collaboration. And when I say strong industry academia collaboration, it has to go a little bit deep. So for example, I know not only Honeywell, but a whole lot of other organizations have designated MOUs with the universities. You have labs with the universities. But all of that needs, I think it's very surface level. It needs to actually go really down. It can't be, okay, someone's called in for a guest lecture and then no, it has to be at a very deeper level. I think that's something that I hope we are able to achieve in the coming years, to be able to sustain development, which is for the future and not really for the current generation. The second bit that, me and some of my peers and colleagues feel the gap is that the digital disruption really led to a couple of behavioral transcends also. So when we have Gen Zs and some of the younger generation joining us, I think what we also see is slight discomfort to operate in ambiguity. And that's, I don't know how to put that, right? It's not a soft skill for sure, so I don't want to call it a soft skill. But how do we, in the curriculum, enable the students to deal with ambiguity, because it will be ambiguous. We will have geopolitical differences. There's news everywhere. How do you deal with that? And then it flows down to your KPIs, down to your work, right? So how do you deal with that? So I think that's one ask that, if I may use this forum with my university colleagues. And the other bit, is how do you increase the focus of students? With so much of Instagram and other things, wherein it's like a couple of seconds reel and you move on to the next. And I'm sorry, but I am, I think I have to get it out of my system. I'm witnessing the crowd, and I still saw some people on their phones. So, so how to increase focus? I think these two really are not soft skills, and that's something that we really hope the universities to instill in students, that these are important life skills, right? And how do you ensure that students who are coming out year after year have a capability to deal with it, have a capability to have better self-control and self-discipline?
Thank you.
Yeah. So I hope that serves answers your question a little
Yes,
bit.
absolutely. And our experience with students from around the world is the same. So the Western students have got a lot of mental health challenges that are far greater than they had a few years ago. And also this ability to deal with ambiguity, we see that in our workforce too. Right. Thank you. Pradeep, let's turn to your experience with Airtel Payments Bank in terms of financial inclusion and in terms of the fact that universities have a role to get ahead of these emerging technologies, both in terms of their research as well as the skills gaps and the fact that they can influence policies and regulations too.
Thank you, Nick. I'm not sure. I'll try to be loud. It is? Yeah? Okay. 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 Thank you very much. That's very helpful from both sides.
Advantage of having women around.
Yeah. Yeah, very supportive. Inclusion. So I think we touched upon governance, and we touched upon ambiguity in the real world. And one thing that we have witnessed in last few years, and which is going to remain like that, is the pace at which the changes are going to come in the real world. We've all experienced in the recent past that the number of users who are using financial technology, not just financial technology, but technology per se, has multiplied multifold. So what does it mean? A particular user, let's say sitting in tier 3, tier 4 village, experiencing financial technology, making payments through digital means, would mean that the organizations who are offering that technology or making that technology available to those individuals need to be a lot more responsible in terms of designing the products, designing the processes which need to be comprehended by the users, thinking them in the center of it. Now think about it. I mean, if we baseline ourselves at regulations and say, look, my regulations require me. I'm trying to use an example which I think most of us would be able to relate. If let's say we designed a product which says, okay, you want to make a payment, do two-factor authentication. Your MPIN, your OTP. Think about a villager who is sitting in tier 5, tier 6 city. They have received a call and said, okay, look, I'm calling from your KYC department or I'm calling from your ration shop. You will receive an OTP against which we will issue a vouchers, and for that voucher, you'll be able to encash your ration. The poor guy shares his MPIN or OTP. Now, if the choice of two-factor authentication given by is left or is being decided by the organizations differently, what would mean a responsible deployment of technology and furthering a sustainable growth for the organization is to embed the trust through what are the means that you're adopting. For example, when I'm serving a customer who is tier 1 city or tier 5 city, I would draw my operations very differently. I would say, look, even if the user compromises their OTP, is there a way I can protect them from being compromised? How do I do that? Can I add one more layer of security by trusting the device that they're using? So even if I compromise my OTP and I know that this particular transaction is not initiating from the device I know or where the customer is registered, I should decline the transaction. Or where I know that customer is actually doing a transaction which is an e-commerce transaction. The guy has been with me for last 5 years, have never done the e-commerce transaction on Amazon platform. Do I need to be careful about it? Do I ring an IVR call to the customer to say, look, is it really you who's initiating the transaction? Or for example, I'm actually looking at a particular user operating at a very odd hour. Can I ring up my system to say, look, this looks suspicious? A suspicious pattern of the transactions, can that be predicted for a particular user, leveraging the technology that we are having? So what we can then think of in those lines is that governance is no longer only an oversight. It is rather a foresight. And unless we design ourselves or design our organizations to deal with the evolving challenges, I think the governance would fail it for themselves. I'll just complete my conversation with one simple real life experience on the skill gaps. We have created a lot of subject matters in silos. For example, we have a specialized CFO. We have a very specialized CISO who looks into technology risk. But I think there is a need to bridge gap between these skills. In the real life, it doesn't work that way. A CISO has to understand what is my ROE, what is my cost of capital, because I want to prioritize the vulnerabilities that I want to tackle. So I'll end with that. Back to you, Nick.
Thank you so much, Pradeep. Thank you. Right. Now, Dr. Donahue, you have the enormous honor and challenge to bring this together with the wonderful work that you're doing to nurture responsible citizens. And I would love you to highlight the importance that you place at Johns Hopkins, and particularly with your work, on sharing between institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we started out by talking, am I the last one? I am, okay. So we started out by talking about really the role of the institution, the mission of the institutions and how it's evolved. The first mission was to create teachers, to go out into the world and to share knowledge. Then we moved to the research institution, and Johns Hopkins has the distinction of being the first R1 institution in the United States. And with that goal, it was to infuse research into the curriculum. And so then we turned to the third mission, and I think Stanford and MIT might be responsible for talking about this first in the 80s. And they talked about this idea of technology transfer, right? The idea that universities had this responsibility to meet society's challenges in an entrepreneurial spirit, as an entrepreneurial role that also included this idea of transfer of technology. And today, where are we with institutions? Well, as it was brought up before, we're now in the transformative model of institutions of higher education. And so what does that mean? That means that we have a duty to civil society. Right? Institutions of higher education have a role to play, but they also have a duty to civil society to transform the world and to provide what we know today to be a sustainable, transformative model of higher education. And so that's a big thing, right? Sustainable, transformative model of higher education. It sounds really good, too. So really, what does that mean? And that means at the university level, there must be a shared commitment across the institution to develop in a way to break down silos, as was mentioned before, but to develop and to have an interdisciplinary approach. The problems we have today are so complex. We can no longer deal with them in silos. Right? We can't have the physics department addressing climate change, and we can't have, the biology department addressing climate change, or the material science department. We have to bring them all together. We have to bring them all together to address complex problems that really require complex solutions. And so at Johns Hopkins University, some of you may have heard of the Applied Physics Lab. Well, the Applied Physics Lab is addressing issues presented by climate change, such as the Arctic Circle, what's happening up there in terms of the very delicate ecosystem and what impact that will have on the rest of the world. So institutions not only must work together within their silos, cross-disciplinary work, but then also have a global perspective on their work, because what happens up north is going to impact what happens down south. So we've really taken this approach of sharing knowledge within the institution, but we also need to share the knowledge with other institutions. We can't just harbor the knowledge for our own self and produce papers. We must also go out and work with other institutions. And we have the Gupta-Klinsky Institute at Johns Hopkins University, which is working here in India. It's working with ITT schools and a number of India institutes on really a wider range of disciplines that include climate change, health, non-communicable diseases, health data research. And so what we are trying to do is reach out, because what happens around the world, what happens in India, is also going to impact us in the United States, right? We are on a global stage and we have complex problems. We need to work together to get these solutions. For me, the most important thing is recognizing that the role of the Sustainable Transformative University. Under this model, we must produce students who are responsible citizens in a civil society. That must be our number one goal. And I say that because how do we do that? Kind of like the work the British Council is doing, it's really important to infuse these principles into the curriculum. Sustainability, climate change, energy policy. How can we address these in our curriculum? We have some programs that are now specifically designed to do that. But what is really important for the transformative university that's producing model citizens to understand is that one of the big, I wouldn't want to say failures, but one of the big complaints about institutions is that we are doing exactly today what we did 100 years ago. And that the threats to the universities today aren't micro-credentials or prior learning experience or ChatGPT, ChatGPT. We all learn to live with Wikipedia in our institutions. We'll learn to live with ChatGPT. The biggest threat is that we continue to do the same things the same way, right? And we need to break out of that model. The transformative university really looks at the intersection of industry and its disciplines and says, these are the emerging trends. This is what our students will need to know in the future to be responsible citizens. And so that's really the kinds of work I think that will help us, new degrees in earth and planetary sciences, living labs, establishing living learning labs at your institutions so students can do applied research. All these things, environmental engineering. But what we do know is that what we're learning today, we used to say 10 years will be obsolete, maybe in 3 years, right? So it is that continual change that must happen in the transformative university. So it took really a long time for us to move from that model of the entrepreneurial institution, right? It took us a long time to move from just an R1 to this idea of an engine of economic development as an institution. I think climate change will take us, addressing the issues, the global issues before us will take us a significant amount of time, but I think we need to always be looking towards the future, how to do things in the future, not that this has worked for 100 years, but what will work in the next 100 years. So thank you, and I really appreciate being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much to our wonderful panel. Is there any point that you wish you'd made that I didn't give you a chance to because I moved things along? Everyone okay? Rakesh, we have a question. We can do a question? Okay, so does anybody have a question for the panel? Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi
Brief
everyone.
question, please.
I work with the Government of India and I have a particular question to Miss Veronica, Miss Allison and Miss Joyce, that they all are doing great work for climate change and creating more activities from the education sector. Still, there's a lot of gap in reaching the rural areas and tier 2, tier 3 schools and education institutes. How can the government agencies help and collaborate with you in reaching out to more younger leaders and creating more awareness about climate change and the green globe which we are wanting?
Very good. Thank
Because that is the only way we have to save the future in hands. And I hope all three of you understand the importance of the same. Thanks a lot.
Alison.
I'd just say very briefly that the university has a really key role to play here, because it's through a university acting as a hub that we can engage communities in and around universities. So one of the programs that I just mentioned is doing exactly that. It's also thinking about digital means and how we can reach out to communities through interesting ways, through apps, through mobile technology, but also ensuring that young people are at the centre of our programmes in terms of design. So we have a youth advisory committee, for example, that's made up of young people from rural communities, but very happy to chat about other solutions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge, but again, it's, it's that knowledge sharing and that interdisciplinary approach, a very inclusive approach that doesn't just focus on cities, but also focuses on rural areas. That's so important in higher education, in higher education today.
Thank you. Joyce?
Thank you for the question, because last year we actually made a report. UNESCO worked with the Center for Environment Education on the status of climate change education around India, and we worked with the Ministry of Education as well as Environment, etc. Yes, there are very many small scale and perhaps not connected initiatives around India. And that's the reason why we are trying with what's called Global Education Partnership also to encourage not only the government policymakers as well as community leaders, but communication is important through radio, through channels of university students.
Thank you, Joyce.
Yeah,
Oh, we have okay, now suddenly you've all got your hands up. Okay, right. We're going to very, very quickly take a couple of questions and see what emerges. The lady in white, please. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This question is to any of the panelists because I value your insights and collective wisdom. The question is on transitioning to sustainability. Since the question is a tad long, I'm going to read it out. We all agree that universities have a unique position in the ongoing shift towards sustainability, both as a thought leader and as an operational entities. But as institutions that are hubs of innovation and research and community influence, how can universities not only implement sustainable initiative on their own campuses, but also serve as a living models that inspire and influence other sectors such as businesses, governments, and local communities as well?
Professor Mukherjee, would you mind commenting on this? Thank you.
So I think I heard both from actually from all my university colleagues about this living lab concept.
Yes.
So we have the same, and for example, in our undergraduate business management program, there is a compulsory internship, which is called the social sector internship, which serves businesses, communities around SDG goals or sustainability goals. And through that, the students make the contact with particular kinds of businesses, which may be local, which may be bigger, which may be engineering firms like Honeywell was discussing. But the idea is to serve around an SDG focused area. And so that creates the first thing. And similarly, in engineering, we are going through, as also you heard, substantive curriculum overhaul, where every course, the engineering school is thinking of every course will have a sustainability component. We already have a common core curriculum which has compulsory course for every student on sustainability, and in India that is also required. So there are all of these things. Where we might work more to create the connect is with businesses directly around sustainability issues. But the knowledge creation is happening more and more at the curriculum level. The next step probably is where we need to close the gap.
Oh, thank you. Okay, lady in the front and gentleman there, those three. Thank you. You first, please.
So, what I understand that, when you hire a trainee, you take at least 6 months to train them and then you deploy them. So, what is that challenges which an organization faces, especially in these 6 months, because of course, to some extent, the harsh reality is what they learn in university and the implementation doesn't go hand in hand. So my question to you is what is that major challenge you faced, you and your team faces, especially in these 6 months while you're training these interns?
Yeah, I think I did touch upon it, when I spoke. The challenges, as I said, and I think Professor from Johns Hopkins also said, we've been doing something for a very long time. We haven't relooked at it. So a curriculum overhaul, and I'm not saying that only universities should do it by themselves, but industry, academia, collaborated curriculum overhaul is required to reduce those 6 months to maybe, I don't know, day zero in a couple of years. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepti. A gentleman.
Yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Royce from QS. So I have just one question to the panelists. So when we talk about industry academy interaction and collaboration, what we have heard from yesterday and also today, what are the core sustainable skills that an individual should have to get employed in this current generation? So as we know that every organization has different roles, different KPIs. So what could be those skills that are like 3-4 main skills that like every individual should have, irrespective of where they're joining or which stream they are in?
Love and compassion. Let's start with that. But I'll turn to Deepti and.
Yeah. So I also want us to maybe look at sustainability not beyond, what we've spoken in the CSR terms, right? So I'll give you an example. We speak about sustainability and we say, hey, reduce your travel, right? Okay, great way. Yes, we should reduce travel. We should reduce wastage. But can we think about biodegradable fuels? So how will we do that? So the sustainability skill for that is innovation, right? We want our students to be thinking differently every day. And I don't know, I'm not the expert in that. Maybe people in the education sector do that well. So do not think of sustainability, okay, switching off lights, reducing travel. Yes, we must do that. But how do I enable someone to travel in a sustainable manner? Can I have a biodegradable fuel? Can I have a oil-based, like a mustard seed oil-based fuel or something like that? Similarly, when we talk about solar, we need to talk, and I'll give you a very small example again of solar, right? So we have a lot of villages and tier 2 and tier 3 towns who are going all solar. Do we have technicians for the maintenance of solar, right? So we really have to think on, CSR, encapsulating beyond CSR into engineering and innovation. Should we have something like a engineering in sustainability? I don't know. I think we don't have a stream that is, we have computer science, we have mechanical, we have civil, we have chemical. These are the same that my dads grew up listening. These are the same that I saw. But now I think, should we have sustainability engineering? Something like that. So
thank you so much.
Please, Professor Rao. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm going to play the devil's advocate. Have you heard of the Jevons paradox? Okay, it is that if you have a technology that actually increases efficiency, it's most likely that you will end up actually consuming a lot more than you originally even did. Same thing with electricity, same thing with the steam engine. And there's a whole bunch of examples for that. I think that the most important SDG is SDG number 12. Sustainable consumption, responsible consumption and production. If you have this as a value within you, you look at every SDG with that lens. And no matter whether you're talking about technology, whether you're not talking about just any single approach, I think that becomes like a value SDG almost, and then it can actually define, and that is true sustainability, because if you do not put a limit somewhere on your consumption, there's no way we're ever going to be sustainable. It is very important to differentiate between needs and wants. This is coming back to some very, very old conversations, but there is, if you look at the entire conversation, we keep coming back to it. There must be a reason, and we have to focus on it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The word is Francisco. No. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. So let me close in the final minute. The word university does not mean the same as the word Vishwavidyalaya or Vishwavidyapeetham. It is a common mistake to think that they're mutually translated. The word university originates from a group of students in Bologna that wanted to get together as a union and be seen as one, as a community, a single community against the town who were trying to increase their rents and against the teachers who were trying to charge them higher fees. The idea of a university written by Newman in the 19th century obviously expanded that concept. But in the 1960s, we had something which approached what Dr. Donoghue was describing as where we need to move away from, and that was the concept of the multiversity, which Clark Kerr wrote in the University of California, Berkeley. In the 21st century, we don't need a multiversity, multidisciplinary, multinational. We need an interversity, intercultural, international, interdisciplinary. And there is no better place in the world to do this than here in India. So you're all very lucky to be working at Vishwavidyalaya.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Vicky.
And may I
Thank you, panel.
request a panel to kindly come together for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, I would like to announce about the feedback forms. You can kindly scan the QR code outside on the standees and please give your feedback to us. Your feedback is really, really valuable to us in improving our performance in the upcoming events. And ladies and gentlemen, as we close this session, unofficially, I would like to say is that our moderator, Mr. Nick Booker, posts some very interesting content on Instagram about the Indian culture. I think everybody should follow him there. He hasn't asked me to say that. This is from my own personal experience. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Please join us for for tea served outside, and we will begin the next session at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
कल से बात करेंगे
Bye-bye. It's just, I will see if I can get our university to join. You already in your thing, I'm not quite sure. Okay.
What's the name of your international?
Manisha?
No.
Silvi? Okay. Okay, nice meeting you. Nice.
Some project. But we get in touch.
Sure. Hello. In the curriculum department. Very nice. Very nice. I'm sorry, I'm out of cards, but I will definitely have connection with you. You're in Bangalore, sir. Bangalore, you're from Sure.
So I'm based in Bangalore.
So obviously that's amazing. That actually comes from researchers but it's not for more. Yeah, so no, we have some examples without where industry produces challenge for engineers, waves have industry forcing development where is the office so like support.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly be seated. We are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next panel discussion session, co-creating a competitive and collaborative higher education ecosystem through industry-academia engagement. I would request everyone to kindly be seated, please. I would request everybody once again to be seated. As I invite on stage our distinguished moderator for this session, Dr. Ramakrishnan Raman, Vice Chancellor, Symbiosis International University. May I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Ramakrishnan Raman. Inviting our eminent speakers, Professor Ravindra Kumar Sinha, Vice Chancellor, Gautam Buddha University. Warm welcome to you, sir. Inviting Mr. Salavadi Ishwaran, Academic Dean, Biocon Academy. Warm welcome, sir. Inviting Dr. Devashish Rath, Professor of Practice, Aditya School of Business Management, and Dr. Rachna Chaturvedi, Director Research and Project, Rabindranath Tagore University. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next exciting session of the day. We now turn our attention to a critical area for the future of higher education and innovation, the relationship between academia and industry. And the theme for this panel discussion is co-creating a competitive and collaborative higher education ecosystem through industry-academia engagement. We are honored to have a distinguished panel of experts, both from academia and industry, who will share their insights on how to foster a more collaborative and competitive higher education system. We have on the panel with us Professor Ravindra Kumar Sinha, Vice Chancellor, Gautam Buddha University, who is an esteemed academic leader and environmental scientist with a strong background in higher education and administration, and has been instrumental in providing interdisciplinary learning and research excellence. Mr. Salavadi Ishwaran, Academic Dean, Biocon Academy, plays a key role in shaping the future of professionals in the biotechnology sector, and with a deep understanding of both industry needs and academic rigor, Mr. Ishwaran has been pivotal in designing industry-relevant programs that equip students with the practical skills and knowledge. We have with us Dr. Devashish Rath, Professor of Practice, Aditya School of Business Management, who is an experienced academic and industry professional with extensive expertise in business education and corporate training. Dr. Rachna Chaturvedi, Director Research and Project, Rabindranath Tagore University, is also an accomplished academic and researcher. Her work emphasizes the importance of integrating research into academic programs, and she is dedicated to fostering a culture of innovation and inquiry. Together, the panelists bring a wealth of experience in fostering meaningful collaborations between academia and industry. And with us today to moderate this important discussions, we are privileged to have Dr. Ramakrishnan Raman, Vice Chancellor, Symbiosis International University, who is a visionary academic administrator and is known for his strong emphasis on research and internationalization. Dr. Raman has been a driving force behind numerous initiatives that bridge the gap between academia and industry. His leadership has contributed to positioning Symbiosis as a global hub for education and skill development. And with those words, I hand over to you, sir, to carry forward the proceedings of the session. And I would like to request you if you could kindly conclude in 50 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome to this panel discussion. We have got esteemed members on this panel, and the theme is co-creating competitive and collaborative higher education ecosystem through industry academia engagement. This aspect about the industry academia engagement, and the gap between industry and academia has been there for more than at least 1.5, 2 decades. Always the industry says that the academia doesn't produce talent that can hit the ground running from day one. There are complaints that come in telling that you don't get the real skill set from the students, be it engineering, management, or any other stream. But on the other end, we still are able to go and get very good students joining the corporate and creating great products and services. That's also happening on one end. So that being the case, this becomes all the more relevant of co-creating a competitive and collaborative higher education ecosystem. The reason is with all that's changing right now, you got the government focusing on making the country as a destination for not only students from India but students from outside India as well. So many a time the higher management is looking at how can I showcase the institution as something which is really good by showcasing that, look, we got impressive ranking, be it the global ranking. So one end, the management is looking at getting impressive ranking in be it the global ranking, be it the QS or THE or the NIRF. So the focus is about getting best of the ranks, for which we should have best focus on research and of course the other aspects as well. The students are always bothered about getting best jobs. The focus of students is about getting the best offers, package, profile, prospects. That defines the piece for students when they look at best universities that they opt to join. So if you look at the corporate want the best talent, but the gap still exists. So this is something which is interesting when we are talking about co-creating a competitive but at the same time a collaborative higher education ecosystem, which can ensure that this gap can possibly be reduced, right? So let me go ahead with a set of questions which I'll open up to the panel members, and other members can add on to the answers, and then we'll go in this fashion and try to close in the next 50 to 55 minutes. We are talking about partnership and communication to start with, right? So my first question that I open to the panel is, what are the most effective ways to establish and sustain a robust partnership between a university and an industry? For example, a university leader and an industry leader, are there effective ways to establish and sustain a robust partnership? I throw this question open to Mr. Devashish Rath. He's from the industry and has recently joined academia. And I would like your views on this particular question. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Raman. And I don't know whether this is working.
It's working.
It's working?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's very interesting to come to this forum, and I thank FICCI for organizing this. There have been two types of engagement between industry and the academia. The first is at the macro level, and the other is, which is largely ignored, is at the macro level. The macro level engagement has been at the level of placements, internships, guest lectures. But that's about it. And we heard in the morning panel, Madam Dipti Viz talking about that. She used a very interesting word. They are the engagement at the surface level. The other engagement, which is at the micro level, is, or ideally should be, more about a more immersive engagement. And I will give some examples. For instance, when a faculty is delivering a course curriculum, can someone from his or her network from the industry be closely associated in bringing in the practical aspects of the application of the theory or the concept the faculty is teaching to the students? That is not happening. What is happening is a BOS. And I have been, when I was in the industry for 32 years, I've been part of quite a few BOS, and it's actually a jungle. In one of the, I will not take the name, in one of the very renowned institutes, there are 12 of us. And the industry people were more interested in sharing what they know rather than in really determining what is relevant for the students to learn. And that is what may be an example of surface level. But if at the course level, the individual faculty is teaching a particular theory and And yesterday, we heard so much about technology and the enablement of technology in the academia. He can call someone for half an hour before the session ends on a Teams meeting or a Zoom meeting or a Skype and let the person brief to the class how the application of that theory or the concept is happening. That is one area of micro engagement of the industry and the academia. The second example could be in terms of, industry always faces teething problems. In one region, one zone, the sales is not happening. It has been constantly dropping. And industry, in its rush for speed and deliverable, they do a jugadu work. They change the manager. The journal head is changed. The problem remains. The new journal head, he has his on a honeymoon period for 6 months, and now in the 9th month they say the sales hasn't gone up. So who will do the in-depth research? Industry doesn't have time. Here is where another micro level of engagement can happen, where the faculty members can come in and do some in-depth research, quickly turn around, give insights rather than a document. This will really help the industry a lot in terms of going to the root cause of the problem. And in that micro engagement, if the academia can become a strong competitor for all the big consulting firms, it is a win-win situation. Industry will save a lot of money and academia will have much more engagement. I stop here, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. I think you're talking about macro level engagement, application of practice into the classroom, getting industry leaders into the classroom. There are universities which are doing it, but I do not know if it is being done by everybody, because you talk to any B school, any engineering institution, any university, they got a laundry list of things which they say we do this as well. Yeah, we get industry experts into the classroom. Yeah, the engagement is happening. I mean, there is not one institution or one university which says we don't do this. But you go back to the industry, they say we don't get the industry ready talent. Always this is a complaint that comes up. The other thing, as far as bringing in academics into the industry experts, the sad story that exists today is that possibly 1 dozen or 2 dozen institutions are there where the academic leaders are represented in the board of the corporate. But it doesn't happen across all institutions. Absolutely. Why? The reason is they really do not have the faith that these people from the academia are going to add value to me. And that's the fundamental reason. If you take possibly in the US or Japan, almost every university has got at least 2 dozen people who are there representing the university in the boards of the corporate. Why doesn't it happen here in India? It's a vicious circle. It doesn't start there. It starts much younger. If you ask, I think there are students here, how many of them want to really enter academia? If you go into any engineering institution or a management institution, ask the same question, less than 1% will put their hands up, telling I want to get into academics. The reality is that. Why? We do not know. Let us not get into those reasons, but the fact is this. So if you do not have the best of the talent entering academia, how will the corporate look at academia when it comes to involving them in their board decisions or going and giving the inputs that is needed? So for this to happen, there are a few B schools and engineering institutions which also take up a lot of consulting work, but that is limited to a set of possibly a dozen or 2. But there are thousands of institutions in this country where this engagement doesn't happen. Why? Again, grassroots level, the problem is, do you have talented people entering these institutions? Once that happens, according to me, I think both way, it'll be really a possibility that a stronger engagement can happen. I would like other people, if they want to add to this same question, if any.
Yeah, I would like to.
Please, sir.
Thank you very much for setting that stage on the academia participating in the industry's goals. I think if we have a sector level common goals, for example, if I'll take biotechnology as a sector because I belong to that. So if a country has a common goal, for example, if biotechnology as a sector has a common goal, where there is a clear participation between academia and industry, then the leaders have a reason to have a sustainable conversation. Because if the sector is having a separate goal, industry has a separate goal, academia has a separate goal. In that way, there is no need or there is no there is no compulsion, that there has to be an ongoing conversation between the academia and the industry. Whereas if there is a common goal where there is a participation of academia and industry to contribute to achieve these common goals, sector level goals particularly, then probably there will be a sustainable conversation, particularly among the leaders, because this is more of a top driven one. So if the leader thinks this is very important, then the industry thinks it is very important. So that's what I wanted to add to your point.
Absolutely, I think that's true, but many a time the common goal identification also becomes a challenge. For the corporate, the goal is the next quarter numbers, and for the academia is that next admissions and the placements. So there is a gap there, but I completely agree, if the common goals are identified and set and driven, that will help in better collaboration. You'll have to press once and leave, madam. Leave it. Yeah, now you can speak.
Okay. Dr. Raman, it doesn't make a difference. My voice is pretty loud. So, Dr. Raman, thanks for setting the stage. As far as the industry and academic collaboration is concerned, we have come up with a model which is known as NEP LEAP model. Now, NEP LEAP model basically talks about how we can inculcate the academia through the industry. Now, we know that new national education policy faces numerous challenges while aligning the education and the employability aspect. Currently, as far as the statistics is concerned, about 30% of the institutions are only NEP aligned, first thing. I have the statistics with me. 2.3% of the workforce possess formal vocational skills only, and only 42% of the graduates are considered employable. Now, this situation is very challenging. So we have come up with a solution for that. The solution is that we have developed a model which adopts a low-cost, high-reach model to make quality education accessible to all, and with the help of the industry, which is known as NEP LEAP model. And the LEAP full form is Learning and Employability Acceleration Partnership. It's a phygital model. Physical combination of classes plus the virtual one, which with personalized guidance through our universities or ISEC centers. So the components of basically NEP LEAP model is that with the help of our LMS platform, ISEC Learn, the 4 components are there which we give to the students. First is the skill enhancement. Now, this skill enhancement courses like basic computing skills, financial literacy skills, yoga, basically addressing the holistic development of the students. Okay, thank you. Then
No, it's not.
it's not working. So then comes the industry internships, where we are providing the hands-on experience, industry exposure for bridging this.
It's on.
For bridging this gap. The other one is the specialized programs like digital marketing, social media, Python for data sciences. And apart from that, the last component of NEP LEAP is industry certification. So collaboration with the Microsoft, NASSCOM, NSDC, they provide certificates that boost the employability. Now, combining these 4 components of NEP LEAP definitely gives a boost to the students to acquire those vocational skills. Now, apart from this, we have signed an MOU with the Bhoj University and 100 odd colleges, extending our educational, you can say, services to the rural, district and block levels also, especially in the tribal areas of the country, because we have a presence in Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Jharkhand. And our faculties are teaching all these modules or courses in Hindi language. So we are basically connecting ourselves with the rural and tribal population of the country that way. So this is how we are bringing the industry, academia, and together at a grassroots level. So this was my take.
Great. Yeah, you're talking about basically skill enhancement courses to ensure that the students get the skill
Yes.
and they become employable. So that the
Yes.
problem or the data point where you shared about low employability is kind of
Yes,
solved.
it can be solved.
Great. So my next question is to Professor Sinha. One end we are talking about employable graduates, right? And we keep getting this again, repeating that we don't get employable graduates who can hit the ground running from day one. We have to train them. There is a lot of money that gets into training these employable graduates who can become employable. So how can universities ensure that their programs are aligned with the evolving needs of the job market? The reason I say evolving needs, what were the needs about 1.5 years back is not the needs that's going to be there possibly in another couple of years. The needs are changing. With the advent of AI and Gen AI coming into picture, there are several other needs that is expected from the students who graduate, right? So that being the case, it is not verbatim stated, but this is expected from anyone who's graduating possibly 6 months from now. So the question to you is, sir, how can universities ensure that their program are aligned with the evolving needs of the job markets? Your thoughts, please.
Okay. So what I believe that your question is that how the academic institutions fulfill the need and the requirement of the industry in terms of when the student pass out, they should be employable in the industry.
Yes.
Let me tell you, this gap we have been talking since last so many years, and gap will always exist. Gap will exist because invention is being done, research is being done, new knowledge is created. So there will be always a gap there. Existing a gap and identifying its gap is there is a part of where to get a solutions, unless you realize that there is a problem. So this is one part. But what I believe from the academic point of view, there is something called domain knowledge. Academic institutions should not compromise that. Basic domain knowledge has to be given to the students. Like if you are giving a BTech in electrical engineering or AMA in a political science, whatever training you give for the students with the interest of the industry or a group of industry, it is not the purpose of the academic institution. What degree you are giving, he should have some minimum common knowledge in that field. We call that as a compulsory disciplinary courses. You can't do that. I mean, if a person has a basic education, he can adopt any new technology if he is serious in his own ways. So in my opinion, basic domain knowledge we should not compromise. Academic institution at any cost, if you are giving a degree, the education has to be given. Then comes the employability. Yes, add-on courses and all they are doing, then it will be employable. Again, industry has also not one goal. Each sector has a different requirement, isn't it? So how to produce the requirement for the from the academic institution, this expectation from the industry is also not an appropriate one. It is there if your industry has to invest money into the education. Okay, has to invest money into education, not only in education, but in a research level also. We have a good giant of industries. They have also opened the academic institution, but still they are not sought after the institution in this country only. We always, if comes the engineering, we go to particular, I am not naming the name, I am also an alumni of those institutions. So the students will offer that. Who has a start like a Dhirubhai Ambani institutions have been opened in education. There is no dearth of the money. But research, investment has not been done. So if you are not doing an investment in education sector and in a research, and then expecting that you will not be getting a trained graduates for your industry, this expectation itself is wrong. You have to, like say, suppose if you want to be an AI trained person for your industry, ask the educational institution to develop a course requirement of your industries. Many institutions will be coming up and you will be getting a ready employable graduates. So gap is always there. And one thing what you have asked the previous question, mutual expertise sharing is one way of reducing the gap. Like whatever the industry is doing, like somebody has told the industry does not have a time. I will say educational institution also does not have a time. We have to take examination, declare the result, deliver the course curriculum in the same period of the time. So this time in industry has to give a time to not only to the students but to the training, with in terms of the investment in terms of the money also. I'm asking any industry representative, if you want a trained manpower in a particular discipline, give me value of the requirement of that for the lab, we will train it. Indian educationists are not below standards of any of the world. आप किसी फील्ड का हमें दीजिए, हम ट्रेंड करके आपको इंडस्ट्री के लिए दे देंगे.
Great. Thank you for those inputs. Domain knowledge being important, and industry has to invest. I think that is key. Asking the question about how universities to ensure that their programs are aligned with the evolving needs of the job market. I think industry has got a greater role to play to ensure that they are going to work with the universities to set up those labs which are needed. I'll give a classic example of what happens in my own university, where Bajaj has set up its state-of-the-art lab, possibly not available in many parts of this, in many universities in the world, where the trained manpower gets created for their supply chain, and they're doing it beautifully by investing their CSR fund, which they anyway have to spend. So they have invested heavily on spending about 30 CR, creating the state-of-the-art lab, which none of the engineering institutions have. While the engineering institutions go and teach the domain knowledge, which is of course important, along with that, the students get trained in these labs so that they are ready. In fact, employable is the next thing. There is a beeline queue of they being employed. There is a beeline queue of corporates fighting for them, because they are already trained in IoT. They are already trained in smart manufacturing, and they have already experienced that in that lab itself. So this becomes the need when you talk about industry has to invest, which you have told is the right thing to do. Possibly the same vendors who are supplying the materials for their assembly line is setting up this lab. So the students are not just going and looking at it as an industry visit and coming back, but actually are getting trained. Going one step further, the industry also takes the responsibility of training the teachers who are going to train the students. This train the trainer kind of program, which will again go and be obsolete in another 3 years. Why? Because the change will happen. Again, there is an investment that is needed. So are educational institutions equipped to go and invest so much? The question, it's a big question, because the investment is so huge. So I think that's the key word. I appreciate that where you talk about industry has to invest to ensure that this gap is reduced. It'll definitely be there, because we're talking about one automobile industry, there is electronics, there is retail, you got multi industries that are available. Can that be done across a specific set of institutions? I think that can help in reducing the gap. I would want anyone else to respond to this, if at all you have any more points to add to this question.
Dr. Raman, you have given an example that Bajaj has invested 30 CR in Symbiosis. We similar have these kind of things in our universities like Bosch, Daikin, Maruti. They have a high role. They have invested. But my question over here is, these are the big ones. So they have a responsibility towards the CSR. But what about the small or the middle one industries where it's not a mandate on them to invest something through CSR? Now, it should be, my partake is that all the profits or something should be given to the educational institutions for training these manpower, even if it is not a mandate for them to invest through CSR. So everyone should invest. Why it is forced by the government that industry should invest, then only they are thinking about the educational, because it's a win-win situation for everyone. Industry is getting a good manpower, trained manpower, and our students are also getting placed. So it's not something that industry people are doing anything special for us, but everyone should invest.
No, that's absolutely fine. The idealistic situation should be everybody should invest, but at least the big ones which have got huge amount of CSR, if they invest, if that starts, the smaller ones benefit. The case example of Bajaj, which I was quoting about, Bajaj invest and their entire supply chain partners benefit because the trained manpower goes to the supply chain partners and they are more than happy taking this, where as per the law of CSR, you can't go and invest and take the people back into your company. So it is their supply chain partners, which are about 3 dozen of them, who form a beeline queue to take these students, and they say, give me more, because they are job ready from day one. But I agree with you, it is an idealistic situation that everybody should. But if there are large ones which start and the others follow, that will be really good.
This is happening in engineering only, but if you talk about the healthcare or other sectors also, the investment is pretty less. So more industries should come up with in the other sectors also. That's
yeah, true. But other sectors, let me give another quote example here of what Mahindra does. I'm giving specific brand names. They got Mahindra War Room, where actual cases are curated across Mahindra Group, and they go to all these schools, throwing this case to all the students, telling, look, this is a challenge, which even the government of India has started, telling that you give me real-time problems and I'll throw it open to all students. Now, Mahindra does this in a different fashion without investing in laboratories. They go and create live cases and they give it to the students across the best B schools, telling, give me solutions. And the best of the solution is rewarded and they are celebrated, including Anand Mahindra, who's there for the grand finale, and the students are given jobs. So organizations can think of different ways to engage with academia to ensure that the gap is closed. It's not just investing in the laboratories, possibly in engineering, it might be a fact which we have to do. But in case of management, curating cases of real-time problems and throwing to management students, asking them to give solutions, can be a fabulous way to close the gap of the problems that are there in the industry, where you get solutions from the students. That's driving me to the next question, and I would like Mr. Iswaran to give his thoughts on this. And then following, I'll go to Mr. Rath as well. What are the critical skills that industry believes are missing in recent graduates, and how can universities address this gap of skills? Because she spoke of skills and how the university is doing. So are there any specific skills, according to you, are needed for any graduates who graduate out of school, and how can universities address this gap of closing that skill set requirement? Over to you, sir.
I should thank Dr. Devashish to make the seeding statement that there has to be an application-based learning. I would go only one step ahead and add on to it. It is not more than, it is not just the application knowledge, but also a process-based knowledge. Because industry is all about process. We are not talking about individual experiments. When the students are learning certain principles in the college, as Dr. Ravindra has rightly mentioned, domain knowledge is absolutely important. When they are gaining the domain knowledge itself, if it can be incorporated along with the process knowledge, then they will understand the scale. They will understand that the output of one unit operation is the input of another unit operation. Then only they will understand that this is not the way what they are learning in the academia, the industry is going to look into. So one of the critical skill, I think it is very important, is process-based knowledge with a very strong regulatory background. They should understand what is FDA, what is the expectation from the regulatory agencies. Because when they start thinking about industry, we are not talking about a freelancing research here. We are talking about a research under the guidance of the regulatory agency. So they should have some knowledge about regulations, and they should have some knowledge about the process-based understanding of the basic principles. That being said, also I would like to add, we identified this skill gap in 2013, and Biocon made a lot of investments in 2013, and we started Biocon Academy specifically to address the skill gap that exists between academia and industry, particularly in the area of biotechnology. In last 11 years, it has been a very successful model. We are able to create more than 1,500 graduates and postgraduates who have got into the biotech industry through Biocon Academy. And I think, as Dr. Was mentioning, it is not just only one large organization starting this. It has to be across the country. Lot of large organizations should step in. Sector-wise, everybody should step in, and they should make investment. Then only this will happen. It is not just the money investment. Please remember, it is a lot of time investment. If you want to train the students from the industry's perspective, the industry professionals, the subject matter experts should spend time with the students training them. This time investment is more than the money investment. So I think a lot of industries should come forward for both the time and resource investment to make this happen.
Fantastic. I think that's two critical points that I have noted is process knowledge, where you find that there is a lack, and the regulatory requirements, which differs from industry to industry, also should be something that students should focus on. Universities should drive that so that these critical skills. Over to Rath, if you would like to add something to this one, sir.
Thank you, Professor Raman. I really appreciate the process knowledge part. And of course, ma'am also talked about the various technical skills like Python and other things. But a large part of the industry's expectation from the students, which is completely missing, is basic written and oral communication. Unfortunate, but this is a fact. We have seen time and again, and pardon me, I am sharing an example of a young girl who joined the industry, and she has to send a mail reminding the CEO and the CXOs to come to a particular hotel Regus in Mumbai for a critical strategy meeting. She was organizing it. So I just told her that the mail was sent, the calendars were blocked, just to send a reminder. And she writes in the mail, "Dear leaders, please CUM to Regus tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Can you believe this? I was on my way back home driving, and my boss calls me and blasts me. What have you done? I told her, I'm driving. I have not hit any car. No, but please take your car to the side and look at this. Have you seen the mail? And this is what. And I had to tell her 4 times, 5 times that what is wrong. She could not figure out what is wrong in that mail. WhatsApp University. The students have got so used to these short forms, they have forgotten basic English language. Number 1. Number 2, proficiency in Microsoft, PPT, Excel, Word, 0. I'm not talking about the A-grade schools, mind you. The A-grade institutions and some of the B-grade institutions. The basic Microsoft skills are missing. Managers are crying that what have you landed as a... Oh, she has got a 9.2 CGPA. But when it comes to dabbling with data, 0. When you ask them data, there's no insight from the data. If they know Excel, then they will know how to just tabulate it. But what's the insight coming out of it? 0. Another is, and it's a larger issue, the growth mindset. 0. All of them come with the fixed mindset. We have come here, a 9 to 5 job. We will enjoy life after that. No growth mindset. Taking initiatives. Coming from good B schools and looking up at the boss and telling that tell us what to do. We'll go and do it. Bloody hell, then you have clerks. We don't need clerks. We need managers. So one of the solutions is starting a finishing school, which is very, very popular in the Western countries. And I do not know why finishing schools are not picking up in India. That's $1 million question. I stop here. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're talking about oral and written communication and taking initiatives as aspects, but let me add that this will not be a problem in next 1.5 years, or even the graduates who are going to graduate now, thanks to Gen AI, which will help them beautifully draft mails, which they need not worry if the spelling mistake is there or not, and they just speak to it. Yeah. They say, please draft an email, this is the context, and this is to be sent to these people, give me the draft email. And it is done in 30 seconds, and they take it up and then they make what changes they want to and shoot it across, which many are already doing. I think there are people here who will already be doing this so that they don't have any mistakes on that as far as the short form.
Professor Raman, so we have to teach them how to use AI instead of the oral skill.
Yeah. So the best aspect, I agree, but the best aspect is this Gen AI is getting multimodal. So multimodal, multi-language is also becoming a possibility. You need not even write. Take it, install it in your Android or Apple, hold the mic, speak to it, telling kindly draft an email, which it can be in your vernacular language as well. And I want it to be done in English. I want it to be sent to ABCD. Please give one as if it is being written by me and my name is so and so and I am working here. Tell it very clearly and leave it, and it will beautifully draft and give. And that is what many are expecting now, to do it fast as well, and that's being done. So that will not be a problem. I completely agree it was a problem, but it will no more be a problem thanks to free Gen AI tools which are available, be it the Gemini or Copilot or even the Chat GPT. But the oral communication part, yes, there are people who are not able to articulate what they want to tell, and that becomes a huge problem. And this I have seen at all levels, especially if they are engineering graduates who are on the domain knowledge very strong. And there is a data point here. They when Stanford did a kind of a survey to find out who are the ones who graduated from Stanford was successful, almost 86% of them contributed their success to their ability of soft skills, which you have spoken, more than the hard skills that they had. So that becomes definitely important, but let us hope that even that will be solved by Gen AI, if not in 6 months, possibly 1.5 years, that you speak on. That's one data point. Yeah. You know, when I was in Japan recently, it was in the railway station that I am speaking to that person in English, and he puts up a device which is as small as half of it, and then it gives him in Japanese, and he speaks to it in Japanese, and it gives to me in English. Yeah, but this is a small device. You need not have your phone, you need not have internet, it's all loaded. How much is it? $80. And you put it in your pocket, it will translate from any language to any language. And these are tools which are evolving, but still, having said that, I think oral communications is still important. How you're able to articulate and convince is really important. Even any Gen AI tool can't help you go and close a sales call where you have to convince this person sitting across the table, which a Gen AI or a robo possibly today can't do it. We do not know how it's going to evolve as it's going to. You want to add something to it, sir?
Yeah, I will add. Yes, there are examples that they do not have a communication skills, but my entire career I found the younger generation have even better skills than what we have. Many of these students, in each section, each class, you will find their ability is much more higher than the teachers we are providing for them. Okay.
Good. So you are telling that it is getting better.
Yeah, it is getting better. Good sign is that what we are talking, that there is a less interaction between academia and industry. It was the past. Now, each institution, be it a private, government, or whatever ranking they are, everyone is trying to interact with the industry. These are the good signs for this country.
Great.
Okay, so it is not like that there is a gap and we have not identified. You can ask me any institution sitting here representing they do not have any interaction with the industries. It will not. They interact with the industry at a many level. In fact, now we are putting it a co-teaching. Like if one subject is taught by a teacher, let's say 4 classes per week, then 2 classes is taken by the industry person also.
Absolutely.
So we have identified the gap and we are providing how to reduce this gap so that they should know it. And we as administrator, we take a feedback that how the industry persons are teaching.
Great. Yeah. I think that also drives from the policy level. Let me give an example. I was recently at NUS Singapore and then Singapore Institute of Technology. These are 2 big institutions. The government has clearly told that one set of universities are academic universities which will focus on research, academics. There are one set of universities which actually focus on training good manpower for industry. They are very clear in their approach. For example, a Singapore Institute of Technology will never find its place in a THE or a QS ranking because they are not there. They don't go and create new knowledge. They don't go and publish as well, but they are funded by the best of the industries there who go and set up their labs, and the industry ready professionals are created from these institutions, like example a Singapore Poly or a Singapore Institute of Technology. Having said that, a National University of Singapore doesn't have that kind of funding from a Bosch or any other company, but they are focused on creating new knowledge, and they are going ahead and attracting such people who into academics and students who want to go and excel in that. I think that kind of differentiation, if it's brought in, that will be really good, so that we need not really go and say every university has to do everything that is needed, right from publishing or creating new knowledge to ensuring that you are creating good people for the industry as well. So that's just 2 cents from my side. Again, I would like to go to Mr. Easwaran and then possibly to Professor Rachana as well. The question here is about R&D. Research and development is a very big activity, both at university as well as in the industry as well. So how can greater collaboration be possible between industries and university, especially in the area of research and development, for breakthrough innovations, market-ready solutions that can be created? The government has taken so much initiatives, especially in the startup space, by funding new, kind of incubators where innovations can happen. That's of course being done at a national scale, but still there is a lot that could possibly be done. So your thoughts on this one, sir?
One of the major thing we always look into is the center of excellence. Every university has their own funding. Every university is funded by government to do the research. When as Dr. Raman was initially mentioning, is it a fact that the industry is not trusting the university in terms of contribution from the research point of view? From that point, I would like to speak. One of the major thing is, if the university is actually identified for a particular domain, none of the industry will leave this opportunity. For example, if India is working on biosimilars or generics, if one of the university in India is specializing in generics research or biosimilar research, this is the excellent win-win situation for the industry and the academia to collaborate in the research level. But if the university is doing lot of things and one among that is biosimilar research, then for the industry also it is very difficult to identify that portion and start collaborating in only a micro level. As initially I was telling, if the national level or if there is a sector level alignment in terms of industry and academia towards one particular area, sector-wise, that cannot be generalized. I am talking purely from the healthcare sector. Sector-wise, if there can be alignment, then there will be a natural progression of conversation between academia and industry is what I am thinking purely from R&D perspective.
Great. So sector level alignment and industry must trust universities and invest in R&D for this gap to be get closed are the 2 cents that I got from your. Yeah. Would like to add something to that?
What I found that there exists some kind of a gap between what universities are doing and what industry wants. Like industry people are not aware what kind of a research universities are doing. Unless and until it's being published, then only industry don't go and see those publications. Now, how to approach the industry? If your media team or if your social media team or your marketing team is not that proactive, the research what you people as an academician we are doing, it will never reach to the industry people. So this kind of a gap is always there. So either the universities have to come up with some kind of idea so that their research can reach to the industry, some kind of a forum like FICCI or something, or some kind of social media thing where they can publish their ongoing research where industry can see it, or either way, like industry should approach the universities and universities should bring their research to the industry people. Then only the problem can be solved where industry can come up with the solution. Yes, we want this thing from the academicians, please come up with that. So we have evolved a system in that. I want to quote one example. We have an AIC, Atal Incubation Center in our university. It is a Niti Aayog venture, 4 CR they had given to us. Now, once that is over, right now what we are doing is we have given a seed grant to 78 startups. Now it's a kind of a chain reaction which we are doing over there so that more and more industry people or startups can get attached with us and they can start publicizing our research plus whatever they are doing. One thing. Another thing is we have converted our millet research into a company, Section 8 company. So now we are producing and exporting also the millet products to the other countries. So it was a research done by one of our universities. We took it forward and converted into Company 8. Now this is what actually the universities should do, commercialization of their research. But a lot of efforts were required in that, a lot of tie-ups were required with the industry people, and then only we did that. But majority of us have to do these kind of things.
Thank you so much. You would like to add something to it? Sir?
Yeah, very quickly. There are two aspects here. One is what the industry can do. The other aspect which we are really not discussing is about what the academia can do. Now, I've been hearing about the trust factor. Yes, there is a trust deficit. Now, how do you bridge the trust deficit? Can the faculty members be sent for 3 months internship like we send the students? Can they go and really learn the lingo of the industry? Now, one of the major problem is when the research things are coming, and I completely agree with ma'am, Scopus, no Scopus, ABCD, the industry is completely oblivious about it. No one even talks about academic research in industry. Industry needs 3 things: relevance, value, and impact. Let the academia show these 3 things. Why not? Because if something can get done at half the cost, the industry will run to that place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It was more about having industry, academia collaboration, and then internship, which you added to other aspects that you told, where you are trying to commercialize. I mean, you are trying to go and help other startups as well. I go back to Professor Ravindra Kumar Sinha. If you have any specific examples which the university has done, or in terms of ensuring that how university and industries ensure this benefit sharing and ethical commercialization of joint IP is developed. Whenever you're going to have startups coming in, they also create new products. And many a time they want to patent that and also ensure that they have an IP for it. So are there any specific things that the university has done in this direction to your knowledge? If at all, if you can share them, or you think this could be done, I would like to get your views. Post that, I'll go to Professor Iswaram also.
Okay. So it is not that the industry has not done anything. There are many ideas are there, prototypes are there, workable model is there. Industry has a one limitation. They want what he has said, that they do not have a trust. Trust is essential aspect. Even running your own family, you have to respect your wife, your child, then only it will run. If that is in a deficit, and certainly it is not in deficit in our country. Industries have a trust. Only thing, industry is a immediate profit. Research is not like that you have invested today and you have worked for that and tomorrow you will be getting output. It's a long-term investment. And my observation, being in a good leading academic institutions as well as leading the CSIR laboratories, we develop many technologies. Yes, there is a lack that we do not understand the requirement that efficiently, which is required to get it commercialized. I will give you 2-3 examples, many examples. I myself have developed 39 technologies and commercialized in this country.
Excellent.
Many of you are using Delhi Metro. Okay? So there the earthquake warning system, that is, जब भूकंप आ जाता है तो metro रुक जाता है. I will not say it is my own technology, but we have installed it. Metro was about to purchase it from the Japan. We convinced them, don't purchase. We will develop it. So we require in the teaching fraternity or research fraternity that they should convince the industry, don't buy it from the other countries. Most of the technologies, what is there, what industries are doing and earning profit? Buying from X, selling at a Y price to the others. This is not an industry. Industry means manufacturing. Industry means developing a product. So that requires the investment. So they do not get convinced. And we as a scientist, we have run from industry to take technology. आप CSIR का website खोलिए. You will find abundant number of technological development in terms of the prototype. People are not there to invest there and make a profit out of that. Okay? So मेट्रो का हमें एज ए गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मिनिस्टीरियल लेवल पे कन्विंस करना पड़ा कि you don't buy it, we will develop it. Finally they have given it. And एक research lab कभी उसका maintenance का काम नहीं लेती है. In order to convince them we have Delhi metros, we will maintain it. And today also it is being maintained by a research laboratory. I'm giving you this one example. It is not there. There are many technologies available. आप किसी का भी site खोल लीजिए, CSIR का site खोलिएगा. What are the technologies available? Okay, and if you want, industry can be built up.
Great example.
It is not there. Similarly, I will give you another technology. We have developed a machine called the reading machine for visually challenged person. Okay, it is transferred to the. There was some reason from the government side, pressure was there not to give any other one, but the government industry, and the Central Electronics Limited को दिया. But somehow fast development of technologies they could not pick up. तो large scale पे commercialize नहीं हो रहा है इंडिया से कोई भी technology. So commercialization is there is a requirement, but technology, domain knowledge based on the research, abundant number of technology is developed. Maybe our own technology, our own ideas, developed countries follow it and they pick up it and commercialize it and backsell to us. This has happened in this country for a superconducting research. Many of those who are in older people, they will be knowing that in 1986, our greatest scientist, C.N.R. Rao, has told that we missed the Nobel by 3 months. Okay? And government of India took an initiative and the Prime Minister became the chairman for the superconducting research. That is the Rajiv Gandhi at that time. And enough funding was done to the, all research lab and all, but still technology level product has not come. So there the joint efforts in such cases it is required.
Okay.
Okay, so it
Great.
is not
So,
that technology is not available. Our Indian scientists have not developed technology. After all, we have a successful stories of
These
ISRO
were developed at the research centers. Were there any collaboration from industry for this development?
देखिए इसके लिए इंडस्ट्री को आना पड़ेगा.
So that didn't happen.
That is what I am saying. इंडस्ट्री को आना पड़ेगा. नई टेक्नोलॉजी जो डेवलप हुआ है उसमें इन्वेस्ट करके अपना लीड एस्टेब्लिश करना पड़ेगा.
There are prototypes which are available.
Just by changing the software, you will not be getting a lead in the world. You have to develop into the fabrication product also. Just by a small changes in the technology, you will not become a leader in the world. That we want to need it. It is not that we don't have a knowledge. Many technology.
Yeah.
Nuclear का field में देखिए. In many fields we are leading.
Great. I think would you like to add something where you have?
No, not much. Basically, whenever it is a co-developed product between industry and academia, there is going to be an IP thing. So that's a separate thing to be discussed because IP is a very critical aspect to it. But basically, if it is the funding coming from a PPP model,
okay,
and if it is a co-developed model, then certainly the outcome has to be shared. But I'm not an expert in IP, so I'm passing on back to you.
Anyone else would like to add anything with respect to the IP aspect of it? So we also have an incubation center and we also have a couple of good companies who got incubated with respect to their products. And this IP was a very critical aspect of it where the startup was not ready to give that IP to the university. They told, we want to have that IP with us and we do not want to go and share it with anyone else. And we respected it and that company went ahead. But of course, they also benefited a lot with respect to. So my understanding is the universities are flexible when it comes to going ahead and giving that IP. It's not that they are very rigid that they want to share that IP with it. That's what is our experience as far as our incubation center and startups are concerned. So it's 1:30. I open the floor for questions so that you can possibly tell who you are and point the question if you have specifically to some panel member, or if it is generally open to all panel members, you can just tell it is for. So let me start with the first one who went up with the hand there. Yeah, your gentleman there.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I am basically from industry as well as from academia. So I just want to, discuss one thing that you have missed. It is about the bridge that has been created created by government. It's professor of practice. Right. So I'm not sure how many universities are using it, but it is a great, platform. Special portal is there to use industry experts. Right. So I think it should be used. And second thing is like we have different kind of programs like with the help of Open Group. So again, it is basically a global consortium. So in this, there are different skills programs for different universities. So one of my colleagues, Meenakshi is here. So any of you interested in that, you can contact us.
So since you pointed out professor of practice, yeah, many universities are taking it, but the process are not really getting closed clearly. I'll tell you where. On one end, we introduce something called professor of practice. We make a lot of noise, tell in the media, telling you can. But when it comes to collecting data, I don't want to name the specific agencies. They say, tell me how many are a PhD. We say, hey, look, this is professor of practice. And they don't need a PhD. That's fine. Leave it. Tell me how many are PhD. And I'll evaluate your ratios based on the number of PhD. So this is the gap. This is the gap. Here is a professor of practice who's actually a professor of practice who's joined one of the school. And every university wants that. But I think if the loops are closed well, that I definitely go ahead and acknowledge and appreciate if you're going to have professor of practice, even if that's not a PhD, many will come forward and ensure. Today what is happening is you can come as a professor of practice. Are you a PhD? Oh, working in a research lab? You want to leave that and come in? Yeah, you're welcome. That's what some of the universities are doing because they don't want to lose on those points of telling I don't have PhDs with me. So this is the gap. But people in the industry say, hey, look, this has been announced. Why are you not looking at my profile? I have 21 years of experience. But we can't tell them that there is another problem that exists. So if there are two profiles coming in, one 21 years of experience, the other 21 years experience with PhD, this guy gets in, this guy still waits. That's the reality today, right? Thanks for that comment.
So one more suggestion.
We'll give opportunities to others, please. Don't mistake me. Yeah. Not working? No problem. Yeah.
Audible.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I'm Shraddha Trivedi from Medhavi Skill University. I would not say I have a question, but then I have a concern. So it's been 15 years I'm with education sector and I'm taking care of career services. I've seen both the parameter, like, what our students expect, what the industry expect. We are here today at a very important platform. We are discussing a huge concern related to skill gap and employability. Maximum of us here are educationists. We are from the education sector, but unfortunately, we have very less people coming from industries. I wish this discussion could have been in front of industry experts also, so that we could have heard the stories from both the sides. That's one thing which I wanted to highlight. Secondly, I rightly, I can echo you, Mr. Rath, because I think not being biased, but yes, we being from education sector, we are very welcoming. Like we want, industry experts to be a part of advisory body. We are be a part of steering committee. But I really wish that, even top-notch industries, they also welcome educationists to be a part of their steering committee. And that is what I think is a need of an hour. Because, industry, they have their own ecosystem. We are trying to blend with them. But then unless and until there's an equal involvement from both the sides, I think then only we can make a difference here. That's one thing. And secondly, very important, in fact, people can please add here, we at university level, college level, we struggle even to place our students as an intern for some time. Internship is mandatory. I really request, I wish there were industry experts. I would have requested, please give our students little chance to be an intern in your organization. They could have learned something. So that is what I wanted to bring it to their notice. And I request FICCI, I wish, we had more industry experts here today so that, it could have been equal contribution from both the sides.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Don't worry, every session is getting recorded. I'm sure that Rajesh is here. He is not here. He'll ensure that this reaches the industry people who look at it. I'll come to you a little later, sir. Yeah, please.
These grants have attracted attention from 36 industries in India. So one thing is established, everybody wants to collaborate. But the second hyper specialization that is happening because the ecosystem is such that the needs from the industry, the socio-economic is very niche and changes very rapidly. And to give students this choice and probably find a way out of that, being relevant to everybody at all time question, we find that there's need for even universities and industries to collaborate. And one of the ways we've done it is in case of disaster resilient infrastructure, which is the engineering topic applicable across all engineering disciplines. The coalition of disaster resilience infrastructure, where they do a course which can run for different universities, where individual universities may not be able to invest in a professor with specialization in an industry relevant area. That's one thing. So for for that, there was practical. The other one is around whether universities are willing to send their faculty out to the industry to train people in that place, in situ, on an on-the-job training kind of model, which often happens in healthcare sector, where the professor may be placed at a hospital away from the home campus to take classes for their students who are working there as a group at a time. Naturally, this will, the efficiency of scale coming into play. So maybe that is something that we consider.
Thank you for those inputs, and thank you for making people know about the grants that is available. Over to you, sir, and then I'll come to you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am an industry man. Madam provoked me, that's why I am coming into the picture. Let me share some of my experience. I spent 36 years in steel industry, steel authority, and I have been head of training there also for 4 years. Let me share some of my experiences. We created from sale 2 or 3 chairs in the leading institutes, and let us not discuss about the names. I used to have annual report, the money that I spent, 5 crores every year again, other expenditures, to get that report back so that it can be placed in the board for the renewal. It used to take a hell of a time. When the thing starts, at that point of time, lot of enthusiasm, lot of interest, and ultimately, what have you done in that side so that I justify for continuing this? I had serious problems. I hope things have improved better. Second thing about Madam said about the internship, let me tell you, I was heading one of the steel plants HR functions. I used to get in the summer time at least 30,000 applications for summer internship. Tell me, I am running my own industry, and I used to find it as a hazard, safety hazard for taking so many people, because I don't have so many guides. As head of training, I would have 20, 30 people who can go inside the plant and guide them. And the so sorry to say it inside this building. And the moment these boys comes or the girls comes, they look for what was the earlier project who was done in this area. That's a very bad state of affairs. Please do take care. Then another major institute, we had an arrangement with, we had this exchange. That specific problems, people will go there, my officers will go there, their professors will come here. It works for 2-3 years. After that, that person who was heading that, he is not there. Someone else is given as additional charge, and he doesn't take interest. So there are many issues. When Professor Mr. Rath was speaking about trust deficit, the industry people don't have so much of time. Today we are overstressed. So please appreciate our points.
Absolutely, sir. It is happening, but the thing is that I have been told that we have got 2 minutes left, and 1, 2, 3 hands are going up. Those who are not able to, she's been waiting for quite some time. And then let me see, otherwise we'll have to continue. And there are a couple of more hands going, which shows that the panel really created a lot of enthusiasm and interest. Thank you all for ensuring that you are having so many questions and comments. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priya, and my question is for Professor Rachna. So I really agree with her point about publishing research findings. Because I have been in this field for the last 15 years, and we have recently created a platform to encourage collaboration among professors who are into research and publishing their findings. But the biggest challenge that we face today in doing that is changing the mindset or the approach of professors or researchers to publish their findings, because they keep it saved for patenting, for intellectual property rights. They want to sell their idea and do not want to publish their findings at all. There is a huge gap between the importance of publishing and social benefit of their ideas and commercializing their ideas and selling it to a few interested parties who will monetize that idea. So how do we bring this awareness that social importance of their ideas is, it is at par with the monetization aspect also. So I believe that universities need to work on that front. So I would really like to hear the panelists' thoughts on creating that awareness and deliberating that importance of publishing research findings. and not hiding behind paywall and not keeping it for the purpose of monetization only.
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely the faculties have the tendency to hide their work, no doubt. Even if in our universities they are submitting a project, they hide it from the director research itself. Imagine.
Yes, exactly. That happens so much.
Why? The question is why? Let us go behind the scene. We are in a process of cut, copy, paste. We are experts in that. And any novel idea is being replicated by so many people. So if you want to have a patent, if you want to have any kind of a funding from any agency, or if you want to have good citations, your idea or your innovation has to be a unique one. So usually the academicians, they wait for all these things. Once it is over, they get the grant, they'll readily publish it. If they get the patent, they'll happily publish it on the social media. But before that, they say, no, 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 please, our ideas should not be replicated, because people make use of ChatGPT, definitely Quillbolt also. Rephrasing it and post it. Change the district name, post the idea. So there are so many things. That's the reason, that is the mindset behind all these things. So I agree with that. Ki theek hai, fine. When you are in Rome, do as Roman. Theek hai, chalega. As long as you are getting the grants and everything, you are publishing your work. Yes, commercialization is the third step. Every research is not commercialized. So practicality of that research has to be there. So it should start at the initial stage only. When you are finding the title, then only.
I think we are running out of time. Thank you for that. Other questions can be taken during the lunch. I think the panel members are there. She has already told that it's time up. Thank you so much for all your questions.
Thank
And
you very much
panel
indeed,
members as
sir.
well.
And let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful session. Before you move out, I would like to remind, can we have a group photograph, sir, of the panel? And I would remind for feedback from each one of you, we have QR codes outside on the standees. You may kindly scan the QR code and give us your feedback. Your feedback is really, really valuable to us. So please do give us your feedback before you leave the venue. Please enjoy the lunch and join us back for the next session sharp at 2:30. Thank you.
Sir, excuse me. One picture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nice meeting you, sir. Thank you so much. Learned a lot. I didn't know about the kind of IP that you've done for Delhi Metro. That was a new plan.
and we are all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everybody to be seated. We would now like to go ahead with the proceedings in time and would request everyone to kindly be seated. We also hope you all enjoyed the sumptuous lunch served to us by FICCI. He's not here. Downstairs? हाँ, आके lunch खाएंगे। नहीं तो फिर हम वो सर कह रहे हैं कि पहले और लेट है तो पैरेंट्स शुरू कर लेंगे है ना हाँ panelists है ना उनको बुला लो so whenever he comes he can join and then the moderator can invite him for the discussion. Tell sir first. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead with the proceedings of the next panel discussion 7 on innovative funding framework imperative for higher education expansion. May I invite our distinguished moderator of the session, Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our special guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal, President, South Asian University. I invite you, sir, to kindly grace the stage with your august presence. Inviting our distinguished moderator for this session, Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy, National Leader, Education and Skill Development, Government of Public Services, KPMG in India. Inviting you, sir, to kindly grace the stage. Also inviting our distinguished moderator speakers, Mr. Ajay Bohra, co-founder, HDFC Credila, Professor Vasudev Murthy, Executive Director, Rishi Hood University, Mr. Anup Chakraborty, Certified Member of Institute of Risk Management and Seasoned Risk Expert, Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean Business School, Kriya University, and Ms. Amrita Sadarangani, Senior Director and Head Global Research Alliances, Ashoka University. I invite our speakers and our moderator to kindly join our special guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal, on the stage, please. And ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with today's exciting and insightful sessions, we now have the privilege of hearing from a highly respected leader in higher education who has been instrumental in shaping the academic collaboration across the South Asian University. And it is my honor to introduce Professor K.K. Agarwal, President of South Asian University, which is a prestigious institution dedicated to advancing academic excellence, research, and regional cooperation. Professor Agarwal is a visionary academic leader with extensive background in engineering and management education. Under his leadership, South Asian University has become a hub for fostering cross-border academic exchange, innovation, and capacity building in the region. And we invite Professor Agarwal to deliver a special address on the role of higher education in fostering regional collaboration, innovation, and sustainable development, especially in the rapidly changing global landscape. So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Professor K.K. Agarwal for the special address.
As you wish.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a pleasure always to be in the August house like FICCI, to be hearing your views. I've been a member of the Higher Education Committee for about 5-6 years earlier, so therefore I'm familiar with the contributions this forum has been making to higher education. This year particularly, I'm excited when you chose the topic changing paradigms in higher education in the global landscape. Because today, I think talking about national landscape alone doesn't take us anywhere. Everything has to be global landscape, because that's the only method by which higher education can really have a meaningful contribution to all over the world. And when I say truly global, I really don't mean all the time having physical entities here. Physical universities should come here, our students should go there. That's one method of a global landscape, but probably global mental landscape is much more important now than the physical landscape, whereby you are always connected globally to make higher education in the country also very meaningful. And therefore, I very appreciate the themes chosen this year: research collaborations and harmonious innovation, sustainability, innovation funding, industry academic collaboration, regulation and benchmarking, etc., etc. My eminent colleagues, when I was chairman of the National Board of Accreditation before being given this assignment, we did believe and realize that unless you play at the global fora and do not lose focus on the globalization, you really miss something. And therefore, National Board of Accreditation became the first member of one of the first members of the Washington Accord, whereby the standards of accreditation, all the countries should be the same. And now we have about more than 25 countries in that accord, where the standards of accreditation for engineering education have to be the same. And when I read the underlying line there, I am still impressed, and therefore I repeat, the accreditation body should ensure that the graduates of the institution are proficient in knowledge, skills, attitude, and behavior. Now, the point which is important is the very fundamental document talks about knowledge, skills, attitude, and behavior. And unfortunately, over the last few decades, our whole focus was on knowledge. Now it's shifting to skills also to some extent, but attitude and behavior, probably we do talk about life skills and all that, but still probably has to be done much better. And thereby we started talking about best practices of each country rather than best practices of each university or each institution. Because ultimately, there is nothing today, practically nothing today, which is specifically applicable to country A and not country B, C, D. By and large, everything is applicable to most of the countries. I have been asked to speak for a few minutes on innovative funding framework, imperatives for higher education expansion. Friends, higher education is expanding, will continue to expand, has to expand, but funding is a problem all over the world. And the most advanced countries, most rich countries, most developed countries also have this problem. But before I start talking on this topic for a few minutes, I will definitely like to express my caveat on this. When we say innovative funding, does not mean state funding does not have a meaning. My caveat on my talk is that the required state funding in a welfare state must remain and should somehow find ways and means to have it happen. Taking this innovative funding and funding by private players as an escape route to escape state funding is not my take, and I make it very clear on this. All this could be additional parameters, but in a welfare state, by definition, if state funding to education cannot be there, I think we have something to look back upon the definition of the welfare state. And I start with that. I think the whole issue became when we started talking about whether higher education is a public good or a private good, without realizing that it is both, and it cannot be either of them. After all, when everybody privately improves, the country improves. So therefore, to try and distinguish between public good and private good, I think was a wrong tangential to the whole debate. And we messed it and probably messed it up reasonably bad. So much so, we were so much obsessed with public good that we didn't charge anybody anything in the country. That was one extreme of the story with which we started. And we made a study, I think, in IITs. We charged 15 or 20 rupees per semester or something. And the study said 95% students came from the families which could always pay a reasonable amount of fees. Now, the point is, when you don't deprive anybody, that's fine. But the families which could have easily paid, why did we not change our model at that time and continue to stick to that token fees? That was one extreme. And then we allowed it whole hog, and then we go into the other extreme. That is, do whatever you kind like. So I think in the country, by and large, we are evading middle path in everything, almost, and same has happened to higher education funding also. Either you receive all the funding or you receive no funding. Now, that's our fundamental. I mean, I really fail to understand. For example, in one of my working papers I had sent to the ministry, let's say the highest degree program in the country, doctoral program, why can't it be fully funded, whether you are in a government institution or a private institution or any university? At least we make sure of the quality of one highest program in the country at any cost, but it doesn't happen. The conflict, friends, obviously arises because we have equity and access on one side and quality and affordability on the other side. But if we ever feel we'll be able to solve this conflict, I think at least I don't believe we will ever be able to solve this conflict. It will remain so and remain so all over the world for all time to come. But it's a genuine conflict and sort of permanent conflict. In my views, in higher education, our focus needs to be realigned a little bit. Our focus is becoming a little bit lopsided, if I am allowed to use the word. For example, when we talk to the universities and the institutions, everybody talks about quality, but the focus is accreditation, focus is ranking, focus is not quality. Now, quality should have been the direct focus, and accreditation and ranking should fall out. Our focus has become accreditation and ranking, and therefore we believe in the process people will recognize us and we will automatically be a quality institution. That is what I call as a loss of focus in that sense. Whatever should have been a effect has become the cause and the wrong. Same thing about funding, I would say. I mean, I know many vice chancellors will say, industry doesn't pay us this, that. But the point is, have our universities working to the point that the industry should pay you? If not, why should they? So again, our focus is that somebody should fund. Now, why should somebody fund that has gone to the secondary background? Unless that happens, I don't think we'll be able to solve this problem. I know many universities, of course, everybody talks about quality because there's no option. But I know many universities where the quality is just a mirage for many of them. Many of them even spend the money without knowing where they're spending it. And I can count several cases where the money is spent in wrong quarters and which doesn't lead to meaningful quality education, but money is spent. There are situations where the vision is poor, but money is blamed. I mean, I have been repeatedly saying quality costs, but cost does not ensure quality. Now, that's another myth with which many of our institutions, particularly in the private sector, feel, sir, I have spent so much money, therefore why quality is not coming? Well, money does not directly bring in the quality. That's a part which they have to understand, and we all in a August gathering like this have to convey this. So I thought I'll just say funding is an issue, but only wishful thinking will not solve the problem. We will have to mean what do we want to mean, and we want to be very clearly understand accreditation is not quality per se. I have been chairman board of accreditation, but I make this responsible statement. I've told the universities hanging the certificate of accreditation in the vice chancellor's office makes it a quality university is a myth. Many a times we have seen that. It's a fallout of quality which is visible. The standardization is probably greatest enemy of quality. I mean, I'm again making a very powerful statement, but I am conscious of it. Because the moment you wish to do too much of standardization, whether you call it by way of regulation or whatever, then it has to be on the average. And therefore, there is no scope for meritocracy when your benchmark is average. And standardization has to be on the average. I give an example. University has, in this country, we still follow affiliation system. There are universities which have 500 affiliated colleges. They all have the same syllabus. They all have the same examination question papers. They all have the same examiners. Are they of the same quality? Certainly not. And we all know it. And the entire industry knows it, the entire public knows it. So these parameters, which look like visible parameters, tangible parameters, unfortunately do not define the quality even in the partial sense. And therefore, when we talk about quality and funding, we will have to concentrate on quality, creativity, innovation, industrial connect, and then the funding I do not think is a very, very serious problem still if we can devise our systems properly. First of all, I definitely believe in the public sector also, those students who can pay must be made to pay. There is no reason why they should not. Now we have corrected this situation to a very good extent in IITs and NITs and all that, but our central universities and reputed universities still remain far away. Now, a country will not be able to afford where it should afford the money if we don't correct this situation, and it's our duty to do that. I also believe those who can pay may even be made to pay a little more to make sure that we can at least subsidize those who cannot pay. The one another condition which is obviously for a welfare state is that those who cannot pay also have a right to quality education, and that has to be ensured. I, for example, will tell you just one very simple thing. When I was Vice Chancellor of the newly founded IP University here, one day on the basis of an entrance test, a rickshaw puller's daughter qualified the test, and he came to me, "Sir, my daughter has qualified the test, but the minimum fees in all your affiliated colleges is 35,000. At that time, we did not have B.Ed in a government college. So I said, what can I do? He said, "Sir, by no means I can afford 35,000. From what way?" I stretched my imagination and felt that I'm doing something great. I said, student of every affiliated college is finally a student of the university also. So you get admission. After you get the admission, you apply to me as Vice Chancellor that from some welfare fund, the fees should be refunded so that your daughter could study. I thought I have done something great, but the parents did not stop crying. I said, "Sir, they said, sir, this whole process will take 3 months. And where do we get money for 3 months?" Now, see, fortunately, God has given to that cross-section of the society, we don't even think of these as problems. Whatever struck to me at that moment of time, I said, "You come tomorrow, I'll find a solution." I got 35,000 rupees from my home, give it to them. I said, "You get the admission. After the admission, you apply whatever I said. And the day you get the check from the university, return my money." Done. But then I thought, this cannot be the way to do it. Next month, I increased the fee of all 50,000 university students in all the colleges by 2%, which doesn't mean anything because anybody who can pay 100 rupees can easily pay 102 rupees also. And thereby made sure that I can coach 100 students free of cost without any government or anybody coming into picture. And when the government even asked me, I said, "Why should I ask you? It's neither your money nor university's money. It's 100 students funding one of their friends. We are only facilitator, so I do not need anybody's approval. I refuse to get anybody's approval," and implemented this. And I'm so happy on this decision. And today, under that scheme, I think thousands of students are studying, which could not have studied away. So what I'm trying to say is we still can find solutions at times. It will be little difficult. For example, we had to make sure that poverty is definitely there. And I made a system that 2 of my senior professors will go to the residence and make sure that it's a deserving case. One controller of finance, who was a lady, came to me next day. I said, "What happened?" She says, "Poverty is proven." I said, how did you do that?" He said, "Sir, when we went to that home, the father of the girl was reading yesterday's newspaper. So we asked him, said, "Uncle, ये तो कल का अखबार है." He said, "बेटा मुझे पता है, but I can't afford the newspaper. And therefore, I borrow in the evening the newspaper from the neighbors to keep myself updated." Now, after such a sentence, you don't really need any proof of any poverty and this, that. So all what I'm trying to say is if we do find out the ways. And talking about my present role, I think it's an example of collaboration where 8 countries have joined hands to fund a university, to govern a university together. Now, at least I don't know of any other example in the world where 8 governments have come together to fund a university, to govern a university. And why I thought I'll raise this is collaboration is another method for solving our funding problems. Even now, I would say, in the national education policy, we have defined a very good concept of clustering of institutions. It has still not practically been done, but probably that's one method. Out of 40,000 colleges, I understand there are 10,000 colleges in this country which have total number of students less than 100. I mean, how can you ever think of funding or improving the quality of such colleges? So clustering is the method. I think collaboration of institutions and clustering of industries coming together will be a much more meaningful solution than each university trying to map with the A industry or something. And this, for the universities, I would say more, we have a responsibility to convince the industry that we can do something, which is still very rare in this country. And unless that is done, I don't think we have a solution. Again, the last example, I talked about one of the solutions in this country, talking to small scale industry, one of them. They said, sir, you want us to employ qualified engineers, but I can't employ an electrical engineer, a mechanical engineer, a civil engineer. So why can't you give me a B.Tech in general so that I can do all my engineering needs by one engineer? I like the idea. We have talked to the industry houses. Steel industry group has come forward that we will work with you, that if you design a B.Tech targeted for steel industry, which can cater to the small industries needs of all the branches, that will be a very welcome step. So this is resolving funding in indirect fashion. So what I'm trying to say finally, because I think you have much more to go, that I think collaboration is the key. And this collaboration has to be on meaningful terms, not on I am good, you are good, let's work together to be good. I mean, that's the kind of MOUs language which we sign every day, which doesn't take us anywhere. We have to be say, I will do this, you will do this, and together we'll be able to do this, which is much more than 1 + 1. Unless we go to that terminology, funding will remain an issue. And once we go there, I personally feel funding will stop to be an issue. And we do recognize that quality is the benchmark. Public institution or private institutions, an unnecessary debate where we have wasted 25 years of this country. It doesn't take us anywhere. Debate should be, are you above this level of quality or are you below this level of quality? And once the debate shifts to that, I think funding problem will automatically solve with these few words. I thank FICCI for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this August House. Thank you very much and all the best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that most inspiring special address we had on this day. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward with our program as we focus on one of the most pressing issues in the higher education sector, that is funding. And the panel discussion will explore alternating financing strategies that can help address these challenges and ensure that education remains accessible, equitable, and future ready. And to moderate this important session, we have with us Mr. Narayanan Ramaswamy. He is the National Leader for Education and Skill Development in the Government and Public Service sector at KPMG in India, and is a recognized leader in the field of education financing, making him the ideal person to guide the conversations for this session. So I now hand over to you, sir, and would request you to kindly close the session at 4 p.m. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks. That was a good instruction. Doesn't matter when we start, we should close at 4 p.m. Thank you so much. So it's always a pleasure and it's a privilege to be part of FICCI's Higher Education Summit. Year after year, we've been discussing many of the key issues. And I do believe that this year also we have hit upon something that is going to be not just relevant for today, but in the coming years as well. When I was speaking to Rajesh, he said, when you put the agenda together, some of the trying and testing sessions are post-lunch, right? Imagine having a post-lunch session on a Saturday. So he said, we will put the best team, the most important topic for that session so that it is interesting. And thanks, Rajesh. Not only for that, but giving such a brilliant panel. I think we have some of the best minds, starting with Dr. Agarwalji, who made a fantastic appeal on the not just the public versus private. Don't go there. Go for the quality and how we differentiate there, and funding is available for all. So with that, we start there. We also had a great opportunity yesterday to release a paper on financing, looking at alternate financing for higher education. And financing is always what I call as the elephant in the room. Everybody knows for progress what is most important is financing, both at a capital level and at a recurring level. And somehow we always either assume that it will happen somehow, or assume that it cannot be discussed, or maybe it is left to someone else to do that, and we go ahead with other areas. But we thought FICCI this year will take up that topic, which in my view is one of the most important topics to discuss when we are talking about progress and growth. So with that, let me start the discussion. I would urge to look at this thought leadership, as we call that, we released yesterday, FICCI and us released yesterday, which gives a lot of initial ideas. I wouldn't call this document complete because we just initiated ideas for discussion, and there needs a lot of debate like what we are having today. So the reason why we are talking about this, for most of you know that I'm just restating the obvious. National education policy talks about 50% gross enrollment ratio, which essentially means we are very ambitiously moving from 28% to 50%, which is more than 50 million students in higher education, which is not just highest in the world. In the history of mankind, we have never seen so many learners in one country. So this is going to be in all possible means historic, and we are attempting to do it. And let's go, if you go into specifics of that, 50% gross enrollment ratio means that there will be an additional 2.64 crore students, 26.5 million students who will have to be educated additional in the next 20 years or so. And which also translates to something like 110 lakhs or 11 million seats, as they say in higher education institutions. Multiple modes. Even if you take online and some of these modes, this is mind-boggling. There are very, very few countries. In our analysis, only 2-3 countries that have more seats than what we are saying as additional seats that we want in this country. Just to give you a magnitude of the issue. It is not some of the smaller issues that we can solve, or there can't be one solution for this. And as Dr. Agarwal rightly said, there are stages, and you also need to cater to the elite who want the best of education. You also need to cater to those people who are unfortunately called as masses, where they may not be the best today, but they also need to be educated. So how do we have institutions for that? And when we did our simple calculations, it looks like for the next 10 years, we need 22 lakh crores as an outlay, 22 lakh crore Indian rupees as an outlay in the next 10 years. What does that mean? It means on an annual basis, we need 2 lakh crores only for capital investment. If you want to achieve this GER and if you want to achieve these 110 seats, we are looking at 2 lakh crore overall outlay and about 1.16 lakh crore as recurring expenditure every year for the next 10 years, right? Now, the idea here is to say that the issue that we have taken, even on a granular basis, at an annual basis, something so big that one institution or just the government cannot resolve. As Dr. Agarwal said, government continues to be the highest funder. Incidentally, sir, when I was doing my research, I realized the largest market cap sector is not infrastructure, is not iron and steel, is not financial services, it is education. And education is where we have put in the most amount of money, public and private put together. So I'm conscious that it is going to be a lot of money from government, but private sector needs to play its role and bring in, because government has so many priorities. It is preposterous to assume that government will fill in all these funding. So our discussion today is going to be, how do we bridge this gap? How are we going to bring in additional money? Innovative has a negative connotation as well, but here we are not talking about that kind of innovation. We are looking at truly alternate means of finding sources where we will get this money for this. Right? So when we were looking at this paper, and I'll not spend time on that, I'll perhaps, if time permits, I'll go to that later. We looked at certain models that could work just as a precursor for discussions and debate as we go forward. We looked at PPP models, right? The triple ITs, the 20 triple ITs that got formed is a very good example of how one of the most promising sectors, which is the IT enabled services, got together and they built 20 institutions for promoting that sector and growth, which is doing very well incidentally. Some of the employability and quality of people who are coming out, learners who are coming out of these institutions is a testimony for that, and there are models that work along those lines. There is a social stock exchange that this country has built a couple of years before. And very few education projects are listed in social stock exchange for a variety of reasons, which we'll go as we go by. But social stock exchange is a good means of having a transparent way, right? Zero coupon bonds and zero coupon, zero capital, we can look at those things even for donations using that, which will be listed there. But social stock exchange is something that we have used minimally as a sector. Public philanthropic funds has increased. By the way, in the past 10 years, the number of philanthropic in universities that got formed is the highest ever. But having said that, what is the incentive for somebody who wants to be truly philanthropic in donating their money that we are providing as a sector is a question to ask, not just on the regulatory side, but also in terms of transparency and making sure those individuals or the corporates feel that their money is being put to best use. Multilateral agencies are willing to fund. One of the things that we realized when we were doing this paper, unlike maybe even 10 years before, money is not the issue. There is money available, either here or outside, money is available, and there is also a willingness and there is also a need. What we need is the bridge that makes sure that the money is translated, routed correctly to be a part of this, and also there is a continuous flow of this money happen. Multilateral agencies could be one source of it. The World Banks, the Asian Development Banks, and all those people are willing. We had conversations with the IFC who are more than willing. How do we make sure that we get that there? NAPFID was found by the government only for developmental financing, and have we leveraged them? If NHB can happen, National Housing Bank can happen on one of the infrastructure sectors, isn't education an equally important infrastructure sector? Have we given that its status? Are we creating instruments through NAPFID, through other sources for it? We need to explore. Government guaranteed bonds, other countries have done that very well. Singapore, incidentally, it's not as if all the money that goes to the public institutions happen from government. Government has initiated government guaranteed bonds, right? Our own state finance corporations, NABARDs, even municipal corporations can actually look at guaranteed bonds where the sovereign guarantee is given, but the bonds are generated from outside. You need a certain discipline for it. We are also exploring how that can be formed so that we get that money as well. Few other things that we explored, foreign direct investment in the sector is not fully allowed. It is only allowed in a certain cases with the Foreign Higher Education Institutions Act. Partly foreign universities can invest, but only universities at this stage. How can others also look at their funding coming in? We have explored some portions of it in this paper, and we also looked at even those institutions that have surplus money. Why is it they are not allowed to put in those avenues that gets better returns? Today you can put those surplus money only in fixed deposits and other areas at a tax deducted one, it is 5% or so, which nobody wants to do. So how do we make sure even the surplus money that we have generated is working for better returns, are some of those things that we have said. So with all these things, I would urge you to read this paper, contribute, and also see how we can take each of these discussions further. But coming back to today's panel, I'm so glad that we have people from across the spectrum, people who can give in their perspectives. And I'm going to request individually each one of them to give their views on specific areas, and then we can have a conversation on that. And my first choice is Chakravarti, you, because you had this very nice risk management tag to yours, and we thought it's better to start with risk than handle it late. But I thought I'll request your views on what are the current challenges that you see, and where do you think we can chip in?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I thank FICCI for giving me the opportunity to be here, and at the same time, an opportunity to interact with this distinguished panel of members. I've been thinking about it, that what is that I share with you, and being from a risk domain. So what I thought of is, let me first start with saying that education is a powerful driver of development. Making smart and effective investments in education plays a critical role in developing the human capital. And at the core of the strategy is to help the youth acquire more advanced cognitive, socio-emotional, technical, and digital skills, because that they need today to succeed in today's world. Education can also act as a powerful catalyst to climate action through widespread behavioral change and skilling for green transitions. Now, just to share with you the magnitude of the money which is being spent worldwide on education program, let me give you an example. The World Bank, which is the largest source of external financing, today its portfolio is around $26 billion, cutting across 94 countries. The expansion of higher education presents immense opportunities. But let me tell you, it is also not immune from the challenges or the risk associated with it. Increasing affordability, accessibility, and equitable distribution of funds are some of the critical concerns, which, in my view, today, if you dig down a little deeper, inadequate government funding. The public spending today is around 3% of the GDP, and and the share of spend on higher education is around 0.5% of the GDP, which if you compare globally is quite low. Cost of higher education in private institutions, loan burden of students, inequality, significant urban and rural divide, depriving many to have access to premier institutions, digital divide. In the absence of stable connectivity, a lot of them are deprived of distance learning programs. Brain drain, low salaries, low funding for research and innovation is actually drawing away the talents for seeking opportunities abroad and creating a shortage of talent as well as stifling innovation and research. Quality dilution, that is another area. Mismatch in the graduations that are being rolled out vis-a-vis the employment. Privatization, commercializations, wherein profit motive takes precedence over quality of education. Funding. Funding is one of the levers which I believe could help to mitigate most of these associated challenges. Today, in India, under the current financing model, it is there. It's a mix of government, private, and alternative ways of funding. Some of them are government funding, tuition fees, scholarships, grants, income from auxiliary services, etc. But where I feel if you want to do more is, in these areas, there's an opportunity to do more. For example, in terms of collaborative investments between public and private, industry or academy collaboration, outcome-based financing, issuing kind of education, social impact bonds. You can expand on endowments. For example, just now Narayan was talking, some time back we were discussing Harvard. Although it's a different issue over decade, but today they have an endowment fund of more than $50 billion. So that's an area that we can look at. Some newer avenues of funding, like tuition fees linked to income sharing agreements, loans contingent to income repayment options, maybe tax savings, tax incentives on education savings, graduation tax, sustainable financing, green bonds for building sustainable infrastructure, campuses, your revenue from patents, innovations. But at the end of the day, what is required is, with this funding, is to be successful and having an effective way of driving this a right balance. You need to strike a balance between the government investment, the private engagement, and the alternative ways of funding, as well as you need to promote the visibility around the availability of these funding opportunities.
because that will spur economic growth, global competitiveness, improve the social mobility and inclusion, internationalization, technology advancement, and also help address some of the global challenges in frontiers like sustainability, climate change, health, medicine, etc. And at the end, I would always say while we are doing this, we should not lose sight of few things. One, if we want to make this expansion of higher education program through new avenues of funding an inclusive one, please do not lose sight, focus of to meet the needs of the youth with disabilities, as well as developing the teachers or faculty who are going to teach them. Two, ingraining the technology into the learning ecosystem. Three, in today's context, mainstreaming climate education for better preparedness and fostering resolutions to climate shocks. And last but not the least, can you guess? It is two words. It is two words: attracting, retaining, and supporting the professional development of those who are imparting education. That is our Shiksha Guru, our teachers. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chakravarti. Thank you so much. I mean, I like the way you started with the magnitude of funding and moving on to challenges. Points very well taken, sir. So let me now move to Professor Lakshmi Kumar. Ma'am, you represent an institution that has public and private funding coming together, more private funding, in fact. So what are some of your experiences and on challenges in this format of funding? Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Narayan, for this. Well, we are a fully private university. I'll make that very clear from the very beginning. Kriya University was founded in 2018, and there are two ways I'd like to talk about. One is my own opinion on funding in higher education, as I've done a lot of research in that area, as compared to what Kriya is doing. And I'll come to that in a bit because I'm not here to advertise my university. And when we talk about education, you know, what Mr. Professor Agarwal said right in the beginning is very valid. There are so many universities created in India with very few students. Obviously, a lot of money has gone into it. It could be public or private, but it's all our money, ultimately. So when lots of funding has gone into setting up of this university, and we also look at in the last 10 years, a lot of private universities that have come up, where I'm sure all of us know the fees is very high and it is for the privileged people. However, we also see to it that about 30 to 40%, depending on the mandate, actually we subsidize or even collect no fees from underprivileged students. So education being the right of people, we really must think in terms of the numbers that Narayan talked about. How does the 2 crore students get access to education? And of course, another caveat being quality education, because our partners in the corporate will say that they are not employable, the kind of education you give. So on the one hand, we do have a lot of universities which are languishing. We do have new universities who've come up with philanthropic funding, whereby they are looking at underprivileged students too. Now, when we look at education as a whole, we really understand that the needs of education can be divided into capital as well as revenue expenditure. And a lot of universities set up earlier who are languishing have a problem of maintenance of their capital and meeting the revenue expenditure because the fees is not sufficient. So how do we also take the other thing forward, namely, you take the infrastructure in these universities. Are the professors able to understand how to educate our students? Are they skilled enough to provide that kind of education? Is the administration also in tune with the time? So we have a lot of revenue expenditure coming to paying the fees, to paying the salary of faculty, administration, upkeep of the university. As well as we need to work on the curriculum with corporates and anyone else who will help us to understand how to make the corporate better. I really see this as one way by which this sector can get out of languishing. And I'm not going to get into the details of funding, which KPMG did provide us, about the fact that excess money cannot go into anything but deposits. If I say equity in education, can there be equity in education? A lot of people will throw their hands up saying, I don't think it should be for profit. But the way I'm looking at it is a public-private partnership, which has worked in some sectors, has not worked in some sectors. So if you take an example of a university that is languishing, for example, the infrastructure is there, and if we can get philanthropists who would get involved in that university to start off as a model, as a not just philanthropic funding, but as a private funding that comes into a public institution, and if they may set their goals in order to go forward to an outcome-based education. We still have a long way to go there, because if you look at school education, we looked at enrollment first, and after that really cared about outcome-based education. So if we can marry all this together in terms of equity coming in from the private sector or the philanthropists or the CSR money into universities, and with a board structure which will help actually creating a conducive environment such that the quality would go up. And lastly, I would say, like we do in Korea, we should go to several parts of India where there are several schools and they don't know about opportunities, and let them know about opportunities and the fact that the fees will be completely paid. Like in Korea, those people who get 100% funding also get a stipend per month, because you also would have heard that 20% of all people who come under intergenerational poverty families drop out of college education in order to fund their family. So we also provide a funding. So we just need, according to me, everything is there. The private sector is ready to fund, but obviously they should have some skin in the game. And I think it's just waiting to take place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think point to emphasis is what you talked about, the need blind nature of where the money should be put to use. Like where we get the money is on one side, and we should be needs blind, as they say in US, and to make sure that anybody who deserves this will always get it as they go. You also talked about the institution should be ready to receive these funds. Like, do they have the necessary wherewithal and the kind of structure to receive these funds? Point very well taken. Thank you, ma'am. Let me now turn to Amrita, ma'am. Like, you represent a university, ma'am, that has, in the recent past, has been an example for collective philanthropy, where not just one source, from multiple sources, you're effectively garnered and continuing to grow. What are your views on how did you make this happen, and any wisdom that you can share on how others can replicate that format of funding?
Thank you.
Okay, that works. Let me try. Seems to be working.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you to FICCI for inviting Ashoka University to this forum. Ashoka University is well known. It celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. I'm very privileged to be part of the Ashoka community, but only since earlier this year. So I will talk about the success delivered by many of my colleagues and the leadership. Ashoka University was built on the principle of collective philanthropy. And right from the start, the idea is that it recognized that there is a big missing piece in Indian higher education, the liberal arts approach, the interdisciplinary thinking, the very basic skills of communication, critical thinking. Quoting from Ashoka's vice chancellor, education is not the transfer of information, but it is the ability to discern and discriminate and think critically and communicate effectively. These guiding principles have driven the establishment of Ashoka's social sciences, humanities, and natural sciences disciplines, schools, tied together with a liberal arts approach. So, what is it about this approach that is attractive to philanthropists? The biggest problem we've heard today is the lack of employability or the lack of relevance of graduates to wherever they go next. And this is something that was recognized that all students who come to Ashoka need a very strong grounding in the basic skills which have been referred to by many of the panelists over here today. The ability to be exposed to the wider world of knowledge without being restricted to the ultimate discipline or the major that you come out with. So every Ashoka student enters and does a common foundation year. After that, they have the freedom to design their own programs. You can have a physics major and a philosophy minor and a performing arts concentration. This is very usual at Ashoka. And being able to evidence how a liberal arts approach is valuable to an employer is something that I believe has been done very successfully. So some of the feedback that we hear from employers is that your computer science graduates, for example, or any specific discipline comes out with the relevant skills at a high quality and the knowledge of that technical area. But not only are they able to deliver to that, they are able to put that information in context and they are able to communicate about it. When we are telling that story effectively to employers, and not only to our employers, but very importantly, we are telling the story to our donors, to our funders, to our supporters, I think that is what makes for a very powerful offer. The other aspect that many have referred to today is access. Ashoka and many other private universities, especially the newer ones, are seen as elite institutions. And yes, it is elite in many ways. And the other side of the elite coin is access. Those who come into Ashoka are selected because of many things. So one, we want students who are curious, who ask questions, who have that drive to learn. The Ashoka admission process is needs blind. The Ashoka admissions process is also highly outreach driven. Ashoka's admissions and outreach covers the entire country, not only tier 1, not only the top schools, it goes much deeper than that. So the diversity that we offer on campus within India is powerful. And that itself ensures that students coming out of Ashoka have the context of what India really is, which is, I think, one piece that employers, donors also hugely appreciate. The interdisciplinarity is another space that we, really emphasize, and also the focus on research. Ashoka is well established with its undergraduate program, and my own role now is to encourage the development of research and the sciences and building further. So Ashoka is in growth phase. The issue of financing is therefore highly, is very high on the priority of all of us involved in building Ashoka and building science, building research. As we all know, whether the money comes from the government or elsewhere, it is highly resource intensive. And the last point I'd like to make is access. Not only are we diverse in our access, Ashoka at the moment stands at just under 3,000 students. In its 10 years, it has provided scholarships to about 60% of its students at various levels. 20 to 25% are what we call on extreme aid. And as the panelist from Trier University said, those with extreme aid are also provided a stipend to ensure their living is on par with other students. I'll leave it for that.
Thank you, ma'am. But the powerful point that you said is it's first you should demonstrate that the institution is actually creating students who are useful for the society, employable, have some skills. And most importantly, how do you communicate this back to the donor? And what is more powerful in what you said is how do you communicate back to the donor those they come back to you, not in multifold in that sense, which they are doing. And it's also interesting to see that you are now high on research, which needs even more funding than the teaching part of it. And very eager to look at how that's going to happen as well. Thank you so much. So now let me turn to Professor Vasudev Murthy. Rishihad University is in the center of that employability and creating students who are going to be part of the society. Sir, what are your views on how do you raise funds for modern, forward-looking universities such as yours, and what are your experiences in that?
Appreciate this opportunity to represent Rishihad University. Thank you for your question, and my panelists have made a whole lot of great points. I have two particular points, and they might be on the opposite side of the spectrum in a sense. One is about philanthropy. Of course, yes, philanthropy is something we have actually built the organization with. And don't want to talk only about my university, but I think it's possible. People do want to leave a legacy behind. Whatever the reasons for philanthropy, we have to articulate that. But what I discovered was that the clearer the articulation of what's going to happen with the money, the better the prospects of that. So, for example, our story isn't just about it's a higher education institution, help us, and all that. But we talk about certain very specific things which would amount to marketing. So I don't want to talk about that. But we talk very specifically about what this university is doing. 1, 2, 3, and that helps them to decide, what needs to happen. We also talk incidentally of having a curriculum which is a living curriculum and so on. But to be perfectly honest, it's easier said than done because, as Professor Agarwal was also speaking, I think he mentioned accreditation and all these kinds of really, I won't call it terrifying, but really back-breaking kind of activities, which destroys the soul in some sense of what we're trying to do. Not we, but so somewhere along the way, we have to find a way to make it a living curriculum and proceed. So just like my colleague there from Ashoka mentioned, we do indeed have a foundation program which helps confused parents understand which direction to go. Not only them, also the donors. The donors also get to understand what is this higher education institution actually all about. Is it just another vanilla institution, or is there something else that they're doing, right? So that is one. The other side is actually, again, something which has been referred to indirectly about the skill gap. And I think that particular point we can't gloss over. I think higher education institutions have got to stop feeling sorry for themselves. We feel really sorry, no one's funding us, it's so sad, etc. Why should anybody do it anyway? Larger, beautiful things about helping society, all very well. But at the end of the day, the purpose of education is to produce individuals who contribute to society, who actually help perhaps in the economic development of society. So unless that articulation, that clarity, is there, why should anyone do anything? Now, in my own corporate avatar, which I've had, I was overseeing a whole lot of training programs, and what I discovered, two things. Number one, half our training budget, if not more, was actually about band-aids to a failed education system. In the sense, the graduates that we had hired were just not competent. Let's not fool ourselves, right? So they had to be retrained, untrained, whatever the word we want to use. And by the time they were actually productive, I don't know what my fellow panelists' experience has been. We're talking about a minimum of 1 year. So, in other words, you're talking about at least a year's investment additional to higher education before someone can actually start producing something of value. So therefore, I think till we are able to successfully articulate to corporate entities that we understand their balance sheet, that we understand their expenses, their costs, and not simply saying, come and feed us, come and be nice to us. I don't think it's fair for us to expect people to just hand over money to us. The CSR today, which we see in large organizations, seems to be tending towards not so much a higher education, but perhaps, and probably a good thing, primary education and so on, as far as I have seen. But and because people are doubtful, why should I do philanthropy or donate? Not philanthropy, but why should I do CSR for higher education institution when I again have to pay for one more year for this? So I think our understanding of their pain will help us to bridge the gap and channelize CSR funds a little better. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And that continues the mood amongst the panelists. Like, here are educational institutions who are not going to be, looking at requesting for funds. They are actually going to say that we are delivering this for you. And here is an opportunity for you, corporate, for you, philanthropists, to put in money there. Like, I like the mood, but you also re-emphasize the point that if the current, I like the phrases that you use, the mandate to a failed educational system. But effectively, the point that you made is even after 3, 4, whatever number of years of education, if somebody needs to have 1 year of investment, and if this educational institution even effectively can negate that 1 year of investment, you have a business case, as we call it in the corporate world.
Indeed.
So it's very nice thinking, sir, that, the education institutions, and that is what Amrita ma'am also said, like, how can you communicate what you are doing and how it is beneficial to them so that rightfully they start looking at you amongst the many things that they are doing for the society. Now, let me turn to Mr. Ajay Bora. Sir, you are, like me, not into education, but you're looking at it from outside in a manner of speaking. So how do you see this aspect that we are discussing? Are the educational institutions ready with their current format and structure for receiving these funds? And as somebody who's actively working in this space, what are your thoughts on the education institutions' role in making sure the funds reach them?
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy, and I really appreciate the opportunity given by FICCI. So if we look at the context, meaning it's a good thing and it's a valid thing that we should be asking for the funds from the government and the corporates and various other entities. But if we take a glance at what are the prevailing realities of today's world, if we see all the household savings of India, all India put together, how much does all the households save? They amount to about 14.1 lakh crore. Now, on one hand, entire savings, the household savings, of course, the corporate savings would be in addition, but out of 14.1 lakh crore that gets saved by the households, Government of India borrows 11 lakh crore. See, whenever we need money, somebody has to save the money, and then that money can be utilized for whatever purpose, maybe higher education or whatever form of education. But given the fact that there is very little saving in India which is not being used, now let's be mindful of the fact that out of 14 lakh crore, 11 lakh crore is getting absorbed by the government, the central government. Lenders also need, the banks, non-bank finance companies, they also need money to lend. That has to come from maybe, let's say, corporate savings or other avenues. So let's take that as a context, that the money available over the next few years when our country is growing is relatively limited. That's one part. Now, second, if we see that, if we call it AC and BC, before COVID and after COVID, what are the new realities of our life and the economy? And what are the next normals? Because we create students for the future and for the economy. So we cannot be disconnected with that. So the ground realities or the next normals or the current realities are the fact that hybrid mode of communication and delivery is now omnipresent. It's an accepted fact that we need to have mixed mode of teaching or learning be integrated into our system. Second new reality is, if we look at the infrastructure, now just to give some numbers for the context, now if we look at IIT Kharagpur, it has 2,100 acres of land. Now, Kharagpur also gets 438 crores of government grant. Also, if we look at the budget of Kharagpur, the revenues are 968 crores. So just remember the fact, 2,100 acres of land, 438 acres of government grant, and 968 crores of revenues. However, the fact is, out of that 968 crores revenue, tuition fee constitutes only 174 crores coming in from the students. The rest of the money comes in from consultancy and research grant. Now, if we see these realities, what are we driving at? What do we mean? What we mean is that on one hand, funding is getting dried up because there are many other ways in which the priorities can be rolled out and the money would be required there. So what does it mean to the educational institutes? Now, based on the, my understanding of the sector, that we need to probably look at this as an inflection point and be ready in terms of reinventing and reorienting a delivery model for higher education. Now, what do we mean by that? Now, on one hand, we have to realize that the new money flow is going to be restricted. So, can we also see another scenario? If we look at the generative AI coming in now, what it is doing is the knowledge which earlier used to last for a lifetime, let's say a degree, somebody graduates, and it would ensure that that person will be employed for life, or the competencies, the knowledge and the skills acquired during that education would last for a lifetime. But gone are the days now, because the half-life period of knowledge is shrinking and new technologies are coming in, new skills are getting required. Now, in that scenario, there could be various ways to respond, and that's the critical point. The first one is that can we have our delivery system be prepared for the future. That means if the skills are getting reinvented, if the knowledge is getting reinvented, instead of charging fee per student for the year or for the course, can we have education as a plan, meaning education as a service, as a subscription model? Why is that? Because once the student feels that his or her knowledge or competencies are getting relatively less relevant, then they can come back to the university or to the institute and be retooled. They can unlearn and relearn to be ready for the next normal. Second, another new reality is employability. Most of the employers say that that is the issue. So the way to resolve that is also to have incubation centers and innovation centers with the industry on campus. Now, if there is a lot of land, how can we make that land revenue generating on one hand, and on the other hand, have the industry directly interact with the students on campus? Second thing, now we also want the emerging trends to be absorbed by the students. What better way than can have a convention center at our campus as a revenue generating model along with PPP. Now, if we do that, that means newer industry interactions would happen, workshops would happen, the faculty industry immersion can happen, and the faculty can be future ready. If the faculty can be future ready, and once they see what are the emerging trends, they can better impart those skills and knowledge sets to the students. The next one, PPP as the sports, for the sports facilities. Now, sports globally has been a tremendous revenue generator. Also, if we look at the infrastructure available primarily to the government agencies, there is a lot of scope for that. Now, let's look at another segment to the whole thing. Now, it is very difficult for an educational institute to raise funds from the traditional role that they are doing. So, Government of India has created something called Higher Education Finance Agency, HEFA. And based on the numbers which are published, this Higher Education Finance Authority has sanctioned 42,000 crores of loans to educational institutes. Out of that, about 20,971 crores have been disbursed. However, what we are suggesting on this platform is there needs to be a revamp. The current remit or their current mandate is to raise the funds for the government entities and for the educational institutes who are getting funded by the government. Now, on one hand, we have seen the kinds of budgets they have, the kind of infrastructure they have, the kind of recurring income flow that they have. Now, can this Higher Education Finance Agency be remandated to help private educational institutes mobilize funds? Now, why that is important is raising funds is quite critical, and it's a very specialized job. And that's what, if we give it to them, where can they raise money? And then I'll just conclude with 2-3 other points related to that. Now, if we look at where the money is, on one hand, let's say there is a scarcity of available funds from the savings of the nation available for the universities. On the other hand, if we create a financially viable models, there is a lot of money available which is chasing returns. Now, how can we do that? For example, housing. Any institute which requires students to stay on campus, and many of them would prefer the faculty to stay on campus, that can be spun off into a REIT, real estate investment trust. Now, the current guidelines do not allow that. But if we create some reforms, and specific reforms we'll talk about, the first one is that whenever in the current income tax code, whatever money got donated under section 80 GGA was used to be 100% tax deductible, which it is not in the new tax code. That can be changed. But more importantly, as we discussed, if those REITs are allowed by the government, that anybody who comes in and invest the income generating asset, because if it's for the student housing or faculty housing, there would be a rent income coming in, and therefore it is an investable funds. Billions of dollars could be raised there. Last 2 points, when we put money in CSR donation can come in, but that money has to be used in the same year. Now, it is impossible for capital expense on infrastructure to be ready within the 12 months period. Therefore, that also reform is required. And the last point we would make is, in the US, there are over 20 universities who have the endowment funds more than $10 billion. Now, everyone talks about endowment, but the biggest enabler, based on my understanding, is the fact that if endowments are allowed to invest, like the Provident Fund is allowed to invest in equities. If endowment funds are allowed to invest in equities, and the most critical part is, instead of each university trying to go out and create its own endowment plan, which is practically not very easy, Higher Education Finance Agency should be the nodal agency which can ensure that educational institutes can structure their own endowment funds, and the financial instruments get available to them, and they go out to the market, to their alumni network, and mobilize those funds, including naming of the professors like the various other developed countries have, and the labs and the research labs named after the donors. So those could be some specific action items or the reforms that could be needed to make sure that India's higher educational institutes are not deprived of the funds, provided they have already reinvented and reoriented themselves to be future ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It was completely power packed. I could gather some of those things. I have noted many of those things. But it's really wonderful. Like, you gave your perspectives on how hybrid models of learning are important. But most importantly, which is a point that I always make, tuition fees becoming the dominant revenue stream has always been an issue. You quoted IIT Kharagpur, which is a public institution, but across institutions, and you also nicely gave some avenues for that, be it the auditorium, events, sports, industry-led, consulting and research and related areas, and some of the other means by which you can read, possibly is now allowed. What I understand from the ministry is there is means of allowing this in public institutions, but as you rightly said, this needs to become a norm where REITs are allowed across. So there is government thinking in the right direction, at least on the REIT side. So that is also happening. HEFA is a topic for another day. There are a lot more reforms that can happen in HEFA, but all I can tell you is even government institutions are fully covered in that. IFIs are allowed, but some of the other institutions pay market rates for that. So HEFA reforms, like I said, are very, very valid point, but for some other day we'll pick that up. But and also you talked about managing the endowment fund that I also said in the beginning, which I think there are many universities in this country who have enough surplus, but they are saying, allow us to manage that fund so that we can help ourselves rather than go and maybe help other educational institutions who need that fund. So points very, very well made, sir. Before we get into the second round and other things, I don't want to miss an opportunity where we have Dr. Agarwal. Sir, you played many roles on both sides of the table, right? Can you give some perspective from the government side, from the regulator side, how ready they are for some of these alternate financing means very quickly given the time that we have.
Well, if you ask me very frankly, I think the word regulation in this country still means regulation as control. To a good extent, despite all the reforms which we have done, regulation is still more of a control than facilitation. And unless that changes, this will not help. Because as it was told, and as I also said in my initial remarks, see, the point is, it comes out here also. Instead of one-to-one model, if it's one-to-many model, Kriya, Ashoka, they talked about, the multiple philanthropists coming together to create an institution, then it becomes much more easier a way of doing it rather than one-to-one model. And that is where our higher education system, we always give the examples of Harvard and Stanford and all that. But does anybody know who owns Harvard? Who owns Stanford? Nobody. But in this country, by and large, institutions are to be owned by individuals, and I think that's where we create the problems. And endowment fund management will also depend upon that, because unless the money really belongs to the institution, the scientific endowment will not happen. As long as the money belongs to an individual, all the scientific methods of investment and discussions will not work. And that is where I said, let's cluster the institutions and let's bring in the group of philanthropists and then create many-to-many models, as we say in system engineering. That will probably work. And I will like to say just one more point. I think in a poor country as we are, I remember maybe 20 years ago, FICCI organized a workshop in Delhi. Delhi should be projected as what? As a tourist hub, as an education hub or something. And I made my point, who says India is a poor country? Because who leaves the food on the plate? Only who's rich. And we close our universities at 4 o'clock, no other country does it. So are we really poor? So optimization of resources, why can't each one of us, whether it's a government university or a private university, make sure that at least from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., the university is fully functional, and that should be 100% facilitated by regulation. Again, I'll give an example. When I started second shift in engineering college, in institutions in Delhi, I offered them 75% of the fees, and still everybody was willing to. So in one go, in a way, I created 25% of extra funding by allowing a double utilization of fee. So we'll have to be innovative more than routine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I know it was very rich round of discussions, and there are many points that were made. Before I go further, I thought it's good to recap or good to have an idea of how this happens. We talked about, in fact, I'll start from the points that was made more recently, that the utilization of asset, this is one of the, this is the largest market cap sector in India, which means we put more money in this. Are we using that money in the best of what can be done? The answer clearly from the panel seems to be that we have not been optimally utilizing that. Mr. Bora, Dr. Agarwal, everybody emphasized that point. So how do we maximize the assets that we have already invested in, starting from there? We also heard both, from Kriya and from Ashoka University, how can we project what we do better to those from whom we are going to take this money? How do we communicate this well? How do we make sure that the models that we have, which Mr. Bora also said, that is more effective for the people who are putting in money to think that their money is being put to good use. We also talked about how do we make sure the employability, what Professor Vasudev said, how do we make sure the industry feels that their money is worth it, because at least the additional investment that they make is, at least that gets saved. We also spoke about how need-blind needs of the students need to be taken care of so that people know that their money is being put to good use. And it goes on. And we also talked about foreign investments and many of these areas. I know this has been a topic that we can discuss for another couple of days at least, and Rajesh doesn't give us so much time. So what we'll do is, before we come there, sir, I would like the panelists, there are three important stakeholders for whom we can suggest something. One is the educational institutions themselves. Second, the regulator who can make a change in the way things are happening. And third are the corporates and other people who are going to put in money, who are going to lend. Almost like a rapid fire, I would like from you, Mr. Chakrabarti, if you can have any suggestions to any of these stakeholders, be it the institutions or the lend or the philanthropists who are going to put in money, or the regulator who can make it easier, to any of them very quickly. Suggestions, recommendations to any of them.
Hello. I think for the corporates, I think they should help in, and this is something partly we have touched as, in terms of how the funds can be managed better, look at by using the technology. Okay, manually these days it won't be possible when we are talking about such a large sum of money. By making use of the technology, AI powered system, that nothing is going wrong, because that spoils the reputation.
Fantastic.
Brand.
You're talking to the institution and saying, use technology to ensure those who give money that it is being put to good use.
Good use.
Amrita ma'am.
So I had 3 rapid fire points ready. One is that storytelling is incredibly important, which I've said earlier. Storytelling plus public engagement, inviting public stakeholders, corporates, government, etc., onto university campuses in a very engaging manner and regular fashion. The second is philanthropy education. In the US, we refer to leading US institutions. We have a very renowned institution with us here today, Johns Hopkins. We talk about the massive endowments. It's about the culture of philanthropy that exists in that society. And I think we have a culture of giving in India. However, does that need to be opened up, and what can we do as universities to drive that philanthropy education? And the last point is not only technology that is essential to the reporting of effective financing in higher education to donors or other stakeholders, it is also proper, robust professional services. We give a lot of emphasis to faculty, which always must continue in universities. How much focus are we giving to the professionalization and the robust building of professional services to deliver all of this for us as in university?
Very well put, ma'am. Thank you so much. Dr. Agarwal?
Well, I'll just quickly say, as far as regulators are concerned, I would say one thing: there's no institution in this country which has created itself. They have all been created by some approvals from the government in some sense or the other. So we must have a hypothesis of trusting them and believing them till they make a mistake, rather than starting with assuming that they will make mistakes every day and I have to monitor them every day. And secondly, I believe endowments, as was already said by the colleague. Yes, this country has a habit of giving, but I think the endowments in that sense of the word is still missing. And maybe the reason is that the education institutions are giving them the trust of using the endowments very fruitfully is still to be built in. That's what I said. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You're saying be patient, give them some more time. Thank you. Mr. Bora, I know you have 2 pages of recommendation, but what are your top ones?
I'll stick to 3 only. For the institutes, I think on their website, they can start listing down their course fees, along with that education as a service fee. That means if you want to subscribe to MBA at our institute, or let's say Bachelor's of Engineering for AI for the next 10 years, this is the annual subscription charge, education as a service. Now probably an ask from the central government is empower higher education finance authority and give them a specific mandate to raise 1 lakh crore for the private institutions from around the world and from India, and enable at least 100 private institutes to start endowment funds, the Higher Education Finance Agency to be mandated with this task over the next 5 to 6 years. And the last one for the corporates, I think for the hostel, which is the low-hanging fruit, which is highly investable as a financial product, encourage them and give them tax incentive to have real estate investment trust worth 1 lakh crores over the next 5 to 6 years, exclusively for the private educational institutes, where the investors' money would come in and would be repaid by the rent that gets collected by the private institutions from the faculty and the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That's very, very clear and with some parameters, almost a brief. I'm sure FICCI is taking note. We will make sure the relevant stakeholders receive these inputs. Thank you so much. Professor Vastev.
Two quick points. One is remove the emotion from philanthropy and make the whole financial articulation much more practical and sensible, so that we know why they're being philanthropists, how their money is going to be used. That needs to be really a bit more clear and objective. The second is understanding the financial world of the financials of the corporate world, which then is more likely to participate more actively in the financing of organizations from whom they hire for their own sustenance a little later down the road. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Lakshmi Kumar.
I would only emphasize from our own whatever we have achieved and how. I think the most important thing is governance and accountability. Unless there is a governance in place in a university which says that my aim is quality education, nothing will be achieved, and you'll have universities languishing. Given that, if we want to attract CSR funds or any other funds, we must know how to be accountable to them. And if we are accountable and tell them our story and call them back to the campus, tell them what we're doing with the money, what it was given for, they will come back to you again and again. These are two basic premises, and I still very strongly feel there must be equity by corporates into universities and them in governance, otherwise change will not happen. Thank you.
Wonderful, ma'am. You talked on both sides, like where the equity should come in and also the institutions on their responsibilities in doing that. Excellent. Wonderful. I know we had great discussions and like all nice things, this needs to come to an end. But sir, you had a question, so we perhaps will. Wow. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'll try and be very brief.
Then you should have answers, actually, not questions.
Well, I have both, but I think in the interest of time, I'll keep myself very, very brief. ISP Hyderabad, as I said, has been the role model. A whole lot of institutions have learned from it. How do you do the fundraising? IIM Ahmedabad, again, was the first IIM in the country to start the development office. I was the first head, the founding head, along with, at the time, the director was from Harvard Business School. So we created the US model.
Nanda, Professor Nanda, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Ashish Nanda.
Yeah.
All Big Four know him very well. So, and interestingly, in the first year, we raised more money than the institute had raised in 50 years. And in first 3 years, we raised 200 crores. The thing is, there's a whole lot of money. We need to have really good role models into the education sector. The institutions have to create such fabulous role models. We could as one example I'll give you that we got from Jindal's. We got money over 50 crores while they had their own institution, OP Jindal in Gurgaon. So they gave it to IIM Ahmedabad. You need to pitch well. You need to know how to put across, communicate well, and do something which is very relevant and impactful. If you're able to do that, I think Amrita made that point, Lakshmi made that point, and so did Ajay. I think we need to have the model.
Absolutely.
There'll be huge multiplier effects all across the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, Rajesh, maybe through FICCI, there's also a point where how can we showcase some of these success stories? Because I keep hearing that from Kriya, from, from Ashoka and Mr. Motu, all of them are saying, there are people who have done that well. right? Can we showcase what did they do well and also help others in this? Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. I know, yeah, that could be the last question, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, esteemed experts. I would like to express my observation that I have seen almost all of the private schools in terms of the funding. They are doing very well. But most of the higher education, the private institutions, colleges or universities, they are having the fund crunches. What is the reason for this?
Okay. So one point could be growth, that they are doing very well, yes, but the need for growth, this is an industry that is very capital hungry. So if you want to grow, you need more capital, and that is the reason why they are needing more money.
One thing more, that in almost all the schools, I have seen there are a number of students, 1,000 students, 2,000 students. But in the private universities, there are very few students. They are going there, and most of the students coming to the private universities, they are reluctant to attend the classes. They just want to say this.
May not be correct, sir, because some of the largest number of students are in private universities. If you take India,
Yeah, but I have,
the top 10,
I have worked in the private college as a principal. I am in the private university also, but I have seen there are very few students in the universities.
That's what I'm
and
saying.
in the
See, it's a
colleges.
mixed bag.
But
There are
they are in all the private schools. They are filled with the students.
Okay. Point taken. Well made, but we'll see why. I don't have an answer, honestly. But all I can say is there is a mixed bag. In private sector also, we have universities that have large number of students. Maybe
I'm not talking about all of the universities, but most
Some
of the
of them, yeah.
universities, they are having such a situation.
Got it.
And one thing, what I think about this thing is that in the schools, when the students, they are in the schools, and when they are coming to the higher education, to the university or to the college, they think that this is the responsibility of the government to fund it.
Can I add something to that,
Yeah.
Mr. Nara? Yeah. So I think, sir, it's, in my opinion, and I don't know if I'm right, but if we look at the numbers, in Indian K-12 education, there are 250 million students. So in terms of the demand, there is a massive demand in K-12, kindergarten to 12 standard. However, in tertiary education, higher education, all institutes put together, public, private, both, are about 50 million. So it's 1 to 5 times more demand in kindergarten to 12th. Second, also it's very difficult to prove whose quality is better in higher education, while as in the K to 12, it's relatively easier because there are standardized tests in 10th and 12th. So I think those could be the two drivers for that, but I'm just guessing on that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry because we are eating into the next panel's time, which is not fair. So sorry about that.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful discussion we had. As I request our eminent panelists to kindly come together for a group photograph, and would request everyone to kindly remain seated as we are straight away moving into the next session. We will be serving tea after this session gets over. So once again requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. The next session is Regulation and Benchmarking, Catalysts for the Future of Education. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And we would just take a moment to do up the top table, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not having a tea break now. We will be serving the tea post this session. Thank you. So I would request everyone to kindly remain seated.
Thanks, Professor.
And I would like to invite on stage our distinguished moderator for the next session, Ms. Ritika Parukh, MBE, Director Education, British Council, India. Let's put our hands together to welcome ma'am on the stage, please. Also inviting eminent panelists, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor FICCI and former VC NIMS, and Strategic Advisor, Aditya Group of Institutions. Inviting Professor P.B. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Manesar. Inviting Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, Vice President, Research Relations and Academic Advisor, Elsevier, India. Inviting Dr. Palab Saha, General Manager, India, the Open Group. May I request our dignitaries to kindly move away from the stage, please. All the dignitaries in front of the stage are requested to kindly move away as we have started the session. Our guests and dignitaries in front of the stage may kindly take their seats, please. Dignitaries in front of the stage to kindly take their seats. All those standing in front of the stage to kindly be seated. We have a panel on the stage requesting everyone to be seated, please.
So, good evening, all those who are brave enough to return. Yeah, do you want to go through, please? Yes, that would be nice.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As we progress through this thought-provoking session, we are now moving into the critical area of discussion that impacts the very foundations of how we shape and scale higher education in our nations, is regulating and benchmarking. And in this session, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished panel of leaders who have deep insights into how regulation and benchmarking can become powerful catalysts for the future education. We have on the dais with us Dr. Rajesh Saxena. He's advisor FICCI and former Vice Chancellor NIMS and Strategic Advisor Aditya Group of Institutions, is a highly respected academic leader and educationist with over 4 decades of experience in higher education. And we have with us Professor P.B. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Manesar, who is also a distinguished academic leader and an expert in engineering education. With decades of experience in higher education, he has contributed significantly to the development of academic curricula, research, and university-industry collaborations. We have with us Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, Vice President, Research, Relations and Academic Advisor, Elsevier, India, and has an extensive experience in education management, and his expertise lies in fostering research-driven education and establishing global academic partnerships. We have with us Dr. Palab Saha, General Manager, India, the Open Group, who is an international consortium. The Open Group is an international consortium that enables the achievement of business objectives through technology standards with deep expertise in enterprise architecture and strategic planning. Dr. Saha helps organizations navigate complex regulatory landscapes and adopt the best practices for innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, moderating this discussion, we are honored to have with us Ms. Ritika Parukh, MBE, Director of Education at the British Council of India. Ms. Parukh has been a driving force in promoting international education collaborations and policy frameworks that support educational experience excellence across borders. Her expertise in education regulation and global benchmarking will guide us through what promises to be a dynamic conversation. And over to you, ma'am. And unfortunately, we have a time constraint of 50 minutes. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank FICCI, with whom we are partnering on this event. One of the things is my throat is not very well today, so that is useful because it means I can't speak a lot. Okay. However, one of the things that I did want to share is that at one point in my life, I thought it would be wonderful to be a vice chancellor of a university. And that continued until I was moderating this session, and I looked at the regulatory and benchmarking landscape and the constant scrutiny that universities need to go through. And as I was trying to gather together what are the different checks and measures on the universities, the list did not seem to end. So we looked at the latest in the group, the ranking, which is a public perception survey. So it's like a popular voting thing. You have to be popular. You have to comply with academic and curricular regulations. You have to do the finance. You have to look at your laws around building. The GDPRS, if you're a UK university, privacy and other safety regulations, and the list goes on and on. Not only that, after you've done all of this, you also need to look at some of the voluntary benchmarking. So we worked with, British Council worked with DST to come up with GATI, which was on gender equity. Or you look at the environmental benchmarks. So the list of benchmark and regulatory compliances and other such thing goes on and on and on and on and on. And adding to that, if you're a private university, and today even public university, the biggest regulator is the market. Because if you're not able to satisfy the market, standards or demands or whatever you call it, which may not have any written, standards, but is definitely out there, there's a lot for us to look at as a university. And then I thought, oh my God, people here are doing too hard a work for me, and I should just stick with the British Council. So, so that was my kind of experience of that. And then if you're thinking of regulation and benchmarking as catalyst of future education, whatever I've heard in the previous panel, I think the answer has largely been probably not. But can we live without benchmarking and regulation? That's probably not as well, in that sense. So I think it's a very appropriate moment to reflect on the role that these regulations play and these benchmarking schemes play, with the universities. And I would be really interested to hear the panel's, kind of views on of all the different types of regulations that you all have encountered in your course of looking after your universities and taking them through in their day-to-day life. Which would you say has been most difficult and challenging to be compliant, and that you'd like to see a change in, stop to, and which do you think were the one that was most helpful to you in improving the quality standards of the institutions that you were leading? So I'm happy for anybody to volunteer to go first. Do you want to go first, sir? Yes, Sharmaji, yes. You'll have to use this. You'll have to use that.
Let me begin by expressing my profound happiness in being with you at the end of the day, at the end of 2 days rather, looking at something most difficult to sell, most difficult to digest, and perhaps most difficult to accept. This particular session is devoted to regulation, it is devoted to benchmarking, and if I have read the keywords correctly, it is also devoted to thought leadership, and above all, the value and worth of autonomy, the freedom which we all require. People like me consider myself as highly fortunate. I have remained autonomous despite being in the government sector, as well as, of course, in the private sector where I am. People like me always thought that educational institutions are to be self-regulated. And I looked at my forefathers' philosophy. They said, Swadharma nidhanam sresha paradharmo bhayavaya. This is what the Bhagavad Gita says. That means your own self-regulation will give you not only success, but also immense satisfaction and fulfillment of your goals and objectives. Swadharmo nidhanam sresha paradharmo bhayavaya. When you are regulated by somebody else, you often feel that fellow is not telling you correctly what to do, what not to do. You always remain in fear. Shvedharmo nidhanam shresha paradharmo bhaya. This is, of course, the first basic principle I want to reinstate as far as regulations are concerned. Educational institutions are not supposed to be regulated like corporate or, for that reason, financial institutions. People like me, of course, went to school which never bothered about funding from anywhere. It never charged a single penny also. Lord Krishna and Sudama went to Sandeepni Ashram together. One of them, of course, came from the princely background, another one from very poor family. Both of them were studying together. Gives an indication that no fees were charged. But the quality of education was not merely jnana or knowledge. Today, when we are talking of knowledge as wealth, we have somehow rather not realized that we are sitting at the repository of tremendous wealth when we are in an educational institution. When I joined IIT Delhi, for example, back in 1978, returning from England after my own doctorate and master's degree from Birmingham, IIT Delhi said that they have no money for research. I said, I know that I would not ask you a penny for research, but I'll create all my research, because by that time, DIY, do it yourself, was very popular. So I created all the money that I required for my own research, pursued it in a manner that the value for money, especially what you spend on research, must value for many, and it must multiply many times. And that's why during my 12 years at IIT Delhi, I might have received 6 lakhs of rupees as salary. Salaries were low at that time as a professor, but I contributed nothing less than 60 lakhs of rupees to IIT in terms of my research funding came from the financiers of research who understood the value and worth I was doing. I even, in fact, recaptured more than what I invest from a single consultancy that I offered to one of the international giants. I would not like to say the name, but 10 times more than what I invested in research was coming from a single consultancy, and I became very popular. That's why I became principal of Delhi College of Engineering. When I went to Delhi College of Engineering, they said it's a government institution. You will be regulated by government rules and regulations. I said, I'm not a government servant. I'm the principal of Delhi College of Engineering, which is mother of IIT. I'll regulate myself as well as my institution. I obeyed no rules whatsoever, because I realized that the principal of the college himself is the head of the department of the government and enjoys all the administrative and financial powers that are required. It's a question of you utilizing the autonomy that is enshrined into the act of the institution. When it became Delhi Technological University, Dr. Sanai is sitting in front of me, I said to the government that you are paying very little. Now that we will be a university, we will not charge you a penny even from being a university. We will rather finance your higher education, technical education, particularly for growth and advancement. And within 3 years, we became self-sufficient, rather surplus to finance the expansion of higher education for government of Delhi. I'm telling you all this because, really speaking, there's so much of cry about financing higher education and all this. Either you become America, where they say that the president has one responsibility, that is to generate the funding for the university, or you follow your model where you say vice chancellor must be a citadel of fame, eminent academician, eminent administrator, and the best of the world which you would like to get into his place. So the leadership of the university, in my opinion, today must recognize Swadharmo Nidhanam Shresha, Paradharmo Bhayavaya. I don't want any dictates flowing every day from UGC. Even this morning I said UGC perhaps has forgotten what leadership means. It does not mean prescribing a reform every day and then running around to find out whether anybody had taken me seriously or not. So we are in an age today we have to redefine the meaning and purpose of regulation. In my opinion, this is the right time to look at the. Let me finish by saying that I have also looked at autonomy gives you tremendous amount of freedom. It's a freedom to serve and freedom to excel, which I, of course, utilize to the fullest in the institution where I was. Even where I am today, the Amity University, Gurugram, today we have 111 R&D projects of 50 crore worth of rupees funded for the university. We are thriving with the success of patenting and commercialization of know-how and whatnot. But that's on one side. The freedom to serve and freedom to excel can only be possible what the other panel was saying, that you must be responsible about what you do. So the freedom comes with great responsibility and accountability. No amount of autonomy or freedom will have a meaning unless we are accountable and responsible for what we do. Otherwise, it becomes freedom to exploit and freedom to earn. And that's why autonomy has to be now utilized for a good cause, but with great responsibility and accountability. Let me finish by saying that everybody wants flexibility and freedom. In this hall, everybody would like to have freedom as well as flexibility. I also like that. But I know that everything has to be regulated from the point of view of Swadharmo Nidhanam Shresha Pardharmo Bhayavaya. That means you have to be asking yourself whether I am going in the right direction or not. Who will guide you? Your own soul. Because this soul inside will give you the inspiration to excel and inspiration to be accountable for what you do. Let me finish by saying this, that we are in a highly opportune time in a country like India, but we have to go back to the basics. And if we do not, if we continue to harp upon the way we are, I take you seriously, sir, we will continue to cry for that students to come to our university. Now that technology has made it possible for people to be more learned than otherwise they would come to listen to the lecture of a vice chancellor or a teacher today. We have to now reinvent our methods and ways of doing our work, whether it is for the part of learning or design of curriculum or delivery. Everywhere you have to now think about redesigning your education system to provide the highest layers of autonomy, self-regulation, and last but not least, what you call benchmarking. People perhaps very easily say, I'll benchmark with respect to #1 university in the world as per QS or higher education. What they don't understand, that benchmarking, what you want to benchmark? If you want to benchmark your curriculum, you have to go to the university which has a curriculum which suits you. If you want to benchmark the financing models, you have to go to a university and see how to benchmark that. If you want to benchmark research in a particular domain, you have to go to a different. So benchmarking with respect to a single university or single organization is a misnomer in my opinion. You have to be doing your shopping like you go in a mall and select what you want from different places, from different shops. Likewise, benchmarking would necessitate us to think that we have to benchmark ourselves for curriculum, for delivery, for financial models, for, in fact, research, for innovation, for IPR and converting IPR into the real wealth to qualify our universities and institutions to be, in true sense, the creator of the wealth that the world requires today. And then the knowledge will be a wealth. And for this you require you and I raised to the power 3. You as a university and I as a institution work together to raise ourselves 3 times higher in terms of our understanding and implementation. You as a university and I as an industry work together to take both of us to a 3 level higher, where our technology as well as talent pool development qualified to be not only future ready, not even to be ready today, but future ready also for any challenges that we have. It is this kind of understanding that is very much required. I'm pretty sure during the 2 days you must have taken a lot of notes, but go back to basic and ask yourself, Swadharmo Nidhanam Sresha Paradharmo Bhayavaya. Not me, Lord Krishna has said this. I thought I must restate it here during the panel discussion. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, madam. And I'm so happy that I and Dr. Rajan are both old timers in this higher education committee, beating the drum all the time, hoping that we will go to great success in India age on the success and the path of great glory. And we have every reason to believe that India would be able to not only solve its nagging problems of higher education, but would be able to provide to the world the richest of the talent pool as well as technology development ecosystem from our institutions and universities. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That is really, really insightful. Professor Saxena.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ritika ji. And, well, you know, the best part of speaking after Dr. Sharma is that he makes the task easier for every one of us over here. In a very short while, he really put together multiple kind of issues that are there.
Looking at it from the point of view of the regulator and the regulatory framework, what is the kind of regulatory framework that we would be needing in this country? And why would we be needing in this country? I think over a period of time, we have seen the various reports that have talked about that India can be the source of the workforce supplier or a talent supplier to the world itself. But the question that continues to remain is that the higher education institutions, which is actually the place where the talent gets developed, continues to be so tightly regulated that it leaves very little of a time to innovate. It leaves very little of let's say, a space for the faculty, the institution, and the institution leaders to innovate. But nonetheless, I must say that post-NEP, the regulatory system has been in a state of evolution. They've been evolving. UGC has been evolving. Many kind of regulatory mechanisms have now come in. At the same time, the UGC cannot be away from directing the university, which is what Dr. Sharma was mentioning, that you'll continue to get those kinds of directions. Today, you don't need directions. Today, what you need is facilitation. And as long as one is able to, or as long as the regulator understands that the regulation can be a catalyst for the development of an institution, and particularly the world-class institutions, the regulation will always be a kind of I would say, a biggest obstacle for growth in higher education in this country. In all the spheres, whether this is academic quality, this is innovations, this is funding, this is getting the right kind of talent in the system, it's always going to be a biggest problem. And let me share some of the experiences that I've had. And if I look at some of the countries in our neighborhood, whether this is the UAE or let's say the Singapore or Hong Kong or any of those countries that one would look at it, I think it's not that they don't have the regulation, but regulation is at the time of the startup. What is it that is there? They would give you the license. The licensing is with them. But to ensure that you get the license, there are stringent kind of measures which you have got to satisfy. If you don't satisfy that, then in that case you are not going to be getting the license to operate. The other part of it is that it isn't just merely the license, but it is also in terms of the quality certification, right at the time when you are really entering that particular country. So licensing and quality is certified. And once you get that kind of a certification, it becomes easier for you to operate as a higher education institution in Singapore or in UAE. And the classical example is over here, which is a Symbiosis, for example, that is there in your folders. Symbiosis International University, Dubai, which talks about the accreditation from the Commission for Academic Accreditation of the Ministry for Education, right at the time when they were going to start the university there. And the second one is officially licensed by the Ministry of Education, United Arab Emirates. So what is happening? That the ministry, and this whole policy is not devised or evolved by a bureaucrat or by political forces. It is devised by the academicians like Professor Sharma and others who have really evolved this kind of a policy framework. Something that has happened even in India when we talk about it in the context of NEP. The whole NEP discussion had been primarily, if you were to look at the members of that committee, these are primarily the academicians and great experts. But when you really get down towards translating that policy into an action, you realize the problems come in. Why? Because there is a bureaucrat which has a control mindset. Now, this is where the challenge is really there.
But nonetheless, as I said, regulation is evolving. States are evolving their own regulations. Government of Maharashtra, for example, today has evolved a policy framework in which they not only recognize, they understand that in metro cities like Mumbai, getting the piece of land of about 10 acres or even 5 acres is an impossible kind of a task. So you talk about square footage. We don't talk about acres. Acres we talk about in Gurgaon, right? And that too a little away from Gurgaon, not in the main Gurgaon, right? But we are talking about square footages. So we talk about vertical universities. And this is what you find that is a change. The second part of it is, it also realized that a trust may have multiple colleges, and those colleges could all come together and create what is called as a cluster university. Not only so, but there could be 2 or 3 trusts that may come together to create a university. And this is something which is indeed a novel and an innovative kind of a step that the government of Maharashtra has taken. Today, under this kind of a policy, there are a couple of institutions that have already been approved for the cluster university or a vertical university. How would this really change? One is in terms of the access, but will it really help in terms of improving the policy quality? This is where it comes in a little bit of a doubtful. When we talk about quality, I think the first part of it is to really do the benchmark. And benchmark what? As Dr. Sharma said, being that everybody says, I want to be let me benchmark the number one, the number one ranked university in the world. Wrong. They have a legacy of 500 years. You can't benchmark yourself with Cambridge University or Oxford, whichever legacy of about 500 years. You can't have, say, a university that was born only 30 years ago, benchmark with these kinds of institutions which have such a kind of a huge legacy. So the question is, the biggest part of it is in terms of deciding who to benchmark and what to benchmark. That is the critical part. Whether you want to benchmark the academic, you want to benchmark the corporate interface, you want to benchmark your admissions, you want to benchmark your cohorts, you want to benchmark your faculty processes, name them. And I think if you were to really pick up some of those kinds of benchmarks and then do a gap analysis, identify where you are really lagging and how you're going to fill that kind of a gap, what kind of a strategy you're going to put into place, and then monitor very closely. Believe you me, you get the results. I say that on the strength of a success that we have had in NMIMS. We did a benchmarking exercise. We benchmarked some of our processes with some of the best institutions who were just above us. Best did not mean to me a Harvard Business School. Best to me meant my next door neighbor. Best to me meant who was higher than me. Best to me meant a business school in New York, for example, who had a similar kind of a background, but was not really among the, let's say, the top 10, but it was there, it had grown, it was a Triple Crown accredited business school. For me, for engineering, it was looking at some of those engineering schools which are Abbott accredited. And we said, let's do that kind of an accreditation and let's go to that kind of a benchmarking of our engineering programs. So the point which was talked about is in terms of the benchmarking. And it is and once you start doing this kind of a benchmarking, I believe in the similar manner, even the government of India need to benchmark the regulatory system. Regulation is required, there is no doubt. Self-regulation is the best form of regulation, there is no denying about it. But are we ready for that? This is a question that comes up. Nonetheless, as long as we are not, we need to do the benchmarking in our regulation. Look, and we can learn. There are so many lessons that we can learn from Southeast Asia itself. We don't have to go to the US and UK to really understand their regulatory system, in as much as we need to understand how some of these countries have really emerged. So I'll stop over here. Maybe I will talk about it a little later if we do have the time. But I can only say that ultimately at the end of the day, any higher education institution, whether it is good or not, it is measured by three kinds of parameters. Number one, what are the innovations in the institutions? And what are the innovative processes that are there which make it different from that of others? And are these innovations sustainable over a period of time? And what kind of an impact the institution is making on the society, on the students, on the entire community of academic community itself, on the peer group. So the impact that you make as a higher education institution, that is critical. And that happens only when you start, you refocus and you say, I'm going to be making a difference to the higher education. And the third is in terms of the engagement. Are you really engaging all your stakeholders? And which means even the regulator getting engaged. I'll stop over here. We'll take it forward.
Thank you so much. There's really great words of wisdom. We'll try and sum it up later, but I'd like to move to.
Namaskar. Thank you, FICCI, for this invitation. The tone has already been set by the chair for this session and two of my very senior colleagues, Professor Saxena and Professor Sharma Saab. I'd like to change the mood a little bit and start with a lighter note here. And I'm making a statement on the lighter side, which I've been doing so for quite some time amongst the senior academic administrators. And that is that if you wake up a vice chancellor in the middle of the night, give him Aladdin ka chirag and some genie turns up and he asks for 2 wishes, the chances are, in most cases, the vice chancellor is going to ask, give me autonomy to the highest extent and get rid of what you call the regulations again to the highest extent. These are the 2 desires a vice chancellor will always have. Unfortunately, ideal case could be regulations to be 0 and autonomy to be infinite. That may be the case. But imagine a parallel situation. I tend to generally, when I teach courses, I tend to give a lot of examples related to practical life. And in this case, imagine that your road traffic becomes unregulated or so-called self-regulated. We see it day in and day out, the self-regulated traffic. Everyone gets jammed at the center of the junction which we are supposed to cross, and we waste a lot of time. Sometimes lack of knowledge, sometimes lack of understanding, sometimes lack of patience, sometimes lack of experience, everything counts and self-regulation doesn't work. Even if it is supposed to work, that you make a vice chancellor give all the power, can vice chancellor in turn provide the same power to the dean that he becomes self-regulated? In fact, I say that if problems are not there, the regulations will not be there. And if problems are not there, there is no place for a person called vice chancellor. That position will cease to exist. There are many interlinkings to this particular thing when it comes to regulations. For me, regulations are necessary guide rails. You probably can understand what I'm trying to say. You can also say that it's a necessary evil, which is required to be there. I also say an equivalent that I'm an electronics engineer, so I say that if you have to have a signal, the source of signal is noise. Noise has to be there. If there is no noise, there is no signal. In the sense that there has to be something which is called regulation in this particular case, whatever work we are doing, whether it's financial world or building world or educational world, nothing can be absolutely 0 in terms of its existence. So regulation for me is must. The problems with regulation, I'm not giving answers because of shortage of time right now. There are problems with one size fits all, which Professor Saxena said, let's the land requirement, which is there. The problems with the regulations are right now that we have 17 regulatory agencies in India as far as the higher education is concerned. I don't know if there is plus minus one now, but NEP was supposed to change it to 2 or 3 or whatever that medical and legal being separate and one being separate. It hasn't happened for 4.5 years. So that is a problem that either too many regulators or one size fits all, which is what is doing. And there is a lot of overlapping as well as contradictory things. One of the things possibly could be that some of these councils would want that they have a separate building within the physical premises of a university for their own discipline. Some of them are architectures and law and medical or whatever it is. Up to that is fine. Buildings can be many in a given campus. But then they want separate libraries. In certain cases, they want separate seminar halls. In certain cases, they want separate sports and other facilities, which are their hostels also. Then what is the meaning of the university? If they are not coming together, there is not gelling of minds and disciplines and areas and specialization. There is no existence of what you call university. Then probably a college structure will suffice, and therefore there can be a problem of that nature. Faculty recruitment, when it comes, it becomes very, very, very difficult because different things do different ways in terms of what is PhD, what is non-PhD, what is masters. For example, law, of course, they are supposed to be legal, but 1 year LLM is also fine, 2 year LLM is also fine, and so on and so forth. There are confusing states which are there, which are probably affecting us in a certain manner, which is there. In certain cases, you can say that aspects of over-regulation also comes into picture. That comes into picture because we make mistakes. The moment we make mistakes, to correct us and to bind us, there is a further statement. Professor Sharma was right that this morning there was a regulation, not regulation, but there was a direction that what leadership means in the academic system or of higher education in India. I think if someone else sitting as a regulator has to define what is leadership, then we are made redundant in that, in terms of doing that. So those are some of the challenges which are there. And unfortunately, we land into challenges which are probably also because of our lack of understanding. Autonomy is one instrument which I said is really to be used to hilt. Both experts have used it. I've also been very much benefited by that. Autonomies can be of the 4 types typically as defined by the World Bank, which is academic. Autonomy can be of 4 types: academic, administrative, managerial, and financial. Financial is generally very difficult to attain because the stakeholders or whatever others, those who fund you or give you money, demand certain things. But we are not able to use even the simplest of the simple thing called academic autonomy, which is in our control through Senate and Academic Council. And that's where we start becoming weak. And that's where the rest of the world or the regulators trying to define it. And so those are the challenges with kind of autonomy. I can just give you more challenges. For example, recently we have allowed international institutions to come in. And once again, there are separate regulations for them. It is not yet clear if they can continue with the for-profit motive when they come here, and why should the Indian institution remain without profit. Similarly, they can possibly use the nomenclatures they like for their degrees, but the Indians possibly would be required to follow what UGC might prescribe. So regulators themselves are creating confusion here. Over-regulation is a challenge which is possibly there, but I would still say that if you use your ingenuity, you can possibly overcome the regulations. I'll give you 3 examples in very short. Number one example is when I became a head of an institution, the regulation says that you have to purchase in certain way, process, tenders, whatever. I found that one of the things which needed urgent attention, according to me, was already tendered 3 times. And once I joined in, within 10 days, I could have said, advertise it 4th time so that something might come and will follow the process. I said, no, this is not going to fetch me the right results. I use my exceptional powers because I know that I had my exceptional powers as the head of the institutions, and I made sure that based on the available things, we decided certain things. and got the things done within a month's time without worrying too much about the process, because it was all fair, it was all in the interest of the students and the institutions. We did that. So some examples of using your power, autonomy and fairness possibly can get rid of regulatory issues which are there. The second example I'd like to give to you is, I had once a situation, Professor Sharma was also involved, that we used to do centralized admissions, and we had some branchless admissions happening. We had some girls getting branchless admission, and finally they got stuck in mining department in 2007. Mining system did not allow girls to be admitted into mining engineering, and I made a way for them to become mining engineers, because otherwise I could have simply thrown them out. Fortunately, what they wanted, they got. They deserved the best. They became toppers. They got jobs wherever they were bound. But we went against the regulators which were there by using our powers, and then the rest of the world followed. That's another example. The third example I'd like to give to you is, when I took charge of one of the institutions, obviously central institution there, had a challenge that we just went into the mode where we had to make sure that all reservations and categories are taken care, which were not being followed earlier. There were no rosters, nothing else which was there. So when we decided that we have to recruit them, we could not have done it without innovation. And we made a policy through our own board with our own empowerment, and made sure, because we knew that if I advertise for a professor of civil engineering, an associate professor of computer engineering, and assistant professor of electrical engineering, I may get the reverse order. I may get a professor in electrical engineering. So we made things flexible against Government of India policy, against the regulations. We survived and we did very well. So what I'm trying to say, academic regulations and autonomy, they go hand in hand. You have to interpret it, use it in the best interest of your institution, get prior approval, but there are essential things which are there. And you should not really worry saying that without autonomy I can use it. I generally find that the risk-taking ability or that required training is lacking in some of us sometimes, which does not help us in terms of using the regulations and autonomy in our favor. I'll limit in our favor. I'll limit my remarks here. If there is some time, I'll say something more about benchmarking later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so insightful.
Good evening to all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank FICCI for giving me this opportunity. I was also at the other evening, I was also at the VP CEO roundtable. And I'm going to take a different view, because I come from an organization which is unique, because we create standards. We are basically a standards creating organization, focusing more on technology standards. And I was sitting through the previous panel discussion when somebody said that standards stifle innovation and stifle innovation. So let me just tell you, if you are carrying an Apple device, be it a Mac or an iPhone or an iPad, the OS, the operating system, follows our standards. So if you like an Apple device, you know why you like it, right? So that's the reason, that's an example of why standards are so important. Now, in the context of this discussion, regulations and benchmarking and accreditation, standards play a very important role, because I think the other panelists have already told about the kind of regulations where they view sometimes, or in fact at most times, more as a control rather than a facilitator. The role that standards play in realizing or operationalizing regulations is it provides the details. Because it's important for us to understand, as one of the previous panelists did say, what would you like to regulate? What would you like to benchmark? Why is it important? Who should be doing it? When should it be done? With what should it be done? These are some of the important questions that standards will help you answer. Now, personally, I have been deeply involved in the Digital India initiative. I'm sure all of you have benefited out of Digital India. You must have heard of Digi Yatra, you must have heard of DigiLocker, and many of you probably are using UPI. All of you have Aadhaar, all of you have your COVID certificate, which has a 13-digit ID, right? So if you really see the Digital India program, it has starting to transform many sectors, the health sector, the agriculture sector, the school education sector, because these are directly linked to the national development objectives, which are in turn linked to the sustainable development goals. Unfortunately, there has been no transformation in the education sector, specifically in the higher education sector. School education, yes, there are certain steps starting to be taken because school education gets a priority in this country, but there has been very little transformation in the higher education sector. And there are many reasons. I think some of them has already been articulated. I'm not going to go into that. But think about this entire 2-day conference. Many topics have been discussed. We have discussed research, we have discussed funding, we have discussed governance, we have discussed industry, academia, collaboration, and here we are discussing regulation. But have you considered that each of these panels are looking at the issues in a piecemeal manner? Actually, they are all interconnected. The whole idea of transformation is to look at it in an integrated, holistic manner. If you solve the funding problem, it should not create another problem in the education ecosystem. When I say education here, I mean higher education ecosystem. Now, one of the things that is important and why standards are important is because you see how standards bring across regulations. Now, I'm sure all of you know self-attestation. You self-attest your certificates. That required a change in regulation because it was enabled by technology. eKYC, enabled by technology. So the standards were first created and then somebody woke up and said, we need to change the regulation to make it work. Consent. If you have a personal health data, similarly like a student data, if you have a health record, right, and if that information maybe an educational institution wants to use it for research, you need to give consent as a citizen. That required a change in regulation. So you see how standards and regulation are closely interconnected with one another, and this is something that I want all of us to think. Somebody clearly mentioned, and very clearly, as clear as it could be, that we do have the NEP, but we don't have an action plan. In many cases, what you will see is that many of the NEP clauses and the content are actually conflicting in many ways. They are actually competing with one another because there is no holistic architecture, there is no holistic action plan to make it happen. And that is the reason why standards play a very important role, because it helps us answer the fundamental questions. What do you want to regulate? What do you want to benchmark? Who should be doing it? When should it be done? With what should it be done? How should it be done? So on and so forth. So given the interest of time, I can see that it's almost 5 o'clock there. So I'll stop here, but I think I've been able to give you a little bit of content for you to think about, and I'll hand it back to the moderator.
Thank you so much. It's been such an interesting range of conversation. I'm going to do two things. One is I'm going to sum up a bit of what you all have said, and then I'm going to put on my hat as the person with a little bit of handle on the international areas and give a good news from the UK university side, which they are celebrating just recently. So to sum up, I'd just say that I think the word that we're looking for is balance. And the pendulum swings, and I like that analogy, from 0 to infinity between regulation to autonomy. You want to find that sweet spot, between the two, where you're able to operate, but the lowest common denominator remains. Because what you don't want benchmarking or regulation to be is a tool that holds everybody down to mediocrity. It allows that space for excellence, for innovation, but still keeps that basic space. And again, that is also for uniformity and flexibility, in the same vein, in this case. And also for empowerment and compliance, because for every regulation, you can create a business case to work around it. So it's about being risk averse and compliance. So that judgment call is the leadership, as you're defining it. And of course, the best is still self-regulation. That I think has come across a lot in that sense. And also in this thing is, so pushing the boundaries, I have a lot around that. The point that you make that without having standards, we don't have an aspiration, so we need a red line because we are dealing with a system rather than an institution in that sense. So I think, the systems approach should be such that it allows its individual institutions to thrive, but it gives a picture of where you would like to reach, or you'd like minimum everyone to reach in a sense, and then some to exceed and go forward. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at. So I just wanted to share with you that this is a conversation that every education system in the world everywhere has with its institutions. And there's an interesting change because in the UK, around 2012, 9, I think, a little before, if I get my history right, it went from being fully and 100% public funded to making students pay for their education pretty steeply. So much like Professor K.K. Agarwal was saying, that was their wake-up moment to say, actually, people should be paying for the services of education. But that changed a fundamental relationship between the students and the university, which became as soon as they started paying a fee for studying, they became a consumer industry, and a service industry, instead of becoming a public thing. And the relationship between the university, the regulator, and students changed, and the regulation moved from QA to Office of Students. So the force of the market became far more important, in this thing. So that's an interesting development, and I think they're still grappling with, again, the balance. Yeah. So one more thing before I just hand over to you to react to that. The other interesting thing that has happened most recently, like a week back, the UK is considering removing the research evaluation framework, the REF framework, which was the basis on which universities received research funds. So this huge monitoring exercise, very expensive to do, was conducted to decide which universities would get how much funding. And they kind of just removed it and used a proxy. The proxy that they were using was that if universities are able to generate fund from other sources, they would get government fund proportionate to that. So, those are so one of the things that struck me from what you're saying, Professor Saxena, about regulation always being in evolution. So in a sense that these are evolutions that are happening in other places that I wanted to share with you. So Professor Sharma, you were going to comment.
Quickly say that I'm not for no regulation. Although I initially began by going back to basics, but I'm for minimum regulation and yet maximum compliance. And that is what exactly requires self-motivation, self-discipline, you may call it Swadharma. And that's why it's very important for people like us to realize that in the university, a student is coming after spending 12 years at school, where he or she has achieved a level of maturity to operate. I'm recruiting teachers who are already doctorate from a good university. They are also at a level of maturity, and therefore self-discipline requires, in my opinion, to be practiced with integrity, with honesty, with sincerity of purpose. And if that happens, then I think regulations would not be a major hurdle. But let me also say that we are in a century of mind. This is not a century of money, it's a century of mind. A century of mind requires ideas to flourish, ideas to be translated into innovations, innovation translated into real wealth and economic growth, and of course serve the cause of sustainability that has also been so well mentioned. So that is where I think the freedom to excel and freedom to innovate assumes much greater significance than perhaps it was in the days when I was a student myself. But let me also say that the world was very different when people like me or Rajan Saxena ji or Madam were students. At that time, the entire Europe would not charge a penny as the tuition fees.
Yes.
I myself went to Birmingham at that time, fees was negligible, and even if it was, British Council paid for it. I did not pay even a single penny for my own education from primary school right up to the doctorate actually levels. That was the time. Because they realized that you are in the business of creating knowledgeable people, capable people, people of ideas, people of great wealth of knowledge who will contribute to the great global collective good, and therefore fees were really unheard of in those days. Today, go back to Europe today, they are charging. Go back to England, they are also charging. Of course, India, we know very well. So we have to now find better and innovative ways of discharging our work. Let me give you one example. When I became principal of Delhi College of Engineering, it was, of course, doing very well as an institution, as a teaching institution. I said, I've come from IIT, I will not settle for anything less than research and innovation to be integrated into Delhi College of Engineering. There was no money for innovation. I looked around and I found that students' money is lying unused, what they pay for variety of student purposes. I said, I'll finance innovation from using that money. I asked no one because that money clearly said the power to invest or spend that money lies with the principal of Delhi College of Engineering. And that's how, in fact, we supported innovations. Hybrid car became a world beater in 2005. 2006 super mileage vehicle which will go 250 kilometers in 1 liter of petrol. Underwater submarine with Dr. Sinha and his team really designed and developed, got the best initial award in the world competition. Unmanned aerial vehicle in 2006 got the most innovative design in the world competition in America, competing with the very best in the world. And all these innovations were financed using that power and autonomy which I think exists with the chair that you occupy. Now, government later asked me, who gave you power to spend this money for innovation? I said, you should smile because we are getting so much of laurels for the institution, and I don't require your permission because clearly written, the student money is to be utilized as per the sanction of the principal. Now, this is where I think what I'm trying to put forward before you, that sitting on the chair of authority, you have to use autonomy and freedom, powers as well that you have with great caution, but for a good cause.
Yes.
Not to be exploited, not to be utilized for something for which you could be tomorrow hanged upside down. I stand before you at this age, still on the chair, because the power has been discharged with great responsibility and with great conviction and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have time for some questions? So, yeah, so, okay, sir's going to just respond a bit.
Well, just to take it for a little forward. A couple of years ago, in FICCI Higher Education Committee, we had discussed about the future of regulations for the higher education. What should be the regulations? Should everybody be regulated the way that they are at this point of time? Should there be a standardization? Should there be, or should we do it in a different manner? And FICCI made a recommendation to the government of India as a part of the strategy, or let's say a vision document that was made in 2015, was that there's a need to take a differentiated approach to regulating the university. And the differentiation was to be based on quality parameter. He said you differentiate it on the basis of quality. You don't differentiate it between public and private, but you differentiate it on the basis of the quality. Later on, somewhere in 2016 or 2017, the government of India accepted that kind of a regulation or that kind of recommendations and came up with what is called as a graded autonomy regulations. That sort of put these universities in a certain kind of a hierarchy based on their quality accreditations, the NAC accreditation or the NBA accreditation, whatever that was there. Now, clearly there were universities that at a tier 1 level, which need not have to be policed the way that they would need to be doing it at the universities that are there at the tier 3 level, graded autonomy tier 3 level. But the tier 1 was given a complete freedom, the autonomy that was needed. Yes, the graded autonomy. And you talked about standards, There were very clearly those kinds of defining standards in terms of the quality. They were clearly defining in terms of what is it that you can do and things like that. And I'll just share very quickly one simple example, and with that I'll end. Just a minute, 1 minute kind of an example. NMIMS, once it got the grade 1 kind of a tier 1 university after the NEC accreditation at the highest level, the third cycle that we were in, we had all the kind of an autonomy to be able to do anything and everything that we could possibly think about it and do it with a greater degree of responsibility. So we created a School of Liberal Arts, we went ahead and did many other kind of innovations in our own academic program. But the most important thing that happened was we got into a dual degree program with the Purdue University, which was an MBA from NMIMS School of Business and an MS in Decision Science, Analytics, Business Intelligence and Analytics from Purdue University. This was a combined, this is where the credit transfers and credit equivalence and all that really happened. That is within 2 years time period, the student was to be getting NMIMS degree, along with that was also getting the Purdue degree. And in that was also a 1 semester at Purdue. The moment we signed and we announced it, I got a call from the Ministry of Education asking me as to how can we really do it, under what clause. And I had to really, like, as Dr. Sharma said, when I went over and talked to the minister, to the secretary, I said, sir, it's only you people who have given me this kind of a power. Please take a look at your own regulations. Right. Under this regulations, grade 1 university, tier 1 university, this kind of a clause gives me this kind of an autonomy and my board this kind of an autonomy to be able to do it. And let me give you the rankings of the program, global rankings and everything, and you have no reason for me to feel sorry about it. On the contrary, you should be so happy that here is a university that is tying up with one of the top 50 universities of the world, and for a program which is ranked among the top 10 programs of the world itself. So
It's fantastic.
So he
Thank
just
you so
kept
much.
quiet at that point of time. So what I'm trying to say is, actually, listen. We had a master class. Yes, we had a master class. Yes, we had a master class.
Yes.
Financial autonomy.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll just request Professor Sancheti had some comments that he wanted to do before we close.
I just wanted to make few comments on benchmarking, which I avoided in my previous deliberation. Benchmarking is an important thing. AICTs, UGCs, NBAs, NAC, they obviously define in a certain way, in certain quality, but unfortunately they are generally the minimum standards. We have developed a wrong conception that I attain the minimum standard and that means I have the quality. I think minimum is what we need to understand. That's where the problem lies in the Indian higher education system. And some of us as vice chancellors, probably in private sector, sometimes are not forceful enough that we succumb to those pressures of whatever promoters and others that we are unable to do enough. So I'll just tell you about one thing, that in one of the institutions, in addition to all the academic and research parameters, we developed 100 parameters which I'll report to my board, which may be on electricity, which may be on water, which may be on environment, which may be on hostel food, various testing reports, whatever, as a small time report which will be generated to ensure that quality is there everywhere. I think that is what is basically the power of what you make as your own rule and own process, and I'll be very happy about that. But when it comes to what you call understanding these things, we generally think minimum is sufficing. No, minimum is just the starting point. We should try to reach the maximum, which is something very, very important. And one thing which we generally possibly compromise is, NEP says, by the way, those who have read the document, you'll probably find that access, equity, transparency, accountability, quality, these are the 5 parameters on which we have to focus, which is very nice. All of us should focus. There's no doubt about it. But how about speed? How about efficiency? Things like that are missing in that, and we have not understood the value of that. For 5 rupees, my purchase will get stuck for 5 months because someone is lower, someone is not lower. Those kind of lacunas are existing, and therefore we need to benchmark the processes in a certain way. And of course, our planning generally does not involve masses. It's the chiefs or some of the boards which generally will tend to push things, comes to the fore, and it becomes something like a standard. So there are certain challenges when it comes to benchmarks, which we try to do, and we should overcome. I think maximum is what we should target and then try to attain. Right now, the attitude probably is more towards the minimum, that once we fulfill minimum, we say we are already quality. I think that's not the approach we should follow. That's my message on benchmarking.
Thank you very much. That's very relevant, and it kind of resonates with what was said earlier about accreditation does not, is not the proxy for quality. It's just a way to it in that sense. So, on that note, I'd like to thank all my panel members who've been wonderful and have brought about that I have to sort of unable to open for questions, unfortunately, because I think after this we have the closing session and madam here who's controlling us, we have to comply. So sorry for so I'm being regulated at this moment, if you understand me.
Lack of autonomy?
Yeah, I have absolute lack of autonomy at this moment. But I would definitely like to say that FICCI has been wonderful in bringing us together. Every panel and content has been excellent, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm extremely sorry at the end of this conference if I gave this impression of controlling everybody. I was just trying to control the timing. And as we move towards the closing session, I would first also invite on stage Dr. Rajesh Pankaj. He is Director and Head Education and Skills FICCI. But before that, Dr. Rajan Saxena, Advisor FICCI. Yes, everybody just remain seated. So if you could also join us on the stage. Okay. So, ma'am, kindly remain seated. We can close have the concluding remarks. A photograph बाद में करेंगे फिर. So, Dr. Rajan Saxena, sir, if you could.
We are unable.
You want to do photograph or you should just finish?
We can finish, sir, and then have the photograph. Then we have Dr. Rajesh also joining us in the picture. So I would now hand over to Dr. Rajan Saxena for the concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. As we pull the curtain down on this edition of the Higher Education Summit, I'd like to thank at the outset each one of you and all the delegates who participated in this summit, without which I don't think this summit would have ever been possible. At the same time, the speakers, the learned speakers who were over here, for both these days, the Ministry of HRD, the Ministry of Education, the Additional Secretary coming over, the British High Commissioner over here in the inaugural session, and at the same time, the sponsors who have really come forward to support this whole initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think that the story in higher education is ever complete. Because the magnitude of opportunity, I don't say problem, but the magnitude of opportunity that is there for all of us is so large that there will never be a day when we will ever stop discussing the challenges and the problems that each one of us face in our own institutions or in dealing with the various kinds of regulations or let's say the accreditation agencies, or name them with any kind of a parameters that you really talk about it. That challenge would always exist. We are aware of the fact that India is going to be one of the biggest talent supplier to the world. And if we want to look at the aspirational goal of NEP, of moving from current level of about 27% in GER to 50%, what it does mean is not only that the investment in higher education is going to go up, financial investment is to go up, but at the same time, investment in people and people development is also going to go up. So we need more people, we need more faculty, we need more researchers, we need more money for research infrastructure. And in addition to that, we also need a greater degree of an enabling environment in which the institutions can really reach out to not just merely to the government, but also to the various industry and the multilateral agencies for funding purposes. Funding is one of the biggest challenge. And I think when we start looking at the institution, as was said about the standards, and we're talking about in terms of the systems approach or the holistic approach, I think if even when you start looking at the institution as a whole and the higher education sector as a whole, and look at the whole ecosystem, I think to be able to ensure that this ecosystem is growing, is one which is facilitating the growth of higher education, is always going to be a challenge. I'm sure that in the subsequent kind of summits, we're going to be coming up with something still more challenging, and we will be talking about more contemporary challenges. At this point of time, I would also mention that, as Avantika Tomar mentioned about it in the inaugural session, that about 2 years ago, Honorable Prime Minister talked about developing a vision plan for India 2047, Viksit Bharat, as has often been talked about now. And FICCI was entrusted with the task of developing some of the sector-specific kind of vision documents, and therefore the higher education, the education per se, really fell in the court of FICCI. In the higher education, we looked at as to what are the kind of constraints. We looked at what is it that we have achieved, what are the constraints, and what further needs to be done at a regulatory level, at an institutional level, and at the individual level, what further needs to be done. But we didn't want to stop it over there, and so therefore we continued. And this year, we brought this up in the context of the research, and we wanted to, this is the first time ever in the higher education summits in this country and higher education conferences where the focus has been on research and innovations. And I'm pretty sure that the knowledge paper that you would all take a look at it, you will get a lot more answers which you can take it forward to your own institution. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And before I really close, I would also like you all to give a big round of applause to the whole lot of team, the entire team that has worked with Rajesh to put the entire conference together. So may I request all the team members who are over here present to just come forward and let us all clap for them.
Yes, let's put our hands together for Dr. Rajesh, Ms. Deepti.
Thank you
Tejas.
so much. I'll just take, in the interest of time, just 2-3 minutes. In fact, Professor Saxena has actually given a very, I would say, comprehensive / conclusive remarks for the conference that we've had over to you. There are 3 or 4 things I just quickly wanted to kind of flag off. See, as FICCI, we've always strived very hard to make this product as best as we could. I mean, there are multiple conferences that happens across, but we've always attempted to kind of make this conference through an industry association body, a leading industry association body like FICCI, and I've tried to bring some newness to it, with respect to content, discussion, the kind of people who come, the kind of people who speak, and all of that. 2 days of intense discussion have had great feedbacks. Unfortunately, Minister did not come up for something urgent, perhaps it came up at his end, he could not turn up, but we had a very good participation of senior bureaucrats like Additional Secretary, two Joint Secretaries, and I'm sure you all have kind of been a part of the discussion that happened yesterday, and they have been very open to certain ideas and suggestions, and that's a good thing about it, that despite Secretary and Minister not turning up, we had 3 senior bureaucrats who did post the sessions in a very candid and informal discussion, did kind of suggest that please come up with suggestions, ideas, and recommendations that you want us to look into, and that's what our core work is. So that's one great thing that happened. But I just have 2 or 3 things to kind of suggest and also get a sense from you all, because and then more from the conferencing perspective. So content, study, report, advocacy. Most of you understand that's what we do. A conference is just one step, kind of create a forum or a framework where we get such insights come through. But the ultimate objective, of course, is to suggest and to advocacy in the right earnestness and bring the requisite reform in their sector. But if there are certain points that, because I can see 60, 65, 70 of them sitting in this hall, and we did this time consciously try and see that what do we do? The session that's happening now, so benchmarking, out of all the reforms that NEP has talked about, the mother of all reforms is the overarching regulation that has to come through, which hasn't yet, the National Higher Education Regulatory Agency, which they're calling it NHERA, and HECI, which hasn't come through, and stakeholders, thought leaders do talk about that regulation to come, and because that's going to redefine this whole ecosystem. And that was the session that we had it as the last session. A session prior to this, which Nana beautifully moderated and and kind of handled and and took out all those insights with respect to financing. But unfortunately, we really did not have that kind of audience that we wanted to. So I'll be very specific and would want to understand from you all. And then when we do, and we've attended multiple conferences overseas, and I've seen they manage it and do it quite well. Something that we as we could want to understand. So what is it that, what is a model that we should adopt so that we have full house, and participants kind of engaging the way they did yesterday and the session that we had? Because if these were important sessions that we had, ideally, so that's something that we're grappling with, and we want to understand and get feedback from you all. So how do we go about doing conference? Do we make it a day? Doesn't serve the purpose. You can't have more than 4 sessions a day, and we need to cover 8 sessions. So please come up with suggestions, and a very serious ask from you all. As organizer, I would want to understand what is it that we should do so that the last session, which supposedly was one of the most important ones, as stakeholders, and there are certain objective things that we all understand. And yes, with all, I would say consultations and sense that we have about the sector, we could very objectively say that regulation, benchmarking, super critical. Financing is super critical. Not that the other ones which got discussed yesterday wasn't critical, but this certainly is one of the ones that people do talk about it. But in terms of attendance, so I really don't know. Thought leaders, educationists, why? And then we've attempted as FICCI, sending out links, requesting them share your session of choice. So something which we really would want to reinvent, rework, improvise upon, because otherwise we really have to look at doing something more, I would say, session specific or something more very truncated manner, which again would then take about this brand name that we built over years, right? People connect themselves with FICCI HES and would want to. So in all earnestness, I would sincerely request you all to please suggest, with your understanding in terms of what should we do, which then will attract and have people engage in these sessions, right? Because it's little demotivating for organizers like us, where we try to kind of consciously do things. So there's one important point that I wanted to. Rest of it, of course, Dr. Saxena has highlighted. We would attempt and keep continue to do so from next year onwards. In fact, US and a couple of countries already have shown interest. They're going to be more of international names coming through. Study in India has opened up doors. So it's not just the focus developing countries, but the whole world is, the Study in India kind of has opened doors for the entire world, and the kind of, I would say, excitement that's happening in countries like UK and Australia, you can very clearly see that the ecosystem for internationalization is going to pick up big way. And that has been our USP and forte as FICCI. We would want to build it up for 25, we're going to plan it well. And not just this conference, but the many other things that would feed into with your inputs, which will then help us to put in to government for their consideration in terms of policy advocacy. That again, of course. I would earnestly thank our partners. Look at the list. We have 24 partners out there. Most of them have been supporting us for years now, and that's what helps us to financially, push this conference and take it to the next level. Sincere thanks to them. There's a whole lot of team involved in this. It might look a little simplistic, but a lot of hard work and a lot of effort, planning, things like a social media post to something like everything about conferencing and financing is all in-house. So entire team. Tejas, you may like to get up and be acknowledged. We have Rajat, Deepti, Saiba, Parinay, Pooja, Pansi, Deepak.
Very good.
We have Ankit, Abhishek, the entire team. So they've been kind of very consciously, in a very focused, dedicated manner, working towards this. We really need to acknowledge them, and thank you very much for all that has happened in this. And the next year, of course, we'd want to make it more better, and then would want to have more of I would say. Other strands, elements to make it more engaging, exciting. But we'll honestly look forward to having inputs from you all. Of course, we'll send emailers also to make this conference more engaging, more meaningful, more value-led, and more participative. And I'm purely talking from the perspective of numbers. People have been kind of coming up, but how do we make it more participative, and how do we get real numbers so that we feel enthused and excited to go forward with? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I invite the team on the stage, please? The organizing team of FICCI Higher Education for a group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the team for organizing such a wonderful event that it was. And after was of course successful also. We had some very eminent speakers attending this event. And before you leave the venue, I would once again urge, as already Dr. Rajesh has said, please scan the QR code and leave your feedback. Your feedback is really, really valuable to us for upgrading our performances in the upcoming events, how to make them better and more interactive. And of course, like Dr. Rajesh said, how to have more numbers till the end of the conference. And please join us for high tea before you leave the venue. Once again, thank you very much indeed for being part of this wonderful event. We look forward to seeing all of you next year. So have a safe drive home. Good evening and namaskar.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.